Christmas is coming. Start sending your letters off to Santa. Christmas is coming, yeah. Christmas is coming, yeah. Staying up late looking out the window. Yeah. Christmas is coming, yeah. Spotting some sleigh rides and some jingles, babe. Tell all your brothers, sisters, mama and papa too. Christmas is coming. Roasting some chestnuts on the fire. Yeah. Christmas is coming. Yeah. Celebration and surprises. Tell all your brothers, sisters, mama and papa too. Tell all your brothers, sisters, and mama and papa too. Oh yeah, yeah.
Sleigh bells ringing, diamonds blinging, carols singing, favorite season. Sleigh bells ringing, diamonds blinging, carols singing, favorite season. They said Saint Nick, but you got a bit in that bag, yeah. I got racks in my sack, her in my bag, yeah. They said Saint Nick, but you got a bit in that bag, yeah. I got racks in my sack, her in my bag, yeah. Frozen, neck is frozen. Catch me rolling, I'm the chosen. Snow is falling, Elfie's calling. Check my list twice, most of y'all done. Sleigh bells ringing, diamonds blinging, carols singing, favorite season. Sleigh bells ringing, diamonds blinging, carols singing, favorite season. They said Saint Nick, but you got a bit in that bag, yeah. I got racks in my sack, her in my bag, yeah. They said Saint Nick, but you got a bit in that bag, yeah. I got racks in my sack, her in my bag, yeah. Dasher, Dancer, Prancer, and Vixen. Comet, Cupid, Donner, and Blitzen. No, I can't forget about the one with the red nose. When I fly high, my sleigh still stay 10 toes. Bring the beat, bring the trees, put the lights up. 'Tis the season. Need no French types, no Ebenezer. Don't believe this. Y'all need cheese. Sleigh bells ringing, diamonds blinging, carols singing, favorite season. Sleigh bells ringing, diamonds blinging, carols singing, favorite season. They said Saint Nick, but you got a bit in that bag, yeah. I got racks in my sack, her in my
double kick, but blinds himself, doesn't realize it, and somehow Ian misses that shot. Not often do you see that happening, but gives Skirt a chance. Now only a 1v1, but this teleport, big mistake. Don't think that's where he wanted to go, but nonetheless, let's Skirt get that 1-on-3.
Dealing with Undercolor pushing through with his pincher maneuver in towards Market. It seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge, stepping up massively for this ECAP team on Pistol. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all.
You have one player detained. I think it was Violet. I'm not too sure. I might be entirely wrong, but you are going to see a bunch of crossfire happening here as Fox and Jay are going to find 3 kills. Another flawless round by AGX. DKim is not letting it go down easy. This round now a 2 versus 1. We've seen DKim pull out these rounds in the 2v1 situation. Gonna rush him, is going to look for it, is going to find it in a 4-piece coming out. Oh my goodness.
Does not. It'll be so bad for Tank. I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Quaker, excuse me, gets that shot. Now it's going to be Vet gone. Finds that shot on the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi, they take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top.
This could be absolutely everything. Gun out needs to have it, and ships in the night. What is happening? Getting a 2 at the spray down's good. Finally turns for the 3rd, and he first secures it as well. That is absolutely amazing.
All right, everybody, welcome to this evening's festivities. Pit of Valor number 109. I am the fantastic Strive, and I am here joined by the awesome and ever so fantastic Eric here on desk. This is the final week of our 3-week fiasco consecutive events back to back with so many little tweaks and fun changes to the game. This week, of course, this Pit of Valor is going to be a special one. Split and Yoru must be played in the games that are streamed on desk. Those that are off desk can do whatever they please, but in Christmas spirit, you gotta have some fun. Eric, how are you doing? You look mighty on festive yourself. Love the fit. How's everything been, and how's your week been?
I'm doing good. Week's been good. I feel very much so in the season right now with the Marvel hat and the Merry effing Christmas sweater that I have on that you cannot entirely see, but if you do see it now, you right there for all of our beautiful viewers. This is for all of you that do celebrate Christmas. I wish the battery pack on this was working, because I would absolutely turn it on and have little Christmas lights blinking for your viewing pleasure for the rest of the time that I am on the caster desk. But for now, it's just going to be my face and Strive's face. No blinky lights, but definitely Santa hats and whatever you might be sipping on over there for Christmas delicacy.
It's got to be, as I was going to make that mention, it's good that you brought it up. For those that are watching here, this is Christmas time. It's a time to be festive, relax, and enjoy. This is Pit of Valor number 109, and in the spirit of giving, we have something fun and special since we hit a nice crispy 32 teams that have enrolled in this week's event, so we'll get to that later on. But alas, let's talk about this week and what's going on. As I mentioned, Split and Yoru is on the agenda for those games that are on stream, so we're looking forward to that. I miss that map, low-key, and I do miss some Yoru in my life now and again. Not much else has changed. We've gone through 3 great weeks in December, had a lot of fun. Pit of Valor is going to be taking a bit of a hiatus in December, on the 20th of December rather, for our final week. So for those that are looking to participate, chill out, get your mojo back, come back fresh in the new year. We had Hollow Heroes that happened just this past Monday as well. And stay tuned for that for those that are participating in Overwatch. It's a great chance to get involved and have some fun. But down below, y'all can see the drill. It's going to be Nyx against Mommy Lovers. And if y'all weren't using your brain and listening, we're going to Split. So yeah, I'm ready for this one, Eric.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think was it Split that was banned out in the first week, or was it something else? It was Ascent that was banned out in the first week. Okay, Ascent Chamber was banned out in the first week, and then we had our last week of knife for money fiasco that we had going on, and now Split is on stream. What was that? Is it snowing over there?
No, I'm not. That's like my Santa hat.
Oh,
this is like Dollarama hat, but maybe it is a Dollarama hat. I'm gonna fire the elves that made this, no lie. But on a different note, yeah. So you said it yourself. It was a great week number 2. That Ascent Chamber fiasco was a lot of fun. Week number 1 was also a banger, and now coming into this one, I'm more than excited. I mean, I'm just grateful to be casting Split. And for those that know GLG and how long we've been around the block, we've gone through so many iterations and changes. Like, we've been there from almost the day 1 journey of when Valorant came to be. And as we go into agent selection here, well, I mean, Yeah.
All Yoru.
Yeah. So it's not going to be all Yoru, but if you guys would like to imagine that it's all Yoru, we'll take that. That's okay. No, we're just kidding here, having some fun. Got to enjoy it as best we can. We're getting those locks in. You can probably hear it in the background and whatnot. And we're going to get the selections going up there for Nyx. Lock into that Omen, the Breach, the Sky. The Yoru is a mandatory requirement. And you have the fantastic and ever so beautiful Cypher with the hat on the opposing end of the spectrum. We're still locking in the side of Mommy Lovers there with that Fade, Sage, Cypher, of course, and Omen, and of course the single Yoru. So it's great to see Cypher back. For those that remember the split days, it's kind of a given to have a Cypher, and it's so nice to see that that little bit of the meta has not changed too much, at least in this matchup, Eric.
Absolutely. Now, we do we not get Chamber back this week? Do we or do we not?
I think we do. I don't see an issue with it, and no one sent me the memo unless my
I'm just making sure. But... Though, as we do have the changes that came in with the Chamber, well, more so, you what call them nerfs, yeah, because the attack speed is not as fast now on his ultimate.
Sure.
Well, I don't know how much we're going to be seeing Chamber played now because of that. So I am curious to see if we will see as much Chamber now going into competitive play because of the changes that kind of I don't know. I don't think they make him less desirable. He still does as much as he does, but the small changes that they did make kind of drop the value of him, I guess.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I kind of agree with that, right? And it is about value, right? Getting the best bang for your buck and what that agent means. And being split here tonight, we're going to see tons of it on stream, obviously. So we're going to see back-to-back of what we usually get on a set, to be quite frank with you. Looking at the situation, how things are kind of running down. Bit of a look here off towards that A side, admiring what's going on here. Quick little TP up on through ramp with that Yoru, and that allows some slippery movements all across the board. Covering some ground, smoke's going out there from the side of Mommy Lovers to keep them at bay. And the reason this map honestly was so complicated to play is it's very choke pointy, right? Mid is a very critical choke point, and you can see that Sage has gone ahead and blocked off Mail, rightfully so, but that's the thing with Sage. That wall is only useful as long as it can solidify, and even then, towards the late round, it kind of loses its point. So it's a bit of a balancing act when it comes to executing on Split, and Dream here gonna absorb the Trailblazer, getting picked out. Ooh. Quick little push, and from here, flexibility. They can hit the ropes or they can hit this A site.
Absolutely, and it looks like they're going to pull off and around onto this A site, because they do have their Cypher set all the way off, going to now pull over to them and reconvene. Oh no, this is going to be a full rotation through the back, unless they're going to fake this and walk it right back to A, but no, it looks like they're going straight for B wholeheartedly and full on. Do they have enough time though?
Yeah,
to get on
for
this
sure. 17
site.
seconds. You gotta go though.
That.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, there can't be any weight to this push. They really gotta get on site and get it down. Okay. Ooh. Okay, Calpie.
Camera taken out.
Spike is planted, so they do get it down in time with about, I think, 10 seconds left in this round. They get it down, and now they have to defend this pushback from the side of Nyx, which already Calpie with a really good peek earlier onto this site. Oh boy. Two watching through the smoke. Yep. So Selkrim is going to definitely take out Calpie there. Now Richie going to move on the site, checking his back. That is going to be 1 versus 2 here. Selkrim is going to try his best, but Richie not going to let it happen. Getting the half defuse and the full defuse now beautifully done. First round goes over to Nyx.
Indeed, clean work, good retake all across the board, and mighty on fresh round 1. You like to see it, and coming back at it. I love how they played out overall. Really patient. They gave up that site. They weren't too aggressive. You got a nice little Calpie opening there coming out from spawn to quickly nullify at least one member, but from there was no real haste or desire to get on site and make an irrational move, and that's the beauty of this kind of map. Very, very fun to see first round come out, and it feels like I'm traveling down memory lane here seeing Split again, but let's get down to round number 2 here with the side of Nyx sporting their bye round.
All right, again, lining up here in the middle, going to try and get some picks here, some information out before they do choose a site here. The Sage Wall, again, blocking off this mid-piece. Knifing right through, though. You're going to have Dream right on the other side, ready. Oh, man. This could be really bad. And it almost is. It actually is. Spike is down. 2 go down. 3 go down.
enemy
Looking
remaining.
for a 4th. Dream with a beautiful 3-piece. Spike goes down, and now it is just up to Selgrim to hold this down. But it's gonna be a little hard with only a Sheriff versus 5. Now half health. Yeesh, not looking too good for this this second round for. Wait. Wait,
Bing bong.
did we switch sides? I'm so
No,
confused.
no, things are correct now. There was a bit of a
Okay.
goofer there.
Okay.
Yeah, things
Just-
are all straightened up now, Chief. So
All right.
things
All
are,
good. All good.
Yep. What it is now
Okay.
is what it was meant to be. It just pretend it never happened. It's Christmas time, right? Just have to believe.
Christmas time? That's the excuse. If there's any mess ups, it's Christmas time.
Oh, it's just the power of believing, right? You just
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, no, we're just gonna believe.
I believe that it was entirely correct and what it was meant to be. It
Yep,
came out
same.
to be. Beautiful.
Awesome. You love to see it. Going on to round number 3, however, not much else has changed. Run-of-the-mill situation all across the board, as we're going to see now with the correction. Nick's looking to get their first round on the board. Nice little aggressive move down mid, and I've talked about this before. Critical choke point to contest is this middle area, and if you can venture out as a defender and really get good map control, it can work wonders for you in Selkrium. Just observing the wrong direction, looking out towards that B garage area gets picked off, and with that opening and having scoped out that complete side of B, they know that all the action's at A and they can hear these guns going off. Alpha Claw's already here, pop flashing, not looking to swing off of it, just to maybe buy some time, get some intel at best. Coming out the ropes though, 1, 2, it is an absolute caboose fest of members here, hopping on through heaven now, looking to get down onto this site, but Mommy Lovers looking to go ahead and be patient, let that spike go down, manage that low HP Sky in the very near future. Geo pinned,
Last player
looking to get absolutely clapped, and indeed does do that. You love to see it. Picks come across the board, and Mommy Lovers really showing their strength when it comes to patience on the retake as they work their numbers again and looking to do something new. Love that adventure down middle.
Dream doing a little tribal dance around around this spike before defusing. Amazing first 3 rounds already by Mommy Lovers, and Dream playing this Battle Sage. I mean, absolutely fragging out on a Sage. 6-1 already here, averaging 2 kills a round already.
You bet.
I'm loving this. As a Sage main, I absolutely love this. I love aggressive play with Sage. I love just like the leading the charge, no care in the world type gameplay. I'm
That's the real
definitely
question, though. Where have you been my whole life as my Sage main? For
What?
Christmas? All I want for Christmas is Eric. How does that sound? I just want Eric to be my Sage main and duo with me.
You want me to duo with you?
Oh, yeah,
I'm not
dude.
any good. I'm not any good, but we can duo, dude. I'm down.
Sage mains are a lifesaver, and in that case, obviously, you can see the same thing working out for Mommy Lovers. However, a bit of a different approach now. Heaven, exploration. Good post up, though, from Alpha Claw, playing a little bit more aggressive than usual. Looking to battle and shooting the wrong object at best now. A lot happening. Richie looking to frag out. Wow, close up the one for the 2. It's the transition, but no bueno as the numbers of Mommy Lovers simply outnumber that of Nyx. And they're so good on the rotations. When it comes to playing passive, when it comes to getting back on a retake, everything that they want to do has been flawless all across the board, and they continue to peck away at Nyx round after round. They got to get their footing up here soon, Eric, or Nyx are going to be on the back foot of things very quickly.
Yeah, no, this is not looking good right now. And then again, that was, of course, a save round more so, but it's
Cutting through.
I don't know. It's kind of to be expected at this point with how well the side of Mommy Lovers is playing. I mean, they are just not letting anything by from the side of Nyx.
No, indeed. And now going back at it one more time, the same type of run-of-the-mill situation. Love it. Mid-aggression now counteracting from Nyx. They're looking to do what Mommy Lovers did to them just 2 rounds ago. Nightfall comes out as well to tag off so many members towards middle. As they're just looking to contest now, but not really sieging after it. They got the info they wanted, and this is the kind of stuff that makes me really interested in Split. This mid-contest now. Vims gets a nice little opening pick towards that A side, and for me, Split has always been that very default-esque type of map where default picks towards A and B really speak volumes, and you have to win your gunfights, and that is happening on so many different area codes of this map as we're getting the defenders and attackers going tit for tat. Quick little neural theft popped out here for Nyx as well to get some intel as to what is exactly happening in the land of Mommy Lovers, and they know what's up. They're lacing up them Jordans and hitting that B site in a moment here.
Right, and I mean, Alpha Claw just ready with this op. walking through these hallways, doing everything he can on this Yoru that I don't even think that he would have picked originally. Mind
30
you, I think
seconds left.
Claw is playing and took the hit for his team with the Yoru requirement. Well, not even really a requirement, but more so, you know, the festive choice of our shenanigans here at GLG for the day. But I mean, look at this now. We have 12 seconds for
10
plant to go
seconds left.
down. Bagel gonna get on the site and plant this, and I don't think that Mommy Lovers realize that it's going down over here. I think they do now
Spike planted.
because of the sounds. Yeah, they do now. Okay, for sure. So Richie and Alpha Claw are gonna have to do everything they can to make sure that they get this taken care of. Check every corner, check every nook and cranny, so that they don't get caught off guard. Oh. So
I'll handle this. Here.
Okay, there's one spotted out. This is exactly what they wanted. As Richie's going to take out Selkrium, as Alpha Claw continues to go and look for the last remaining member on Nick. Uh-oh. That is going to be the stun that goes out. And now they're going to have to try again for this. Blind goes out. A second blind goes out. But I don't think it matters. I don't think it's going to matter. Alpha Claw stopping. Bagel is not going to be able to get Richie. Left with 4 health though. Picks up that op again. Oh man.
There's something magnificent about this Mommy Lovers team on this defense. Like, they're just, feels like when it comes to the nittiest of grittiest situations, they've got something ready for every occasion. And yeah, rightfully so, we're going to slap a quick little timeout here from the side of Nyx. Got to think about it, right? Take a step back and really reconsider what exactly is happening and how we can contest it. So far, what I love from Mommy Lovers is every round has been different. I haven't been seeing anything that stands out as, you know, rinse and repeat. They've had a default round. They've had a quick little mid push round. They've had all sorts of great things. And on the note of great things, there's socks. You guys see that QR code on the screen? Scan that. After it's scanned, open it. Pick a color, pick a size. I don't know if there are sizes, but if there's not, just pick a color. Order socks, put them on your toes, and feel great. That was my attempt at a really horrible infomercial. I'm never doing it again. But if you guys are interested in some GLG socks, don't be shy. Grab them. They're super thick, super comfy. And for those that are in the frigid lands of Canada like myself, they do help in the winter time. So check that out while you're at it. But back to the game now. I'm really excited to see where we come out here. What kind of, you know, how much water treading we can really do as attackers before we start to say, we're in trouble, you know? We are going to be really in trouble in about 6 rounds when it's 11-0 and we have no padding to work with in the second round. Yes, it may be sided. Yes, maybe defense may be our side where we're going to excel on, but when you don't have rounds to work with, you don't feel great and you don't have that much padding as well.
I mean, this 5-0 right now is really rough. I hope this timeout comes into effect for the side of Nyx. I don't know exactly what they would have spoken about, more so changed up. And oof, Dream getting one, but not being able to get out in time, as Selkrium is going to do as much as he can on this side to get information. Going to pop this camera back in the hand, pop out of the cage, keep Richie from even pushing out, as now Yoru is going to take him out. That is wild for I'm not even saying the rest of this name. I can't with it. Oh my gosh, it is a great name, but it is that of like an Xbox Live name from like 2006. Anyways, going off though, absolutely taking 2 for himself, looking for a third. Is now a 1v4. Beautifully played by Nyx. They pulled themselves back into this round after that timeout.
Yeah, they sure did. Massive. And I love how Nyx approached it. They came in with vigor. They came in with speed. And they said, listen, send it. Get up in their faces and look for the frags. And down to Calpie now in this 1v4. Kind of bleak. Stuck down somewhere in rope land. Looking to get on up. But there's 7 lasers looking straight at his head. Ooh, and somehow gets the one, but quickly traded up from Geo. Don't you just love it when a little hooded Cypher just pops his head up and bangs you in the forehead? It's just so great.
It's my favorite.
Totally.
But that is one round finally back in the hands of Nyx. Now showing a little bit of life here. Not entirely rolling over and dying in this first round of our tournament. Gotta love that, because realistically, time and time again, we do see teams come into these tournaments and get just blasted out of the first round and not even have a chance in like some kind of 13-0 by a team that is much more put together, rather than, you know, a team that is kind of just hopping in here for for practice or maybe for fun, or maybe that's a little bit lower rank and actually taking this serious and just getting kind of stomped out. So Nyx definitely using that timeout to their advantage and actually making use of it, because that's another thing that we do see here is that some people will take timeouts and then lose the next 4 or 5 rounds in a row, and it's just kind of like, well, what was the timeout for?
Yeah, I guess so. And I mean, the beauty of Pit of Valor has always been its diversity in ranks and people that are coming in, and that's what we appreciate, right? And you come in to play, compete, and get better, and I think so far it's nothing to panic about, right? We're just conversing and bantering. At the end of the day, we have to get Nyx into this game if they want to have something in the second half to work with, and we got that first now. Mid-contest, and the polar opposite of what we saw in the previous round, which was a very forward and quick round in terms of aggression. They slow it down, get a nice little opening pick towards Male, and now coming up through. Cowpie on the camera here. What about that Polaroid? Popping that quick little cage before forcing a swing. Blocks off the main for the one. That's some good usage, but Vims is just so cognizant of what's happening. Gets a little wallbang Roni there onto Dream. Really good. They got the site. They got their spike plant down, and don't count them out just yet here, Eric. Nyx are definitely sparking up right now.
Yeah, no, Nyx are definitely right back in the swing of things. That was just 5 practice rounds for them. I see now taking the 6th one as the real one, taking it serious and turning on the heat. This is definitely going to cause some problems for mommy lovers.
Yeah, totally. You know, Spike's taken away. The end game might be some exit picks for mommy lovers here. But that's all that she wrote on the agenda. 2v4. I'd be happy if they save their weapons. Alpha Claw. Popping the one onto counterpart Yoru. Nyx got to be careful though. They're not in a great position financially and round-wise. They have to look to save every dollar they can, and with that, they get the 2 picks. They pick up that op and definitely save some dollars. 3 members survive out of Nyx's hands, and their finances are probably looking way, way better than they were hoping for at this point. Rough start, but definitely nowhere near the end, which honestly, the tempo's looking good now, and we're seeing some really good shots be hit from Nyx, which is making that difference. Nice individuality from Vims, good support from Geo. We've seen Selkrium offer utility as well all across the board, and Bakel's just been that supporting breach, which we're slowly building up to those ultimates yet again for both these teams. So as we get to, you know, the round number 9, 10 position, we're going to see some great ultimates be ready as well.
Absolutely is. Again, another round taken for Nyx, going to be pushing towards, I'm gonna guess, the return site that we've seen so many times work for them now. Well, not so many times, but that has worked for them twice now. But before that, we are going to see, of course, this little bit of stalemate that we have seen time and time again throughout these rounds of information grabbing and head popping as much as they can as mommy lovers kind of just holding these angles, not really playing aggressive like they have been. Ooh, and as I say that, of course, Cowpie runs across. Going to get a heal there, though, from Dream. Going to top him off in health. Make it as if he just never bought armor and he was never shot.
43 seconds. It's interesting to see Nyx's gameplay style here. They are very laid back for the most part. 3 or 4 out of the 7 rounds have been very slow tempo, right down to the 15-second-ish ticker point where they make a move, and it seems like this one might be a bit of the same thing now. Geo setting things up. Pop Flash goes up high, and are they going to go ahead and play off it? They do. Euro leads them in. Alpha Claw out of heaven. They're going to get away after realizing there is trouble all across the board. Wow. Making some moves, avoiding the C's as Selkrium follows up with that great op pick onto Richie. 14 seconds, much of what we talked about, but that's no fear for Nyx. They got that spike down, are now contesting a 4v2.
Yeah, and Jofu getting a huge pick as well onto Richie there. Going to leave it to a 2 versus 4, and I mean, only a sheriff in hand for Cowpie. And I think, yeah, a Bucky in hand. Ooh, that's not gonna feel too good as, ooh, actually, Wild's gonna be taken down very, very low to the point where one tap will do it. Yes, ooh, that'll be it. Wait a second, that could be a turning point as Proof, oh man, has a real gun now. A second gun on the floor, gonna be pinged out. Cowpie's gonna pick that up and they're gonna back off with what they've got. Beautiful little Christmas presents for them going into this next round. A little bit of gift giving here, but not in the way that Nyx would want. That is no money now spent for 2 members on Mommy Lovers going into this next round. That's a little bit of savage. That's going to help them out a lot.
as odd as it sounds, it feels like the spark that Mommy Lovers had in the beginning when it came to hitting these great shots and being so aggressive, they've definitely turned down their volume knob a couple notches there. They're not as aggressive as they used to be. They're not as forward, which, you know, for better or for worse, is not working for them. I want them to maybe go for another mid-exploration round, look for an aggressive double push, and I see a huge caboose coming up towards that B side right now with that Fade and Yoru. Getting that early information and contesting the cipher, getting that intel gatherer out of the way could offer that opportunity for them to then relax a little bit and not know that they're going to be suffering on the retake, as they've been struggling time in and time out. As Nyx is just really good on their time management across the board.
Yeah, before it looked like they were kind of just rushing themselves when it came to pushing onto these sites last second, but it's actually working in their advantage now to play slow and methodical, as we see the blue orb of movement get all the way through these sewers here.
Here.
I think. What was that? Was that sewers? I don't know. It looked like sewers. Doesn't matter. As we're going to see two get traded here, one on each side, making this a 4 versus 4. I don't know who's realistically in the advantage here. Dream going to back off from anything that could have just sought him out there. As all 4 members are about to get onto this A site, but Kalpai is here and ready. So the side of Nyx might have to reconsider as 2 of them go down, 3 go down, 1 is left, and now it's all up to WoW, and that is going to be a round returning to Mommy Lovers. They found what they needed to do to get their rounds back.
Yeah, they found great shots, they found opportunity, and they found a little bit more of a dormant Nyx when it came to taking the site, right? For lack of better terms, Nyx, I think, works well when they run in numbers and they run quickly, right? When they cover ground, get that early information on whatever side they want to gather, and go ahead for a sneaky push, or go ahead and cheat some bodies over early and worry about the rest after, right? That's what Split's about, and it's a very diverse and energetic map for that reason. You have to be super mobile and look to contest critical points because there's so many darn places that are so accessible from an attacker perspective. So, taking it easy now, right back at it. Bit of an off peak here. Selkrium looking to push on through, dumping both of those cages. Not really quite sure what ground it's going to gather, minus just garage control, which might be the intention. While the rest of the team is kind of posted up towards that A, running that slow inside of default, looking for a pick. But what's changed now is you can see Mommy Lovers are definitely being a bit more patient. They're not adventuring beyond their borders and walls and manning their territory as they're waiting for Nyx to make that first move, which might be the sauce for them, as their previous adventures have fallen a little bit short of success.
Yeah, as we do see this very slow, this slow gameplay almost gives so much time to really overanalyze everything that is going on this map, as WoW is going to look
I'll handle this.
for, yep. He's going to just pop his dimensional drift, get any information he can onto this A site. And I mean, he's going to find a few out, going to potentially help out his team, and that is going to take Kalpai's life, but not before Prof is traded off in the 1-for-1. This is still anyone's round here. As the spike goes down, it kind of puts it in favor more so for Nyx, as this retake is going to have to now be mounted by Mommy Lovers. Kalpai, oh man, does not know that there is one member waiting on this corner for him to peek. Is he going to buy into it? Oh, they do, and Vims gets 3 big kills off a claw now. Has to hold on, but is not going to be able to. That op is now up for grabs if they can get to it fast enough, and I think they do. They do.
Yeah, you really hit the nail on the head for me there. It's about when things start getting a little bit wishy-washy for Mommy Lovers, when they start to push their boundaries, is when things go completely wrong. And they're just falling down to great patience from Nyx. Their default, their time management has been absolutely awesome, right? For better or for worse terms, when it comes to taking sites on Split, running it as a full send is kind of telegraphed in a way. You make a whole bunch of noise and you're funneling through very, very tight choke points that you're going to get out utiled and you're not going to be able to get on site. And having that one lonesome lurker, which in this case for Nyx is that Cypher being that post hold on B, allows you to understand what the opposition is doing, right? If they're not pushing on B main, well, guess what? They're either posted up on site, they're cheating a site, or they're looking to push somewhere. And that tells the rest of the attacking team that they have to slow things down and be a bit more patient. And with that opening pick back and forth really quickly, you also hit on it, Eric. There is so many trades back and forth, transitions between these two teams, and it's great. So eventful to see how they want to manage it. But off that pick, interesting to see Nyx not looking to contest. They could have easily hopped on that A site with some Omen smokes to get him on there.
Yeah, and his dimensional work coming now from Alpha Claw, going to get as much information as he can. I don't think he gets much though. As three members sitting here. Ooh, Owa was going to get taken out as well. That is going to make it very difficult now for the rest of the members of Nyx to push through this smoke and get onto this site safely. As you do see Dream going for the very, very long flank. He'll be here. He'll be here next Christmas. By the time he does get to the remaining members of Nyx, Rob just waiting here, holding this angle, hoping that he gets something. Does not see anyone though. He's going to pull off, fire through the smoke, doesn't find anyone there, as he's going to get taken out himself by Vims, and now Cowpie has to hold the angle, is going to get the kill, is going to see the spike fall, and now Bagel in a really rough position. Blind is going to go out, is going to buy him a little bit of time, is going to get that spike almost picked up. So Grium is going to get a kill, but
Last round.
defenders still win it. Time ran out on that one. They took too long, and that slow methodical play almost backfired on them.
Interesting moments back and forth here, despite the roughness of what that round really was to me. Prof dumping a paranoia and not swinging off of it. I was thinking in my head, oh, well, here we go, right? Nyx is going to get sight. They're not going to have enough utility for the retake, and from there, it's going to be a complete jibber-jabber situation. But when it comes down to it, Mommy Lovers hit some sick shots, and they're so good at connecting, and rightfully so on the opposite end of it. Nyx is almost like they're pushing their boundaries a little bit too much. And that time, no, it's working out. Mommy Lovers goes for the adventure. Quick little rolling thunder here as well, Eric, to get us onto that site. Yoru TP is going to go do a great job of traversing the nastiness. Dream, you said it. The Battle Sage gets the one with that Spectre by off a clock. Quick follow-up. Vim's looking great on the board, but this is what Nyx does. After they play it slow, they bring in that fire and really bring up that tempo as they're in a 3v2 post-plant situation with South Cream on that op, segregating that lonesome angle behind that Sage wall. Gets a pick onto Prof, leading it down to the lonesome, and also had Cowpie now getting picked up by three members at his Geo to bring it home. And what an amazing round by Nyx and a great half.
Switching sides.
Yeah, that will bring it right back to 2 rounds going into this second half. Beautifully played by both teams, realistically. Mommy Lovers, though, letting Nyx kind of come back here and bring it into that 2-round range. Now, this is... If Nyx plays this correctly, this is pistol round and second round to follow up, and they have a tied game. But if Mommy Lovers plays it like they did in the first half, they just open this lead up even further and get closer and closer to that double-digit number, and eventually the win.
Patience is a virtue here. Pistol rounds are going to be telltale, albeit we've seen on Split so far that it hasn't been the only love note to seal the deal for either of these two teams. You called it a warm-up. Kind of feel the same now. One way's dropped here. Richie ain't going to be peeking that B main anytime soon. Getting some opportunity. We'll see as the ticker goes on. What is Nyx going to be doing? They're playing a bit more of a different approach, however. They don't have that Sage, so their mid requires a little bit more control and attention, and that is going to be with the double up towards male in this case.
Here.
Yeah, the spike as well, not in any hands. Just kind of sitting, hanging out.
Here.
Not being just touched yet. As again, we're seeing the slow methodical play come out as well now by Mommy Lovers. This is going to be, I feel, a very long second half, as Oao is going to find Cowpie, and that will be the first pick of this second half. Ooh, Prof finding Bagel, and now Vim's finding Richie. Dream trading one more back, as Dream is going to see Geo there. Is going to turn on him, but Geo doesn't even care. Geo says, don't worry, I have a ghost, and the accuracy of a god takes out 2 members of Mommy Lovers, and that right there should be the beginning of the lead-in to the tie of this game so far.
Yeah, it could very well be the case. I mean, this is just pistols, and I'm kind of just sitting back in my Santa Claus chair. I don't even really know what a Santa Claus chair looks like. If anyone in chat knows what a Santa Claus chair looks like, hit me up, drop me an Amazon link.
Is it a throne?
Is it a throne? I'm asking you, and I'm asking chat. What is it?
That's
I said I put 2 words together. I don't even know if they exist. Like, what is a Santa Claus chair even a thing?
I don't know what it is considered actually. I don't know if Santa Claus sits on a throne because of his higher power and magical capabilities, but someone in the chat figure it out for us, please.
Right there.
An Amazon link will do something.
One enemy remaining.
But nonetheless,
The last of them.
we are going to see a very quick round, and that is Geofu getting the last kill in that round to tie it all up. Right now, Nyx bring it back to 7-7 and look to take the lead 8-7 in this next round.
Gun
And eventually the game, with how they're playing, they have done so well. Vims with a Phantom in hand. Definitely scary to go up against this man. Him and Geofu just absolutely running this map with the help of OWOW and Selgrium as well. When he had that op, doing so much. Full joint effort by the side of Nyx is what I will say. Oh my god. Prob getting 2 big kills. Vims shutting it down eventually, but now 3 versus 4 with a quick, well, not so much of a quick rotate because this is a big map. Going to be a little bit of an elongated rotate as they get their cardio absolutely tested to go from A to B. Getting through though, Selgrim not going to let it be done easily as he gets 1 kill onto Calpie, is going to have Vims refiring down this hallway. Not going to get any kills though. Offclaw holding up, and now the Sage Wall to kind of slow down any push through this backside here. Definitely rough now. Bike is down and retake is underway.
Shadows traveling.
Picking, got to see Nyx move, and Selfream had a good little pick. I love to see it. Vim's now some turbulence coming out. The Sage venturing straight, getting out the middle of sight. Dream here, far from passive, just floating around. Mike Tyson light toes in this boxing arena, covering that site like it's nobody's business. Huge plays. I love it. Mommy Lovers, man. Their shots, just some different stuff. Dream now 13 and 10, contributed on defense, looking that much better on this offensive side of things, and bringing a whole different play style that Nyx really hasn't been able to adapt to, at least in these first couple rounds. But we'll see what happens here. We've got initial, the initial heebie-jeebies out of the way, and we're playing a map that we're all a little bit, for lack of better words, dry on. Is that a good word?
Time to jump.
Old. Yeah, so we're just kind of figuring things out and getting warmed up again.
Yeah, this is going to be another huge trade. Dream getting 2 huge kills and a res there is going to spell trouble for Nyx. Mommy Lovers not wasting any time now to make sure that they get their lead back, as Offclaw is going to grab Geofu on this aggressive push through. Looking like they're just going to say, you know what, we were going to rotate off to B, and now I think we can just take A, no questions asked.
I love how relentless split can be, right? In a moment's notice, a rotate can turn into a complete site take, right? Just when you think you're going sewers, the site's literally 1.2 feet away of where you were going. It's the polar opposite of something like Breeze, where to get out from a site, you're gonna have to absolutely run a half marathon to get to any reasonable position to go ahead and get around through, right? The rotates are massive. There's so many little hop points around here that getting from site to site is immensely quick. Selkrium now has Omen support, but support's maybe a loose term in the case that it is a 2v5. They're going to be looking to get some exit picks. Vims is kind of traversing that spawn area. Calpie taking a battle towards mid. Nice little catch there on the side cam as Calpie picks off that Cell Cream. Now they got to go and find this ever so sanctified Omen here. Just hanging around towards B side, waiting for an exit pick. I'm sure Mommy Lovers will be very content getting this exit if they can, but even if they don't, the round itself, monumental.
Absolutely. And another win for Mommy Lovers, making it a 2-round lead. They are 1 away now from hitting double digits here. And realistically, they're looking a lot better. They're looking a lot better than the last few rounds that they played in that first half. More so back and forth rather than dominant like they are showing right now. But again, we can't count Nyx out because they went 5 rounds in the first half, no life shown, just to pull it back and tie it up entirely in the second half. So we will see how the slow methodical play goes between both of these teams, as Calpie is going to grab Bagel, and that is already advantage for Mono to go on into this round. Another pick, huge for them. Nyx in a little bit of a situation here, as Olao is the only member to hold his dream, shuts that down. Selkrium with a ghost and exactly that, a dream to push onto this site and be able to do something about it. Neural Theft, though, is going to ping out the last 2 remaining members as hello, wait a minute, Selkrium, oh no! Oh no, he had heart eyes for the gun and gets taken out by Richie on his way to pick it up. That was 2 big picks though from him. Oh, what a shame. All right, well, 10-7 now. Mommy Lovers go up in this game by 3 and hit the double-digit mark. 3 rounds and they will be moving on. But that's if Nyx has anything to say about it.
Yes, this should do.
We brought up the conversation of hard eyes, and it feels like really Nyx do have the hard eyes for just getting picks from onto Mommy Lovers. Like, they are so hungry to get aggressive, and they're paying the price, right? They're venturing out too far. Borderline, I'd say they're hearing the rotates happen, but they're kind of feeding into it, looking to get a transition pick on a rotate or something of that nature. So they got to slow things down, I think, a little bit, and really stick to the roots, kind of like what Mommy Lovers did towards the tail end of that second half. Play on those sites and post up and take it easy. Let them kind of fall into your utility. Let that Cypher wire do what it's supposed to do. I have yet to see one incredible Cypher wire come out to transition into some cage picks. So it's a moment here for Nyx. They're gonna have to figure things out. They do trip the one rather. Cage and Calpie here is going on a cage adventure, slipping on through.
What is going on?
What is this meme? Oh, the wire! The well-placed wire, and it is an absolute blind battle here as Vims is stuck to the boards in the back of sight, but not really afraid. Looking to get the 1, snapping for the 2, but Calpie quick transition gets that pick onto that Omen, and it leaves it down to that 4v3. Sage Wall buying some time, fortune the battle, and Dream never shy from battling. Gets a nice little transition onto Megalock, back and forth, out of heaven for the 2. Lots of peaks coming out here from Mommy Lovers after the plant, but they're paying the price as Nyx quickly solidify 2 picks.
Yeah, that was an absolute mess on site as, are they just gonna stick to the fuse? Are they just gonna stick to the fuse? I think they are just gonna stick to the fuse, and they don't even need to worry because Olao is going to take out both remaining members. Nyx take a round back for themselves.
5 of them or 50 of them. Let's go.
Massive. I mean, I don't know what I just witnessed via POV cam getting onto that site, but it was a roller coaster. I was either in green goop, you know, white noise TV goop, or some other kind of goop, and it was just back and forth. Regardless though, when it comes down, Nyx played their sites and they landed great shots, and I love the attempt made there by Dream, really being that solid Sage player, but there had some in the follow-up, and Nyx are just one off better, holding onto that heaven. Getting onto it though, Mommy Lovers, if they want to hit this A side again, they're gonna have to deal with this heaven, or B side, sorry. If they don't smoke off heaven, they're gonna pay huge amounts of prices. The Sage Wall is not gonna be enough. They can break that in 2 seconds and very quickly get up in your face.
Oh, absolutely. And that's one thing that is rough about Sage, because
I must wait.
realistically, that wall can make or break for you, but at the same time, it can also be a big downfall if you play too aggressive on it, like that, like someone of, I don't know, let's say Grim stature, where you play crazy angles on the wall. But regardless, we're going to see Selkrium. Look for shots. It's not going to get anything but a little bit of damage, and Alpha Claw is going to take him out. Vims and Calpie trading 1 back and forth, turning into a 4 versus 5. Make that a 4 versus 2. Calpie saying, "Shut up, Eric, you lying, no good caster." Going to be dimensional rift. Pulled
One
through.
enemy remaining.
Is now on the back side of this Nyx team. is not going to get anything done, but the last remaining members of Nyx are going to go down, and that is now 11-8 in favor of Mommy Lovers.
Yes, sir. Picking up the pace, picking up the tempo. You like to see it, and I'm really excited before this match ends to see a Mommy Lovers B-side take one more time. I want to see if they've managed to make those little adjustments and deal with the Heaven situation, but not before a quick little timeout here. And as we hit this timeout, I think if production is ready, we're going to go ahead and mention that awesome little Christmas fiasco that I was talking about earlier. We said there's going to be some fun stuff depending on how many teams do sign up here for our event, and 16 teams was one random team wins some GLG socks, 32 teams gets one random team wins of $525 VP cards, so that's going to be Riot Point cards. So one random team wins it. I apologize. And in this case, scrolling on down, I'm going to go ahead and bring that up if it's possible. If not, I'm going to drop it anyways. Tactical Ovens, congratulations, winner of the GLG socks, and team name 5% Tax have won the $525 VP cards as well. So spoil yourself with some good old goodies from the Riot store if that makes you happy, and enjoy your Christmas. Happy holidays from the GLG team. And if you haven't picked up some socks, as you can see here, do it. Get on that tip and come back to the game though in the reality and ask yourself, I see a lot of hype by the way in chat for Mommy Lovers and Nyx. A lot of good energy here on this holiday event. I gotta see it turn up one more notch. We're at the tail end of this matchup. Who's gonna take it, Eric, and where are your beans at?
Ooh, honestly, I can't put it in anyone's hands just yet. I mean, Nyx has shown us already that they are capable of making the comeback, but
Spike
when Mommy
down,
Lovers do
B.
exactly this and get 3 huge picks right off the bat and don't even allow
I know
Nyx
exactly
to breathe, it just shows why they are currently in the lead at 11-8, but Selkrium just not even letting my words
One
come to
enemy
fruition
remaining.
with him taking a shot right to the head of one of the members of Mommy Lovers, but that is going to be again round 12 or more so point 12 for
Match
Mommy
point.
Lovers, putting them at match point. If anything, I think it will go to Mommy Lovers, but I can't give them that definitively because of how
goes
well
here.
Nyx came back in the first half. We will have to see.
Patience, Senor. Don't get too ahead of yourself. It's all about pacing yourself here on Pit of Valor and taking it easy. We've seen monumental things in the days of Split when it was alive and well at GLG and in the map
goes
rotation. It's funny though, right? Cypher is such a great little agent
there.
until it isn't a great agent and nothing actually does anything when they don't come to your site. It's kind of heartbreaking being a Cypher. You're just kind of hanging out, waiting for action, and then nothing really happens. Or they bust up your trip and you can't do your 6 trip cage combos and you cry a little bit. So, yeah. I'm waiting for that big banger moment here, and the banger could be for Mommy Lovers as they look to, like you said, finish up this matchup, or it could go to the side of Nyx and they could completely come back and take us to that OT, which I would be so down for on this split only event.
A little bit of damage though. Done. Though, hello? What happened to me just now? I went with the D sound and ended up saying a little bit of damage dough. Anyways, Richie. Trying to get this plant down. He's not going to get it. 2 members down. 3 members down though on the other
Spike
side.
down.
Mommy Lovers going down. It's all to take this for himself, but he's not going to be able to do it. And Nyx hold on for one more round. What a very quick and explosive one at that.
Me love it when I see Yoru's utilizing pop flashes, really just leaning into the utility of what Yoru's all about. Don't get me wrong, useful agent to a certain extent, but by certain extent, I mean a very, very certain extent. When executed well, it can be so slippery and can get so much great information, and maybe Split is that map where it excels the best, right? I don't really quite know, but so far, looking back and forth, these two teams are having a monumental holiday matchup and are well on their way to hopefully this OT situation. Running it back one more time. Same B take though. This is what I'm really excited for, Eric, is can they manage this B site take and solidify the Heaven situation? You can see Breach already dropping down onto site and Yoru being that post up towards Mail. Smoke blocks off their vision, and very quickly Mommy Lovers just chill out a bit, knowing that they don't have too much attempts of that B site as long as Omen is around.
All right, we're going to see the slow methodical take again after that very much so failure of a round with quick play, getting a little ahead of themselves, wanting to just end out this game. But I mean, honestly, that could very easily have been the beginning of the end for Mommy Lovers if Knicks capitalize on that round.
You guys just saw what happened there, but that Yoru was straight up like an Australian sheepdog, just herding a bunch of sheep towards an early area. Like, pop the ultimate, and everyone's like, nope, I'm running the complete opposite way. Laced it up and went right off to that A side. You can see now, Mommy Lovers are making that move on towards A now. Seekers coming on through, but those get quickly whacked off. Dream wall to block off the push on through, but that's only as useful as it is when it comes to down to WoW & Co. smashing that wall, looking to get with this retake, but they got time. They got to be methodical and got to play into some of that utility. Prof doesn't really care that Megalock has got a flash, gets the one, gets the two, forcing the push, kick out from elbow, but Dream is able to get the one and the two. Your Battle Sage going absolutely nuts here in this matchup. The winners of this particular game, Mommy Lovers, coming clutch 13-9.
Dude, Battle Sages, I'm telling you, one of my favorite. I mean, I can't I can't get enough of Battle Sages, man. I swear, my favorite player is Grim because of his aggressive play style, his crazy walls, and how much fun he just tends to have on that agent. But this is going to be Mommy Lovers moving on 13-9. Was it 7, 8, 9? 9? Okay. 13-9. Moving on. I listen, man. I just said numbers and hope I was right. Knicks, though, going home in this first round. Hopefully, we'll see them next. Oh, not next week because we're not here next week. We're taking a little bit of a break for the new year to come in. So, hopefully, we'll see them in 2 weeks.
And I want to do one thing quickly before we go off to the break. I want to reiterate the prize win of what we kind of gave out. So part of the shindig for this event was that depending on how many teams signed up, we'd have some fun things to give away. And I didn't make mention of the most important part, which I'll get to. But again, the winner of the awesome GLG socks is Tactical Ovens. That was based on hitting that 16 team sign up on communitygaming.io. From there, we had the 32 team sign up tier, which was the $5 $25 VP cards, and that went out to 5% tax. So congratulations. And I'm super, super heartbroken and absolutely bamboozled that the community didn't come through with this one. We were going to host a 1K tournament, and that was conditional on the fact of hitting 64 teams. So if that's something you guys are interested in, I know it's Christmas is passing, but go ahead and spam the marbles out of Ben at GL Gaming Loungers on Twitter, get in Discord, and hopefully we can make that a reality in some shape or form in 2023. That would be awesome, but I'm super disappointed in y'all. Y'all made Santa very, very, very sad. So it's okay. Very, 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 very,
very angry.
I'm very angry. No, I'm kidding. Wow.
Daddy's not happy.
No, definitely not. No. Daddy is not pleased. Oh God. Let's go ahead and send it off to break. We're gonna come back for game number 2. Hope everyone's having fun. I know we are. I'm out of coffee or whatever was in this. I don't really know, but I'm gonna get another beverage. Y'all should do the same thing as well. And come on right back here to the desk. We're gonna go to a quick break. Game number 2 is around the corner. Stay tuned.
Battling. Oh, what a flash!
Jingle them bells and frolic. Oh my gosh, some stolly. Eggnog, gin and tonic make Yuletide gay and jolly. Same procedure every year. I just can't get enough. I drink till Rudolph reappears. A toast to him, that red-nosed dear. Jingle them bells and frolic, it's the best day of the year. Come fly with me now, Rudy. I'm loaded. I count the hours and minutes till the last week of December. For me, the Christmas spirits flow as early as September. It's the best of seasons. Come and raise your glass and sing. No need for other reasons. Glory to the newborn King. I drink to Santa and his helpers too. Here's to mistletoes and here's to you. Jingle them bells and frolic, come, let's sing and dance and cheer. It's the best time of the year, the best day of the year. Yes, it is the best day of the year. Hear, hear.
Merry Christmas, baby. Reindeer's coming out to play. Santa Claus is packing the presents, making sure you've been behaving okay. Merry Christmas, honey. Yeah. The snowman's dusting off his hat, on the show for everybody, to give them a smile that lasts another year. There's something that happens when sleigh bells are ringing, when December is, when the children are singing, yeah. Merry Christmas, baby. Merry Christmas, baby. The snow is laying 2 feet deep. Now wish upon a falling star, so all your secret dreams can come true. There's something that happens when sleigh bells are ringing, when December is, when the children are singing, yeah. Merry Christmas, baby. Ooh, yeah. There's room at the table for big and for small. All the fire is popping, the chestnuts are cracking, yeah. Merry Christmas, baby. There's something that happens when something that happens when December ends, when December ends, yeah. Oh, it's Merry Christmas, baby. Merry Christmas, baby. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. It's Merry Christmas, baby. Yeah. It's Merry Christmas, baby.
not wasting any dreams this Christmas. I've made my wish upon that star. The only dream of which my list consists is to always be wherever you are. This year there will be no praying for the snow to fall. It would not make a difference to me at all. No, I'm not wasting any dreams this Christmas. I've made my wish and it came true. No, there is no denying I am as lucky as can be. This year the wishing star has shone its light on me. I'm as happy as a child on Christmas. I've made my wish and it came true. All I want for Christmas is you.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up.
Maybe not! Are
Wait,
you
what?
serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
All right, everybody, welcome back. It is time for map number 2 of the evening. Let's get it underway. Happy holidays and Merry soon-to-be Christmas. I'm not going to see you guys until 2023, so might as well drop a Happy New Year while I'm at it. Heck, let's get it all done. Love that little Santa thing that just runs across the top there. Awesome. So let's get down to it, my guy. We got through map number 1 of Split. It was an absolute banger. Knicks and Mummy Lovers went absolutely hard. Now we get to follow Mummy Lovers in their journey. They're going up the fantastic team known as none other than Kevin I love the simplicity and the wholesomeness of that. Let's get down to it. Talk about some great things before we get down to the game itself. I did mention the awesome little prize that we had for having 32 teams sign up this week. That was great. Congrats to those winners. We have an important thank you to give out to community gaming, because I think this is really important. We're rounding off 2022. We're not going to see y'all till 2023, and community gaming has been such a notable contributor and supporting factor in what GLG has been week in and week out. We upped our prize pool from the $50 to $250 a week, and that was all thank you to community gaming. We had some awesome events. We brought forth Hollow Heroes for Overwatch. We've had Val and Chill come up and go. We've had so many great things at GLG, and it's been a very, very festive and awesome year. So a big thank you to CG as well for keeping it real and making us so happy, and hopefully making our fellow viewers and competitors equally as happy as well. And thank you to our community too. Eric, we've had so many great teams, members and viewers alike keep GLG alive in what it is today. So a big thank you to them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we also have to give a big thank you to our production team that does such a great job week in and week out, making sure that we look good, we're taken care of, and that more so the show does run. Because without them, we'd kind of be non-existent. We would not be in this whole spiel that we have here. We wouldn't have Santa going across.
This.
We wouldn't have this, all of this. So definitely thank you to them. I mean, huge shout out to Ben as well for being the absolute workhorse that he is, running it. Not so much behind the scenes, because he is the forefront of everything GLG. I mean, that man is GLG. If there wasn't that man, there would not be GLG. So honestly, it has been a great year with him, with everyone behind the production team, with all the casters, as well as everyone that has been viewing these streams, that has been interacting with us online, on Twitter, joining the Discord. Our community is honestly second to none. You guys are the best, and we appreciate all of you. So, like Strive said, a happy new year and happy holidays to all of you guys from us here at GLG, as we do get into round 2 of this Pit of Valor 109. We're going to see a Yoru locked in again on Off a Claw, looking like the basically same thing, except Richie has opted onto this Sky instead of that Fade. And on the other side, there is going to be the Breach, Killjoy, Yoru, Astra, and okay, wait a second, maybe there's not
Select
someone
your
locked in,
agent.
because Wham and Local Janitor have not decided who's going to play Yoru. Maybe there's a coin flip going on for this. But I will tell you, Kevin himself from Kevin is on that Killjoy, and that is all that matters.
Yeah, as long as Kevin is doing Kevin things, then that's okay, right? The rest of the team can just be AFK. We just need Kevin. I mean, the team name is Kevin. We're having a good time here. Love the solidification of the teams here. Not surprised to see Alpha Claw back on that Yoru. They had a great showing on Split. I love it. This is the iconic part about this entire week. It's like you'd walk in saying, oh, they had a great run on Split, but guess what? They're playing Split. And guess what? If they win this one, they're also playing Split. And guess what? If they win that one, guess they're still playing Split. So brace yourselves. By tomorrow, you're going to be saying Split in your dreams and at all times. And we take no responsibility for any of that here at GLG. But let's get down into it here. Can Mommy Lovers continue their saga and come in big with what we're hoping to see is another round win on Split as well?
Yeah, I mean, we will be seeing Split all day. I'm sure other teams are enjoying other maps right now, but we will be right here between these two sites, as we do see Mommy Lovers lining up onto this A site. Excuse me. We are going to also see Kevin himself lined up on this A site. So I'm excited to see what Kevin from Kevin can do as Kevin himself.
Eric, go ahead. Please just take us through the life of Kevin right now. The floor is yours, Chief.
Decoy.
Well, that's fair. So Kevin was born in a very small town in Scandinavia, right?
What?
Bunch of whaling done by his family, and mind you, not on big boats, only in kayaks. Very interesting choice of hunting methods. They don't hunt with spears, they only hunt with grenades, which I don't even think can get down far enough to affect the whales. So not a very successful whaling family to begin with. I don't know how they realistically bring as much money as they do in. It might be dirty money and laundered, but Kevin, with that said, you know what, I have a dream to be a great Valorant player, and he created his own team known as Kevin, naming himself Kevin, not originally Kevin when he migrated to the US to play. Mind you, Kevin's name was Three Clicks, which again, not a traditional Scandinavian name. As you do see Kevin holding this site alone, is going to get 1 kill, is going to get taken out, but that is not for anything less than a win, because the rest of his team is going to avenge his death. They have made a complete and total blood oath between each other to always avenge Kevin. And right there, Claw being taken out in the name of Kevin. Ready dropping, trying to avenge Kevin. And now Rayhand, the last member of Kevin, shooting through this wall, going to look for another clutch. But Dream is going to turn this into a nightmare for him as he screams Kevin's name with his last dying breath. I don't know if you want to know more about Kevin, but I could always tell you. Kevin is Swedish for Kevin, which is where the name derives from. It is an anecdotal derivative. Mind you, it stems from the idea of the theory which states that Kevin exists. Kevin being that of a compound structure as well as a fraction, which is almost entirely impossible in any form of literature. He goes against all odds, and I don't know how much more I can go, but Mommy Lovers taking this to the team of Kevin. Cowpie now looking to grab local janitor. Now a 3 versus 2. Kevin, I can't with this. This is so confusing to me.
No, you're good.
So
my brain's broken, by the way.
I'm sweating right now because of Kevin. And there he is. There he is, the man, the myth himself, with nothing but a shorty and pure rage-induced murderous intent. Kevin is going to definitely pull off of. I'm confused. Where's Kevin going? Kevin is swinging his sword at a wall. But local janitor says, don't worry about it, Kevin. I will kill and die for you, as he takes out another member, but drops from Claw. Kevin coming back as the last hope of Kevin, as we would expect. Going to look left, look right, and get taken out. That is it. Good night. That is Kevin going down 0-2. Mommy Lovers are in for a rude awakening, though, when Kevin finally goes Super Saiyan 8.
Right on. That was
That's your response.
That was the saga of Kevin. I hope somebody puts that somewhere on the internet, so in 2040 I can come back and be like, that was a really good situation about Kevin.
It was a good time.
It was a good time. I want to talk about something important, though, which, I mean, oddly enough, it involves Kevin and Cowpie, right? For me, KJ has been one of my better and more, not better, but one of my more staple selections when it comes down to agents on this map, right? KJ, I think, has utility that can do a little bit more and doesn't necessarily depend on people crossing boundary lines, if you know what I mean. So from that perspective, I'm a great fan of it. I like to see KJ come through, and we'll see how that kind of pans out for them. But looking at the scoreline, obviously 2-0 is the situation, like you pointed out yourself, and we're gonna have to just be diligent to see what can change. This is Split. We saw great mid attempts, great contests, and very slow and fast-paced rounds. But what I love most about Split, and it really comes down to gunfights. That's been the staple point. Back in the day, I don't know if people remember the saga and the meta of Viper on Split, but there was a time and place when Viper was selected for every single game, and it was done exclusively for mid control, and it was to put that Viper wall down, drop that orb as well, and from there you can essentially negate any mid take attempt from any team. And it was disgusting. It was not fun. I think that's part of the reason why Split was absolutely nerfed. Like, you could not get up middle, and how does that make you feel? Like absolute garbage. So it boiled down to the better Viper player shutting down middle, and from there the rest of the team would go ahead and just collapse on you, and you'd be absolutely kerbangled. You wouldn't know what to do. So yeah, coming off the timeout, it's an early timeout, albeit, but I'm just curious to see what's changed. You know, what was the intent of that timeout on round number 3?
It was a tech pause.
Was it?
Yes, it was a tech pause, so there was no timeout taken by any teams. Yes, it was just a tech pause, as Wham! Doing exactly that. Bamming on this A site. Beautifully done. That is one quick pick. Local Janitor following up on Calpie as Alpha Claw is going to get taken out as well by Ready, and now Local Janitor has that. That's cool, man. That takes me back to the Modern Warfare 2 days with that heartbeat sensor on that gun. That's so cool looking. That's so cool looking. I like that. Anyways, excuse my little moth brain for going and paying attention to things that light up.
No, you're good, man. If there's nothing wrong with moth brain liking light up things. I'm kind of the same in some cases. And speaking of light up, my Christmas tree is absolutely lit right now. I hope everyone, you know what we should do? Chat, if you're here and if you are of the festive type, do us a solid. If you got a picture of your Christmas tree, drop us an at GL Gaming Lounges and share the photos with us, because I'll be honest with you, I love looking at photos of people's Christmas trees. They're inspiration for me as to what I want to do to mine next year. And of course, they just make me feel warm and fuzzy, and they just look so awesome with all the lights and ornaments. So please share that with us if you can do so kindly. But back to the game now, with Kevin getting their first round. It's so weird how I'm calling Kevin as a collective group. It's awesome. Getting their first round back into it. You can see Honey Lovers slow and steady does her here. Spike come towards that B side. They're looking for that B pinch out of Mail, and with some of the changes now that have been made, there's no Sage to block off that B heaven like we've seen before. Big paint shells. Gonna go ahead and do some damage off to Calpie and friendly Yoru sitting there. Local Janitor showstopper. Let it stop. Setting it through to mid. Do we get a tag? No, but Calpie very low HP, and that Yoru equally so. Despite that, Ray gets that one. Still, Calpie pigeonholed. A little bit of a satchel. Comes out, Calpie, the better angle. Gets the pick onto Janitor now, and Kevin quick action towards that B side at main, and they've made their way onto site. Fake planting, but everybody is here from Kevin for the most part, ready to collapse in the retake and at least halt it. Crosshair placement was good, but not fast enough against Richie's quick little swing there.
Oh man, Ready taking out Calpie though on a beautiful peek around that corner. Going to now turn this into a 3 versus 2 advantage for Kevin, and it is so funny going the whole team Kevin. I mean, Kevin is an entity in itself, but as well as a team nonetheless. As Ready, Richie, Rayhand, whew, a huge round by Mommy Lovers, shutting down Kevin in that 4th round. I really have to think every time that I say Kevin. It kind of resets me.
It's okay. You process it, do your thing, because it is a name and it is a team as a whole collective, but that's okay. Mommy Lovers now 3-1 on the scoreline here at GLG. We struggle with the simple things in life. Oh man. Don't count us out. We can get really technical and tactical on you guys in terms of casting, but when it comes to phonetics, just throw us in the dumpster while you're at it. I'm kidding. Quick little bit of action here, and Astra, another notable point here, was a great agent that was selected for many games and was a top pick on Split now. Prof shutting down that Astra. Canceling that TP is Wham now, looking to get back to safety. Coming out of the smoke, Dream pays the price now. Fake TP here, coming in through. Alphaclaw is dancing. Just being the beacon of life here, pinging out where the opposition is. On the backside of Rayhand. Nice transition, good ultimate usage there from Mommy Lovers. And that's part of the gig here. You pick you stack up the ult points, and all of a sudden life just gets that much better as Calpie cleans up that final pick onto Kevin and passes that round over on. Don't stop, Eric. At some point, we have to really be serious, okay? We can't do this anymore.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I like to hear. Santa's happy. 4-1 your score line.
You don't have to be happy.
Who's not happy?
I'm gonna stop ahead. I'm gonna stop while I'm ahead.
Oh my god. No, I'm pulling your leg here, Chief. Gotta have some fun now and again. 4-1 your line out. Mommy Lovers looking great. Obviously they're warmed up on Split. I don't know what Kevin played in their previous matchup, what map they dabbled in, but doesn't seem like it's been Split. We saw this in the previous game though, so don't get too far ahead of yourself. A lot of big shells activities coming out here. Rayhan, nice little tap onto Alphaclaw, getting aggressive towards B main, and now would be a great time to back it up, but instead, no, Wham here. Huge flash on the push, but the Paranoia shuts down that aggression. Dream sends that Yoru packing right back on home. Mural tap, Trailblazer, Ray playing that close angle, falling back to safety, and Mommy Lovers does hear that, and they funnel right on through to the site to take it. Richie off the back side, getting the one. Quick nullification of that turret sitting towards heaven. And really quickly now, Mommy Lovers have established their dominance on this B site yet again.
Drop the spike.
Oh man. All right. Well, B site is going to be the site for plant. as Reddy is going to hold through this garage, is going to wait a little bit. And Kevin
ultimate is ready.
taking out the head of Prof. Beautifully
player
done.
standing.
Ooh, Reddy though. Having to go in the 1 versus 2. Dream closing it out, taking Kevin down. Kevin himself, that is. That is now 1-5. Mommy Lovers up by 4. Beautifully done so far. I don't know if we're going to see the same thing that we saw last time, where they have 5 points to their name and then everything just goes downhill from here into a tie in the second half. We will have to see, because Kevin did the one thing that oh gosh, did I really forget? Nyx could not. Hello? Jeez. Did the one thing that Nyx could not do, and that was get a round off of Mommy Lovers in the first 5. So maybe that curse is broken for the side of Mommy Lovers. They won't have the comeback mounted on them. But as I say that, trades go out 1 for 1 as Wham takes out Richie. Richie taking out one more member on the side of Kevin, as Prof is going to spray through this smoke, try and find something, but no one has the spike here. They're just trying to get picks and information first before anything, as Wham takes out off a claw.
Time to jump.
Maybe this is the mounted comeback. I might have jinxed it. I don't know yet, because that is already 2 down for Mommy Lovers, 4 versus 3 in favor of Kevin.
Interesting observation and conversation point here is seeing just how mobile Yoru has been in this map, right? And we say this map is split, could be any map, but Chamber got a bit of a whack on the head. Was it to really bring Yoru back? I mean, if you look at it from a TP perspective, yes, it might not be as quick as what Tour de Force was, but it's still great how mobile it is, and it has massive range if you think about it. Great opportunity to get aggressive, get info, and be in a complete different area code. And from the side of Kevin and co, they've got things really well locked down. Super patient, not overly aggressive. They get their second round to their name and are waking up at it, priming up, warming up, heating up. You like to see it. But yeah, conversation again, you know, to be had. Yoru, maybe the Chamber replacement, question mark? I don't really know. But I do like what I'm seeing out of both Wham and Alpha Claw in this matchup.
Yeah, no, definitely making real good use of this Yoru to both sides more so, as Kevin closed out that round for Kevin with 2 kills on his cell. So that will not be Mommy Lovers continuing to rain on Kevin's parade. He and the rest of his team are going to grab another round for themselves, putting Mommy Lovers potentially into a very rough spot. As Local Janitor is going to grab off a claw, but Richie's not going to let that go untraded as Wham
Spike down,
makes a
B.
trade of his own across the map. As now, yes, Prof will make it out. Wham, headhunting here. Going to get headhunted himself by Richie. And now, there go the spooky squids. Going to find any information they can. Not going to get enough. One more kind of, cruising out. As, Big Stun comes out. Ready, going to take out Proof. And now, Rayhand looking for Richie. They know he's back there as he takes shots at Rayhan, not going to hit them. This spike is still down, by the way. They know that.
Blinded.
The side of Kevin
player
knows where this
standing.
spike is. Rayhan taking out Richie. Now it's a 1 versus 2. I don't think they know where the last embrace is not going to be able to. Oh my goodness. That could have been bad, but Kevin clutching it out for Kevin. 3-5 now. Are we seeing the cursed comeback of the 5 points of Mommy Lovers?
Could be. I mean, Kalpa had a great flank going on there, and you were right on what you pointed out. Defenders knew exactly what they were doing. They had the spike, they had great control. What I love most with Rayhan posted up in garage there is the Seekers came out from Richie and immediate aftershock was right there behind it, expecting that they were going to swing off that sky ult, but they couldn't. That's utility usage at its finest. Breach may not be the most stellar agent in terms of fragging out per se, or unless you are fragging out, but the utility that you're doing as a breach is just great, and they know they have to be patient and smart. Jiggling on to Wham, baiting that op shot and forcing Wham to reposition a little bit here. And I like what Mommy Lovers is doing now. Back to their usual default. Reddy takes a fight, falls short, and you got to be careful, man. This is Dream after all, who's been monumental in the previous matchup and also in this one now. Gets that opening pick and forcing Kevin to be a little bit more fluid in what they want to do, right? Leaving that KJ to play that solo
Spike
A position,
down, mid.
picking some fights here. Janitor gets Richie, but as per Mommy Lover's agenda, there's a quick trade on the board right away. Heals, regenerating right back on through. Rez comes back, and this is monumental for Mommy Lovers. Like I said, when it comes down to having something for every moment, they truly do. Whether it's a Yoru ult, whether it's a Rez, there's always something in Mommy Lovers' back pocket to get them back in the round.
Yeah, and you're gonna see that Sage wall go up as Rayhan's gonna try and buy a little bit of time. Dimensional Rift comes up for off a claw. Pops a big blind there, is going to get into heaven here. Oh my, this could potentially be really bad for the side of Kevin. Oh man, off a claw with 30 health and a few bullets. Going to look for more kills. Ram in a bit of a position here. Yep, Dream is gonna take him out. And Mommy Lovers close down that idea of a quick comeback, taking this to 6-3.
Contrast compared to the previous matchup has been that middle. I haven't seen any real solid mid to male pinches onto B or mid to male wraparounds into spawn or something of that nature. It's been kind of left unattended. We've been looking towards the B main and A main areas respectively, and it's been limited in that sense. I'm kind of looking forward to some more exploration of that map, but you said it yourself, 63 score line, a bit more of a different approach now for Mommy Lovers. Completely bunched up towards the A side. Wham getting aggressive yet again, popping the wrong Yoru, but it's right enough that it doesn't get him flashed away as the rest of the team is rotating. They've sold that fake, and a huge stack kip and caboodle towards the A side means that B is absolutely open for the taking now.
Yeah, as you see all the members of Kevin over here on this A side, more so out on the spawn of Mommy Lovers. Spike
I know exactly
to go down soon. Yep, Dream getting that plant down.
Spike planted.
But as this is happening, trades are going out left and right, and 2 members on each team are taken out. Beautifully done, so that kind of evens things up. Potentially get some guns in hands for Kevin. Not exactly out of the woods yet, though, as Prof is going to get tagged there. Not going to really affect him. World Divide comes out. Oh boy, Dream taking out Ready, and Kevin trading for Dream. Now a 1 versus 1. As Alpha Claw is gonna have to do his best, and he does exactly that, taking out Rayhan, upping another round in his favor.
Better watch that.
What a swing. I mean, you pin Alpha Claw in an unfortunate position and the capitalization occurs. Huge. Love that clutch. Just not left in a position with too many options, unfortunately, but I just love the fact that the shot connected. Really speaks to that Yoru's strengths. Despite the Cosmic Divide coming out from Ready, we didn't get the result we so hoped for. And I'll reiterate again, Astra on this map really is strong. Superbly strong when it's alive and well. And a well-placed Astra can play the game of 6 Omens if she really wanted to. So it's about really being upfront and personal and dealing with the utility early on. And Prof does just that. Quick push from Wham, shutting it down. Showstopper comes up from Janitor, and a swing from Kevin right out of heaven here out of ramp. Satcheling on through. Boombot gets the info, hopefully, that Janitor needs to know that there might still be a party here, and I gotta be patient, but no. Just kind of thinking and bonking around the corner. Might be enough to say that, listen, some funny stuff is happening. They've left, and rightfully so they have. We got that mid Explorer 2 now here, Eric. Hitting up that male. Rayhan playing superbly passive, and I like this, right? When you're in a position where you don't have much control, you're down a member, you want to play passive, or up a member, sorry. Playing passive is the right choice, and go for that retake strat.
Oh no, now Dream goes out. They know exactly where Spike is, but does it really matter? Calpie taking 1 out is going to look for the second, is gonna get the second. That's gotta feel good, as now Mommy Lovers trying to get on site. Oh no, Calpie, that is not what you want. As Alpha Claw is going to try his best to get this spike down and then defend it. Does exactly that. And now Calpie, uh-oh, this could be really bad. And it's exactly that. Alpha Claw not able to do enough. And this is going to be another defuse by Kevin. Well, by Kevin.
We defend this place, all.
Yeah, we hit the high notes of what was really important about that previous round, which was the overall
Last
passivity
round
of
in
that
the
defender's
half.
side, right? They were up in numbers, they sat back, gave up heaven, gave up sight, and said, listen, we'll play the retake, we'll conserve utility, let things kind of recharge and come back to life, and we'll go from there. And worked out marvelously. Sitting on the last round of this half here in map number 2 of our Yoru and Split special. Can we end off with the defender side of Team Kevin getting that 5th? That's the end goal here. Love to see it. Everything's looking relatively nice and primed for Mommy Lovers on the opposing end of A site. Getting ready to take it, and I like it. They have that combination of that KJ with that Nebula option, or the gravity wall to all push on through, and there it is, immediately activated, but they don't really care. Mommy Lovers completely segueing on through. Flash goes in, they run right on by it. They know that it's all a bunch of fakes, and they go ahead with Alpha Claw opening up a quick 1 and 2 off the bat. Janitor from the backside here has satcheled up to a relatively good place, and that might be enough to keep Mommy Lovers in sight for the time being, and really a lot of reliance now on the rotates to come in out of this ramp area to get some picks. But Paranoia comes up from downtown. Prof sends it. No connection as of yet. Site retake imminent. Elbow control looking to be on the radar. Janitor for the 1. Satcheling. Bouncing and bobbing around, but Dream & Co. have got elbow and everything else under lock and key. Mommy Lovers solidify their half 8-4.
Switching sides.
Yeah, that will be as best as they can do it right now. As we do switch sides, you do see that Kevin is down only 4 rounds. Not the worst position here. As, who knows, their attack might be better than their defense, and they might entirely come back into this game and take it for themselves.
That indeed, my dear and beloved elf, Eric. What, you don't want to be an elf? You're giving me that look right now. I can sense it. I'm wearing the Santa Claus outfit.
That's fair.
No? Okay. No.
That's fair.
I'm glad you agree.
I'm just wearing the vulgar Christmas sweater.
Yeah, you're the evil elf, the one that I don't let into the house. No, I'm kidding.
I'm the one that steals presents and sells them on the black market.
Yo, I do the same thing, but what's about to happen? Hold on a moment here. Talk about stealing stuff. It's off-claw stealing picks with Richie and Co. Getting aggressive on B main. As crazy as it is, despite the fact that we haven't seen so much split, it honestly looks like Mommy Lovers have walked into this game with strats. I'm not even kidding you. Or they're just calling stuff on a whim, but it's working superbly well.
Yeah, no, they just took 4 off the map almost immediately, and now only 1 member left on Kevin without Spike, and honestly without hope. Reddy just has to do as much as he can to get any members of Mommy Lovers off this map. Oh no.
What's happening?
Oh no, cow pie. You gotta check your you gotta check your corners. You gotta turn, you gotta look.
Kind of tough when there's 5 people and they could be anywhere there, Chief. So benefit of the doubt a little bit. I mean, I kind of feel. Well, okay. Reddy was in a bad position. It doesn't make it that much better. Tough situation. Cowpie was well positioned. Onwards and upwards here for them. Hopefully, buy round here for the squad of Mommy Lovers as well. Buying whatever they so desire. By the way, I hope everyone gets what they want for Christmas. I really hope you guys have a fantastic one. And I ask you to tweet your Christmas trees at us. Share your gifts too, because it just makes me super happy to see that. And I'm sure we'd all love to bask in the glory of each other's Christmases and what we've wanted and what we got. In this matchup, though, we're really looking to see who wants this game more than the other. This Cowpie, Alpha Claw. Oh my goodness me. I mean, it's winter time. Lawnmowers were put away about 3 months ago, but that was an absolute mo fest from Mommy Lovers that they shut down Kevin on that push.
Yeah, no, that was that was a very convincing round, obviously because of the gun differential. But just like that, double digits for Mommy Lovers. Kevin's going to have to mount a hell of a comeback here if they want to keep their tournament run alive.
Yeah. Agree. 6-round segue on through. We saw in the last matchup something relatively along the lines of a big comeback, but patience is a virtue. Looking around and this time bringing up the tempo a little bit. Oh, you know the Cypher knows what's good when Cowpie's got 108 cages set up for B main. Quickly shutting down the push. Boombot goes right on by. Cowpie with the Guardian. 1 tap to Janitor's head. That's clean work with that. And again, the same type of situation. They've managed to equalize after starting off on the wrong foot, and now they can kind of chill a little bit and take the back seat. Rayhan though says no. Quick little pick. Kalpai might have gone a little bit too adventurous considering the position of that breach in B main and fallen short. With the attackers in the driving seat now, it's that time. You've hit that 1 minute ticker. You got to make a move and group up. And if they can group and hit a site together, I wouldn't be too concerned, as Wham has already gone and adventured very deep into heaven. And that's enough to tell them, guys, come on through. I've got this one little choke point figured out. Y'all just got to worry about sight and ideally deal with the back ends of spawn. Upperclaw setting up a bit of a TP now. Ooh, looking to get away, but Kevin just that much quicker on that swing. 4v2 pick comes out and rotates. Got to be happening. Sage is a bit late to the party, and looks like Kevin and team have got this site under lock and key.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, but Richie picking up a kill there on Wham, grabbing himself a nice Vandal, being able to push through here with a lot stronger of a gun than what he started this round with. Looking to pull off a very big flank here as Kevin is watching this angle already. Dream, though, is going to be here for the crossfire. We'll have to see what happens as these two slowly move on. They're going to see that alarm bot, but it's going to be Kevin going down. A flash going out, ready, blinded, I'm sure, as he's going to be taking out one more left. Rayhan does take out Dream, and that right there is another round in the hands of Kevin.
Yes, sir. It's just this the situation of what Split's been this whole time. This back and forth story of pick after pick after pick, and yeah, I'm just I'm a curious beaver, to be quite frank with you. I'm really wondering where this matchup's going to go after this point. We've kind of come to that equalization point in terms of the finances you can see on the board, and it's anyone's game if they can really step up and bring the heat. Sit back, enjoy. Let's see where this this particular round heads off to.
Yeah, no, I do think both these teams have potential. I mean, we saw what Mommy Lovers did last game with Nyx and how well they came out after more so having a comeback mounted against them that looked very convincing. Keeping their cool and getting themselves out of the maze more so. But we will have to see Kevin here. God dang it.
Down.
Not just Kevin, but it is Kevin killing off a claw. I can't keep up with it. Anyways, Kevin is going to be holding here in this middle piece as Prof, hello? He's gonna grab local janitor. Rayhan though, grabbing him, Richie, grabbing Rayhan, and now Wham taking out Richie. Trades left and right. This is looking really good though for Kevin, having the man advantage. Kevin as well on a very good angle here, as well as the rest of the members of Kevin holding down this site very, very well. Dream still alive, but is the last member. Oh, Kevin.
Never gonna get old. Just accept it at this point.
I know. I'm trying so hard.
I know you are. And that's okay. As long as you're trying, that's all that matters. It's all good. It's all good in the hood here, Chief. But this is what we talked about, right? I kind of called that round that just went by, that 0-0 reset round. And you can see now for the side of Kevin and Co, full buy. Mommy Lovers is absolutely broken in terms of share outs, but don't dismiss about. They can do a number. It's going to be interesting now for Mommy Lovers to deal with this round. Big situation ahead. If they can get this, I would almost call it a signed, sealed, and delivered follow-up round after that. But again, sheriff round needs to be dealt with very, very carefully. As this is that map that has so much verticality, so many opportunities to peek that you can get clubbed out very, very quickly for not paying attention.
Absolutely. And we are going to see this two-man push now off of this A site by the side of Mommy Lovers. Trying to find something. Trying to find someone. But the reality is that nobody's there. Nobody is over there. They're all lined up.
You are divided.
Over here on this B site in garage as they push on the site. Hello, Dream grabbing one is going to pop the blind, is going to get taken out for that. And now you're gonna see a 3 versus 3 situation arise
Spike
as Ready does
planted.
get the plant down. And now Richie, holding behind this wall, is going to get spotted out. Oh man. Oh man, this is
Enemy
huge.
remaining.
Yes, sir. Wham! Coming in, taking out off a claw. And now Richie's going to have to find him. Does see him?
enemy remaining.
Is going to grab him. Is going to get that reload off. The 1 versus 1. Richie popping the spooky squids, is going to figure out where he is going to defuse half. Knows exactly where Ready is going to play it perfect. And that will be Mommy Lovers going up 11-6. Richie playing it cool, calm, and collective. Very calculated, and that right there wins his team the round.
Every adjective you threw out there made complete sense. Cool, calm, collected, calculated, patient, good ultimate usage. What Richie dropped was just good stuff. And look at that board, 20 and 10 top fragging, and rightfully so. Off that win, and what we talked about was that sheriff round. All it takes some love, a couple quick picks, and some really good plays with a gun pickup of the opposing team, and you're right back at it. 11-6 now, Mommy Lovers. Bit of a broken buy coming out from the side of Kevin and Co. Let's see how they can fend for themselves. Obviously, the funnel effect was not the solution. Instead, they're opting back for a bit of a default one more time, leaving that KJ kind of Cypher-esque lurking towards that A side. 3 members, or rather 2 and 1 clone, adventuring towards mid and such, and seeing what they can do. But I love the play from the side of Mommy Lovers too. That Sage Sky combination in Heaven makes mid contest so difficult, offers them quick rotates if one has to leave and go towards A, and if they want to go for a quick flank on through ropes, they can do that as well. There's so much mobility with this, I guess you can call 1-3 or 1-2-1-2 setup, or 1-2-1-1 setup, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. As this rotation is going to come all the way around. I don't know if Richie's going to hear them entirely coming through, but Buck is going to clear out this site and make it a lot harder for Kevin to get on to A, as 2 members hopping around, hopping across. Richie going to take out the last 2 remaining, and that right there is going to bring us to game point for Mommy Lovers.
Yes, sir. The finish line is here, and or is it actually? I take back my my comment. Tough position for Kevin though, as they're really suffering for funds, which was that tipping point that we talked about a couple rounds ago, where the finances reset and Mommy Lovers capitalized on that big sheriff buy, which really put the attackers in a bad place. Setting it up though, looks like they want to end it off with a relatively big bang, going towards that A side. Wham, dropping the TP on through, deep flash. Rolling Thunder as well to block off sight, but way in the wings is Mommy Lovers. They're not even really playing sight per se. They're just playing their positions way back deep. Prof gets the 1, quick trade from Wham, and pop shots into wherever lane it could be. Spike is going down, but I know for a fact Mommy Lovers is not upset about this. They have so much they can deal with. Kevin drops down that lockdown very early on in the round, and I think that's going to give ample opportunity for Mommy Lovers to retake, because in about 4 seconds, which really that lockdown went by really quickly, it's a free-for-all now, and the defenders can fully retake on the site.
Yeah, but Mommy Lovers here with the giant advantage in the form of 1 extra man. No, that is actually 4 extra men. That is going to be the end of the game, the end of the round, and Mommy Lovers moving on yet again, 12-6, beating Kevin out entirely, sending Kevin home to the lands of, where did I say? I don't even remember. Was it Norway? I don't. Scandinavia. It was Scandinavia. I don't. Yeah, back to Scandinavia land. Scandinavia video. Don't just let me go, man. Help me.
No. I love it. I love it. It's all good, man. It's all in good spirit. Kevin is just doing Kevin type things. All good in the hood. Congratulations to Mommy Lovers. Yes, that is 2 consecutive split wins for them. What's great about this Pit of Valor, I mean, as a caster and or potential for a viewer, is you know what you're getting today. You're not going to get 4 Ascents in some other random map. You're getting Split, and you're getting Yoru. So accept it, embrace it, love it. A big shout out again to CommunityGaming.io. I mentioned them before. They've been a nominal supporter and platform for us to host our events on for this year. They were able to support us in upping our prize pool, so a big thank you to them. Part of our I guess, success and thankfulness and everything else has been the GLG Country Club membership. I want to take a quick second to ask our viewers again to sign up for it. It's very simple, not viewers even, viewers and or competitors, whatever. $10 a month. One team member has to hold that membership, and your whole team is part of the Country Club membership. And now what that gets you is priority access and seating and entry into all of our events. And with 2023 coming, we have some big plans in store for a lot of great banger events, which I know are going to fill up. So if you want to contribute to GLG as a whole and our story and saga into the next year, along with getting your team some goodness, go ahead and get yourself a Country Club membership as well. We mentioned the socks. If you haven't already grabbed a pair, please do. They keep your feet super duper warm. Twitter and Discord. I asked you guys to add your Christmas tree to us because I want to see it, but Twitter and Discord are a great place for resources, dank memes, and really good posts from a variety of different people that will make your day and will make you smile. We love social engagement, and we ask you to please follow us on Twitter and join our Discord. As well, for those that are here this evening, that !talent code that we set up every single stream is there for a good reason. Share the love and Christmas spirit with your favorite casters, producers, and observers, and make them feel equally as happy. Yes, majority of us do follow back. I'll speak for myself. I do, and love to make friends and meet new people in the community. So on that note, my dear and beloved elf Eric, let's go to a quick break. Come back for game number 3. To our viewers, don't go too far. The saga continues here with us for one more matchup and then some face changes with Mick and Infernosis. But let's get to game 3 first. Off to a quick break. Back to you momentarily.
Battling. Oh, what a flash!
Jingle them bells and frolic. Oh, by gosh, some stolly. Eggnog, gin and tonic make Yuletide gay and jolly. Same procedure every year. I just can't get enough. I drink till Rudolph reappears. A toast to him, that red-nosed dear. Jingle them bells and frolic, it's the best day of the year.
Come fly with me now, Rudy. I'm loaded.
The hours and minutes till the last week of December. For me, the Christmas spirits flow as early as September. It's the best of seasons. Come and raise your glass and sing. No need for other reasons. Glory to the newborn King. I drink to Santa and his helpers too. Here's to mistletoes and here's to you. Jingle them bells and frolic, come, let's sing and dance and cheer. It's the best time of the year, the best day of the year. Yes, it is the best day of the year. Hear, hear.
Merry Christmas, baby. Reindeer's coming out to play. Santa Claus is packing the presents, making sure you've been behaving okay. Merry Christmas, honey. Yeah. The snowman's dusting off his hat, putting on the show for everybody, to give them a smile that lasts another year. There's something that happens when sleigh bells are ringing, when December ends, when the children are singing, yeah. Merry Christmas, baby. Ooh, yeah. There's room at the table for big and for small. All the fire is popping, the chestnuts are cracking, yeah. Merry Christmas, baby. Merry Christmas, baby. The snow is laying 2 feet deep. Now wish upon a falling star, so all your secret dreams can come true. There's something that happens when sleigh bells are ringing, when December is, when the children are singing, yeah. Merry Christmas, baby. Ooh, yeah. There's room at the table for big and for small. All the fire is popping, the chestnuts are cracking, yeah. Merry Christmas, baby. There's something that happens when something that happens when December ends, when December ends, yeah. Oh, it's Merry Christmas, baby. Merry Christmas, baby. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. It's Merry Christmas, baby. Yeah. It's Merry Christmas, baby.
I'm not wasting any dreams this Christmas. I've made my wish upon that star. The only dream of which my list consists is to always be wherever you are. This year there will be no praying for the snow to fall. It would not make lucky as can be. This year the wishing star has shone its light on me. I'm as happy as a child on Christmas. I've made my wish and it came true. All I want for Christmas is you.
I mean, she is one of the characters that are absolutely terrifying.
Christmas is coming. Start sending your letters off to Santa. Christmas is coming. Yeah. Better be nice if you want your present. Tell all your brothers, sisters, mama and papa too. Christmas is coming. Yeah. Staying up late looking out the window. Yeah. Christmas is coming. Yeah. Spotting some sleigh rides and some jingle bells. Tell all your brothers, sisters, mama and papa too. Christmas is coming. Roasting some chestnuts on the fire. Yeah. Christmas is coming. Yeah. Celebration and surprises. Tell all your brothers, sisters, mama and papa too. Ooh, yeah. Tell all your brothers, sisters, and mama and papa too. Oh yeah, yeah.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up. Maybe not!
Are
Wait,
you
what?
serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
All right, beautiful people, welcome back. It is game number 3 of the evening. I am Strive here, joined by the fantastic Eric, and we're gonna get through the third matchup of the evening before the face swap as promised. So take a look down below. We're following Mommy Lovers down their saga. I think my hat's a little bit low. I look kind of like hoodlum-ish. You guys like that? Is that a vibe right now?
The hoods, the hoods, el vato Santa.
Hey, yo! No, it's okay. We'll fix that. I can't see the monitor when I have it that far down. To those that have stuck through us this evening or stuck with us this evening, thank you so much for putting up with our shenanigans. For those new viewers that have just joined us, again, thank you so much. The third week of our festivities here at GLG. This week is a Split and Yoru event. So you must play Split and you must have 1 Yoru for those games that are streamed on desk, on Twitch. Off stream, y'all can do what you want. It's all good. It's been a lot of fun so far, and I like the consistency that we're getting. We're getting to see a lot of different flavors, but part of the fun is we've been following this Mommy Lover saga throughout these matches. So we're kind of building a story and seeing if they can actually really make it all the way to the finish line. That'd be a very curious point, by the way. After I tidy up here with Eric, I know I'll be watching to see how far Mommy Lovers makes it in this grand scheme of the event. So yeah, awesome stuff. Eric, how you feeling? What's been jiving, and what's going on in the Land of Elves today?
Well, Land of Elves is on fire right now. I'll tell you what, not too happy over here. We might strike because some teams have not wanted to partake in the shenanigans. And you know what? We don't appreciate that. We're trying to have fun here. We're trying to get in the festive spirit. And some people are a little too scared to take on Split and play a Yoru. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to win that bad instead of have fun? You know what? Cole, for all of you. Cole, for everyone that did not want to hop on the stream and play Split with a Yoru on their team. Cole, for all of you. The reindeer, I hope they eat all of your shrubbery around your house. I hope so. I hope the Grinch steals all your presents. I hope your stockings fall into the fireplace safely, not letting anything else but the fireplace on fire. Puppy. Oh, well, they can't see it. They can't see it.
No, wait, because you know what? It is Christmas and it's all about good times, right?
We have a present.
I know, Grinch. I just want to show you guys because this is completely
Please.
harmless and it's actually super.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's a little extra gift for you. It is a big old whooper with a freaking toy. Oh my god. So cute. Oh no. We've lost the toy. We've lost the toy.
Chaos ensues. The elves must make more toys.
The elves are not happy with this, but they will because we love dogs.
She's so confused right now. She's like, "What is happening? I am not comfortable."
She's like, "Dad,
you're not
Dad,
my father. You are Santa." Look at her. Her face is just completely. Okay, she wants.
Bye, bye, puppy.
Here, buddy. Take your toy. All right, we're back at it. Welcome back. Everyone enjoyed that. Yeah, let's come back to level ground level. Woo! I gotta catch my breath, man. That dog looks small. That's not a small dog.
That is not a small dog.
I'm just a fully built Santa Claus. That's just how it goes.
Yeah, no, I get winded picking up my dog. He's a 75-pound chunky pit bull, so I can only imagine your dog looks bigger than mine. So I'm guessing anywhere from 80 to 80 plus pounds. Easy.
Macho doggo. Good doggo.
Yeah.
Macho doggo.
Absolutely.
So really quickly, coming back from Christmas time, right? I talked to you guys that we're gonna be taking a week off on the 28th, so there's gonna be no Pit of Valor. Hall of Heroes has been something that we've been really pushing for and really wanting to grow here at GLG. So I ask all of our viewers when we do come back in the new year, if you do play Overwatch and you want to have some fun, join up, participate in the Hall of Heroes. It's every single Monday. A lot of fun, obviously hosted on communitygaming.io. Join us and have some fun on a regular basis, right? It's not all about Valorant here at GLG. We do love the title, but we also like to dabble in some other stuff. And maybe 2023 will have some other fun titles in store, TBD, but at the very minimum, please, please, please. We've been trying to grow this Hall of Heroes community, and we'd love if you participate. So get onto that. What else do I got to share with y'all? Oh, because we were talking about it on break, and I'm considering making a trip over myself, the gaming lounge. Y'all probably see the ads roll, right? And you're like, oh, this ad again. What the heck? It's Ben Garvey's face on desk. What is this nonsense? But the reality of it is that it's not all about that. The gaming lounge is located in Rochester, New York. It's a lot of fun. I highly advise you guys check it out. And if you're going that way, stop by, say hi to Ben. It's in a fantastic building. You have a great view of Rochester and the city. And most importantly, it is absolutely decked out with tons of great PCs. So much you can do. And it's an event. So please do check out our lounge. It's near and dear to our heart. There's more than just PCs there. There's PS5s, Xboxes, Switches. There's tons of things for you to do and just about anything to keep you happy for many, many hours to come. So as we get into this matchup, consider visiting the lounge sometime in the new year. Let's get into it though. Looks like the agents are solidified all across the board. Breach, Yoru, Raze, Omen, and that Cypher on that attacker side of BBS, and Mommy Lovers there sitting on that Yoru, Sage, Cypher, KO now. Richie coming in with a bit of an X Factor, and Prof on that Omen, of course. So not much has changed with the exception of that Richie pick. I'm really curious to see how that comes together.
Yeah, Richie has definitely been a chameleon here, blending into all these different picks. 3 different picks over 3 different games. I mean, we had Fade in the first game, his second game was Sky, and now with the KO, I'm excited to see, because that is there's a lot of potential blinding coming out from this side of Mommy Lovers. I mean, you have Alpha Claw on his Yoru, you have Richie on his KO, and that annoying Omen Prof on Prof on Omen more so with his blinds as well. So I'm definitely excited to see what comes through here. But on the other side, you do have 3 blinds as well. So a lot of sight to be stolen from each other as we're going to get some information gathered for the side of BBS. Looking for a little bit of information. I'm not too sure if they found anything there, but Nell is gonna get taken out already by Calpine, dropping onto that site without having
Spike
any
down,
information. Spike is already down on B, and now the rotation is gonna come through for BBS onto this site.
Bold move there from Interlace, getting aggressive, falling back after that Alpha Claw pick. Sorry, you like to see it. Knowing that there's some support, Interlace frenzying for a follow-up as well. Prof. Nice little whack-a-mole effect now. Back to that 2v2, playing it slow and steady, letting Dream be that catalyst for this retake here. Fractured and Coat posted up well. Paradigm low HP, as you can see on that screen as well. Smokes off the main, but they don't really care as they're pinned up completely in sight. Dream and Prof taking the high ground, having to maneuver around this Omen smoke that is now completely faded.
Last
Dropping for the one.
standing.
Paranoia goes out. Fractured gets the one pick as well. Dream, your Demon Sage here. Walling off the one side. That fixes 50% of the problem, but there's another crack! But Dream! So good with it. Flexing with that classic. Getting away with the ever so little bit of health left. Clutches it up there for BBS on that first round. Or Mommy Lovers, sorry. I apologize.
Wait. No, you're correct. Dream is on Mommy Lovers. They are just switched on the names there. So the point, there we go. We're all switched and set. No worries. We are taken care of. Okay. All good. All right. Very fixed.
Let's get down. Right. No. Please, Eric. Let me. Yeah. I'm kidding. You can go ahead.
No. You take it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, it's mine. No, I'm kidding.
Yes. Only you get this kind of stuff. I love it. Nobody else will catch out these little moments. Absolutely love it, man. Let's get back to it really quickly. Quick bit of a change up here coming out. Spike is getting planted. Minute 22 left on that clock. Dream is shut down. Paradigm going down regardless here. The rotates are present. Everybody from Mommy Lovers has shifted their bodies over to this A site for the retake. Interlaced again. Your Frenzy Demon following up with a Stinger pick now on the board here. 4v4 situation. Aftershock buying some time. Dream following up on what looked like the Paranoia on Hell. Calpie,
player
1, 2,
standing.
Strobes going to put an effect in with that stinger, but it is insufficient as Dream and Calpie are just so well vested for these retakes. Love Mommy Lovers on the retake, man. They really do shine, and now having seen 2 maps in a row, this is much of the same type of shindig.
You know, I mean, they're gonna mess around almost to the last second as they get that defuse down. Mommy Lovers, again, 2-0, making it look really easy that round with the gun advantage. Going on into this as BBS is going to... Wait. Did BBS buy that round?
I'll answer your question, my dear Elf, and I believe to a certain extent, yes. Mildly, but potentially also no at the same time because the dollars and cents aren't lining up. What I can tell you is it doesn't really matter at this point because, actually wait, no, they had to have because they're kind of bamboozled financially. So yeah, they're in a bit of a rough spot now. I did see Stingers actually the previous round, so yep, they're hemorrhaging at this point, but yet again, hemorrhaging some more. Nell getting picked off. Quick little wall going down here. Regardless, the paint shells do hurtle on through and do a good job of zoning out the folks towards Mail. Off a claw though, posted up for the 1 and the 2. Got to be careful as Interlaced has been an absolute demon. Pop flash goes out. Do they get the pick off it? No, fractured. Ooh, Stinger, big scary gun. Yeah, good night and good evening at that rate. After contesting mid and a whole bunch of back and forth and investment of so much utility, Mommy Lovers and co just take a seat back now and shifting some bodies over to that good old-fashioned B side here for what may be a take, but there's a very flexible and loose Cypher still lurking around. Not a lot of time to work with, and the decision has to be made.
A little bit of knife spinning going on here as Fractured is gonna grab this camera off the wall and push onto this A site with his other teammates, Strobes and Interlaced behind, walking knives out, trying to get there as quickly as possible. As Prof and Dream did not watch him pass. A little bit of information is going to be gathered out where the 2 members of BBS are. They don't know that one is already in the back here. Fractured on a huge flank potentially if he doesn't get caught out. Ooh, Paradigm is going to get caught by Dream though.
Last player standing.
He doesn't get it. Richie taking Fractured out. He thought he was safe. Oh man, and the heal is going to come through to absolutely clean this round up and out. That is 3-0. Mommy Lovers, we've seen this before. Do we see the 5-0 and the comeback mounted by BBS again? I swear, it's like Mommy Lovers have this on almost a schedule to get to 5 points and then have a few rounds taken off of them.
Yeah, it feels like this evening with you and I has been a balancing act between statistics and probability, right? Statistically speaking, yes, Mommy Lovers has been very much this 5-0 fiasco. Probability-wise, having been the 3rd map now, very, very high likelihood that this could occur. But that's neither here nor there. At the end of the day, it's the final scoreline that matters. For Mommy Lovers, it's been 2 consecutive wins. BBS as well here, suffering early on, but this is split at the end of the day. It can be a bit of a rough peeking if you don't know what you're up to for the initial few rounds, but we'll jive and gel. As a whole, though, I'll tell you, and I'll say it again, I think it was last game or the game before where I said, we haven't played Split competitively in a very long time. It's been out of the map pool for, a hot minute, but despite that, I truly do feel like Mommy Lovers did come prepared. Like, they actually did homework with very simple, quintessential strats that have been working well for them. With Paradigm shutting off Dream, though, that might be a bit of a change-up. Aftershock goes ahead and does a great job of zoning out Heaven, and they play off it so well, dropping off the site. Critical pick needs to be taken here, and Richie does a good job of blocking out what was in Garage, and that was their last line of defense was Richie's placement in Garage, and at that point, it's a free picket now. 5v2, site is theirs for BBS.
Yeah, Mommy Lovers, though, down already 3 members. I don't know how well they can do here as Nell is about to pop into the line of sight of off a claw. Close, does not get anything, is going to get blinded, is going to get taken out. Calpie, though, the last remaining member with a Guardian and a Dream. I don't think he gets anything here. Maybe an exit killer too. Oh, all right, does get one.
Cage triggered. This is no problem.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, does it look that good? If that blast pack doesn't hit, he gets the full defuse.
That was a nice little boop. I like it. Good usage of utility. Interlaced. Nominal performance so far in this game as well. Despite the initial financial hurdles that you pointed out, things have been kind of level grounded at this point. I'm loving what I see out of BBS here. They got their round early. We didn't see that, situation, that 5-0 that you're talking about. And here's that replay of that big bonk there from Calpie. You like to see it. And as that cage went down, there was hope, there was glimmers, and I can borderline almost understand what's happening in a round just by listening to Eric's sound effects. Like when I hear the oh, I mean something's like going absolutely sideways, and I should probably be looking at the screen, which I usually do, but I should be much more pinned than usual. So that was an moment in the words of Eric. But yeah, it's good to see BBS waking up nice and early.
Oh Lord. Oh. Ooh, Dream almost finding a kill, but a little off from the head of BBS members. 2 there. So he does get that information, gets a few shots off, gets out nice and unscathed. As Calpie, trying to get some information for himself, gonna drop this cage here, is going to see one member coming out of garage, is alone. Paradigm is going to take him out. Not a good start to this round here. No backup on this B site, but thing is, Spike is not up right now, and they know that. Claw knows that. Oh no! Oh no! He knows he's going to blind. Is going to make sure Paradigm cannot get anything. They know where the spike is, and now they're going to play on it. Again, Paradigm here is going to be the only one to be able to do anything. Dream pushing up on the Strobes, and Strobes getting taken out by Richie, but Interlace taking out Dream in that heaven area. Uh-oh, Interlace going big for it. Not going to get anything though. Showstopper comes out, does not find anybody. And now at this point, Spike is retrieved and planted. Interlace, oh my gosh. What a big play. Richie though, not letting it go unanswered. 2 versus 2 on this B site. Paradigm holding this angle here, going to pop around, see if he can get any vision on anybody. Not going to. And now Interlaced in this back site. It is now go time. Richie and Prof have to make this happen. This is going to be down to the last second. Interlaced with a 3-piece. Oh no, Prof stepping around Paradigm in the smoke, and now running for their lives, but it doesn't matter. The round is over, and that right there will be BBS bringing themselves back from 3-0 to 2-3, making it a 1-point game going into this next one. Do we see them tie it up?
Potentially, man. I mean, it's been good to see BBS, like I said, wake up early. They pushed the opposition to a very big save run as well. Sheriffs aplenty. Forward B round is always great to see when you really just get up close and personal. As a whole, the flank that came through from Mommy Lovers was also great. I mean, they went for the around the world flank coming in from the backside of Mail, but they paid the price considering how well situated BBS was on that site. Spike going down again. And a very, very passive, and Tim and Mommy Lovers are just giving up these sites like it's no one's business. They prefer to play that retake, but being caught in the outskirts in a different area code, Nell gets Dream out of the way, and this is the same rinse and repeat of what we saw in the previous round, where Mommy Lovers just cannot fight for ground and they can't get back on the site that they want to retake.
Last player standing.
Ooh. Alpine. Ooh. Almost, but almost is not enough. That will be the all tied up 3-3 by BBS. Beautifully played. And now the question is, do we see BBS take the lead over Mommy Lovers? This would be the first time in this tournament that we see someone take the lead in the first half over Mommy Lovers, if so.
What does that tell you? Does that tell you that just BBS is one step ahead of the game, or we're just in for the long haul? I feel Mommy Lovers is just spicy when it comes to their gameplay. I look at their composition and I ask myself the question, was that KO the right pick? I don't quite know yet. It is defense. I think that KO will be much stronger when it comes to getting super aggro and opening up opportunity. Nell here, being the beacon of hope, spotting out Calpie, who's just sitting in the back ends of things on the camera. Pings off the one, stuck. Wire is catching so many individuals, and there's a lot of information gathered on that site, but there's no one there to contest it. Mommy Lovers are pinned in the outskirts of Heaven and spawn area. Spike goes down again for BBS, who now have full site control and have every single angle on lock with Strobes contemplating the Rolling Thunder. Should have contemplated sooner, getting Calpie, and one time clapped across the faces. The retake comes in now for Mommy Lovers.
Last player standing.
That's rough, but it does not matter because there are 3 members left on the side of I'm sorry, make it 4 with Prof getting the res onto Richie. Beautifully done as Stream again doing half the hokey pokey, half of a rain dance. Oh Lord.
Distracted dude, like we've gone full circle. I think
it's 4-3 now. They went back
apologies.
up. It's okay.
No, we're good. I mean, so digress and taking it back. Speaking of, change of events with BBS up ahead now, Mommy Lover's got to bring the heat. They got to really step it up. And yeah, that was the ace out of Calpie. I really wish that Rolling Thunder came out sooner. You can see the hover there, the contemplation from that breach, but instead choosing to swing, and that was the catalyst backed up by that neural theft. So the wires and the cages were all just part of a ruse or a play where it was just to set up that neural theft and allow the retake to come through. And so confident is that Cypher as Calpie. I mean, borderline, I'd say, competing with the likes of Dream in terms of fragability. We've seen that Sage be nominal. For Calpie to step it up as that Cypher, yeah, great stuff.
Oh, well, after that, we are taking a timeout. Tech pause. We are taking a tech pause. Okay. Quick tech pause. I will say hello. Hello. I am trying my best. But that is apparently no. Is that an octopus with a gun? Anyways, so I think with this game so far, we are seeing the closest that Mommy Lovers has been pushed in these first 2 games. This is the most competitive game that we've seen so far. I don't know. Oh, right, it's a tech pause, so no one took a timeout. See, my little moth brain is not allowing me to focus because there's a giant rabbit on the screen. But anyways, I do see this as the most interesting game we've seen so far. A lot more competitive. BBS putting up a huge fight here, and we're only 7 rounds in. Going into this 8th, it could be just a back and forth. We could be watching a grand finals right now in this 3rd round of the tournament.
With that, I'm not going to complain if we see a grands. And as we're getting live back at it again, do we get the grand final? Crazy game right to the neck of it all. TBD here at GL Gaming Lounge's Pit of Valor number 109 Christmas special. Love some of these close-up flybys, by the way. There's so much awesomeness sprinkled around Split. The map itself might be questionable, but the little biddies and hat tricks are always a pleasure to see. It's a pleasure to see one more time, though, is BBS looking to get up in close and investigate middle as they do so with Grace as Interlace gets Richie. Again, that KO hasn't been on the hot seat too much here. Offclaw a lot is hinging on making a pick, and the fault line does a great job. Smoke as well to completely pigeonhole off that Yoru. The Rolling Thunder, and just as I said, Mommy Lovers has some strats. BBS has much of the same here. Offclaw, though, really quick on that mouse 1 connection to the side of Nell. Picks it. Playing a bit of a different approach, though. Paradigm sitting in garage. Strobes, high flash, and the swing opportunity is there. They're out on the Raptors. They can easily get it, but no. Nobody connects. Set Fracture is given a chance to get a 1 and a 2. Dreaming Calpie, but Strobes holds firm on the positioning. And again, BBS really, really good at their post plants. And they do such a good job of executing on that A-take, especially out of heaven. That overall fault line with that smoke blocking off Mail, just clean work. And again, Mommy Lover style. Good, clean, simple strategies.
Yeah, and I mean, again, a tied game here. This has been a back and forth between these 2 teams, and I am absolutely here for it. I am so absolutely backing the idea of Mommy Lovers being put to the test by another team, and BBS is doing exactly that, and I couldn't be happier, man. This is like an early Christmas present entirely.
Indeed, man, and I'm about early Christmas. I'm about gifts and presents, and I'm sure one of these teams here are itching to get a present of $250 tonight to take it home and do something with on their holidays. The group up now, BBS, absolutely set and primed for this A push now. Omen Ultimate starts them off, and it's going to be towards ramp to get the information right back on through. And given how very little presence there is, I think they've read the room quite well. Getting aggressive and pop flashing in, breaking the trips and the wires all the way. But Calpie Gets 1 and 2 off of that push into sight. Immensely frustrating considering they did a great job of blinding that Cypher. And with a follow-up again, that's a 3-piece. Do we get a second ace out of Calpie? On the board, getting aggressive, feeling great, just jumping out of heaven, absolutely fearless. Hanson and Mullen, Dream, dealing the opportunity of that ace, but all's good in the hood here as Mommy Lovers just got to deal with one lonesome member of BBS. Bing. Now, for the one, they're sitting the defuse though. Pop flashes, can we get the gun? No, Richie just swatting Nell out of the air like it's no one's business whatsoever now. Great matchup, dude. Like you said, this could very well be a grand finals in my eyes.
Yeah, no, this with how close this is and how back and forth, man, I am so happy that we're getting this. Like, it's so good. These two teams are absolutely battling it out, and I mean, again, it is only the third round of this tournament. I'm glad that this is the game that me and you are ending on before we send it to Making Infernosis.
Yeah, same, dude. Like, it's a fun little halfway point to hit the hurdle with these two teams and to follow Mommy Lovers in their journey. Quick push on through. Looks like the same A take is on the agenda again. BBS have found some sort of comfort on this site and are doing a good job at it. Mommy Lovers, the rotates are coming. KO and Sage are nowhere near, but despite that, Interlace gets a pick onto Calpie with no follow-up, which to me yields danger. As the typical retake that hinges so much on Calpie's fragility has come a little bit short now. Showstopper here for Interlace, close proximity, absolutely whacked off of that in the battle, and coming out of...
Last player standing.
Oh, that's just clean. I was gonna say, coming out of heaven, you're not gonna get anywhere with that Omen dancing around. Good support there from Mel, and they're gonna go ahead and chase his final pick onto Richie, BBS. Asserting dominance for their 5th.
Absolutely. Tying it up again, man. I love it. I love it. I love it. This is great. This is awesome. Like, I can't get enough of this, and you're gonna see it here in the replay potentially. Yep, Interlaced getting that one, and then another to follow, and right after that is the quick save on his teammate Mel, making sure Paradigm does not go down. So well done.
Again, same thing for BBS, running it down onto this ace site. Like, they are mowing face, and it's kind of funny to see that Mommy Lovers now are just questioning a little bit, like, what do we do, right? We're giving up the site, well, we can't retake. When we play site, our rotates are you know, taking a hot minute to come around, and maybe that is the recipe here for BBS, is being really quick about it. But 4v3 situation, as we get the one, Interlace in a very unfortunate position for the 1, 2, and 3. Oh my goodness. I was gonna say, I didn't mean to say unfortunate, I meant to say fortunate, considering they were really doubled up and holding onto that screens. Big plays, big rotates coming out from Mommy Lovers, but it's not quick enough and not well positioned enough to deal with the BBS siege on this ace site. The big question mark remains here, though. Do we run it back again on ace site one more time?
Of course we do.
Or do we?
We better.
Hope so.
Gross, you know who's not gonna be happy? I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry.
Please talk to me. Oh, blind coming out. Calpie being forced off of that area. Is going to... not get caught by that stun, though. Satchel's going to pop anyway, so further onto the site, right into the sights of Richie. Ooh, Richie getting backed up by Calpie. Calpie now looking for more. Another kill coming out. This is a 4 versus 2. Paradigm and Nell, though, holding this game as their own 7-5 now. BBS with a huge round to end this first half.
Nothing short of stellar plays from Nell and Co. Interlace really brought the fire, and I think it took a minute, but BBS found their rhythm. They found that quick aggressive play was the solution to much of their issues, and they fed off of that same energy. Whether it was A, whether it was B, they brought the lava with them, and they absolutely dropped it on Mommy Lovers like it's no problem whatsoever. Nice little replay, nice little pickup from the side of BBS. Swapping it out, though, this is where I will start to see if my hopes and desires of KO do what they're supposed to do. On an attacker side, and the amount of information and entry potential that KO has, I think we're in for a treat, especially if they can get the spike down and play some great fragment lineups to back it up.
I just lizard brained, not gonna lie. Absolutely spaced at the end of your at the end of your explanation, but interlaced, definitely doing the actual opposite of lizard braining, just full on focus, taking out one member of this team already. Mommy lovers already down one man. BBS looking to capitalize on this.
Time to jump.
Richie though, taking out interlaced in a form of revenge, but Strobes trading back, as well as Nell getting one for himself. Dream looking, going to find, but not going to complete the kill entirely. Dream is going to have to pull off now, look for a different angle to move about. Only 2 members left on the side of Mommy Lovers. 4, but too low on the side of BBS. We will have to see how this progresses, as Proof is holding this angle. 40 seconds left in this round. Oh boy. Noise made. Nell awaiting on the other side of this box. That's one.
enemy
Oh, not the
remaining.
reload.
30 seconds left.
That's 2.
Spike down.
Can we find a third and fourth to fall for Dream? Dream now is going to have to clutch this one out. We will see what happens. Checks his angle, is gonna get spotted out by Paradigm. Paradigm knows exactly where he is. Spike is gonna go down as fast as it can. They're going to swing him at the same time. Is it going to be done? Dream though, no, taken out by Fractured. Oh, such a rushed plant as well. It's sad that that's how it turned out, but again, BBS coming in strong, playing around, cannot entirely find the defuse trigger, looking for it, and they're going to find it right about there. It is. Oh wait, nope, still not it. They've got a malfunctioning. I don't even know what is that thing that they use to defuse the spike. By the way, it's not like wire cutters or anything like that. It's like a Walmart barcode scanner.
Hey yo. Just whip out your Optimum card while you're at it and get your shopping points. Plug it into the spike. Get your Aeroplan points. You know, whip out your Amex and stick it inside the spike.
Hitting the self-checkout on the spike.
Self-checkout. Run that sucker through the self-checkout. Mag stripe goes off on the way out of that building. You get mauled by police officers for stealing. I'm kidding.
Absolutely, dude. They're scanning a banana for a 54-inch flat screen.
Oh man, but no. Realistically, it could honestly be whatever you want to call it. But what this matchup is, has just been a banger. Huge matchup towards mid, back and forth. Awful waking up for the 1 and 2. Nice to see Mommy Lovers ahead in this round at least. They've been a little bit worse for wear the past couple rounds, coming off the previous half. Calpie, the sweet feeling of relief, getting that big flank to work.
Last player standing.
Didn't work the last half, but Calpie got revenge this time.
Going out.
Well, another round. This is it, man. This is where we're going to have to see Mommy Lovers pull it back for themselves and really start getting those rounds back to be able to tie it up. Because right now, this is I mean, yes, they did just win that last round, but this is still very much far from in their hands.
Like it, we're getting that same BBS side push here from Mommy Lovers. It looks like 5-man fiasco right on towards the A side. Quick segue through. Calpie gets the one onto Nell. Like the paint shells to quickly zone out the rest of the push and buy some time for rotates here. Breach is coming. It's gotta happen soon though. Interlace has taken a huge amount of damage, and with that now Prof has got really good footing along with everybody else. Strobes is absolutely stuck and can't do much, and yeah, that's just unfortunate with Prof looking right down at you. It's rough for BBS when you come out so hard out of the gate as a Mommy Lover and just deliver the same type of quick and easy strat. Fast push, make it happen. Oh my goodness. The knife special was last week, but that's okay. Memos were maybe delivered and didn't make their way through, but we'll take it. Mommy Lover's back at it now, 7-8, and they bring the fire with a fast-paced round.
Yeah, and right there, this is exactly what they need to bring these rounds back. I mean, quick fire action, literally overwhelming BBS here. So, mind you, that was a pistol round for them, but nonetheless, This has become a mommy lovers stand stream apparently.
Oh jeez.
Oh lord, imagine. No. I am very much so just wanting to see a good game. I don't care who wins. Oh, fake coming out. Dream going to fall through the sewers. Cover going out by Paradigm. Nothing going to. Uh-oh. Was I just. Alright, well, I was just quoted for my comments on the diffuser. Oh lord. Well, very slow round coming out here now by mommy lovers pushing up through this mid area. I'm sure they're hoping that somebody on BBS will push way too hard and will get way too overzealous, but that's not going to be the case, as we're going to see Richie popping in and out, taking shots, not finding anything. A flash is going to go out, and right there, I would push on this alone. Looked really good. Alpha Claw had the right idea, but no one is out watching. But there, now they are. Blind is going to come out. This is not good. Oh man, Richie goes down. Spike does as well. And this is going to be Dream trying to hold on. Is going to get taken out by Strobes.
30 seconds left.
Oh boy, very, very rough. Trying to get that Spike back.
Remaining.
And now again, as a last-ditch effort, Alpha Claw runs for it. Picks it up and drops it immediately after being murdered in that corner.
Hey, who's got this?
Interlace closing that round out. That is 9-7 here for BBS.
The series of events there was just spectacular to watch, and I think it all really catalyzed off of the pop flash from Strobes. As a defender, Strobes' flash was single-handedly able to push mommy lovers back out of mail, and that bought so much time and opportunity for them to get in position and be able to fight the battle that's coming towards them. And that's the kind of moment that you kind of say, wow, like Breach, such a strong agent, and rightfully so. It's making me a little bit flustered that I'm not seeing that incredible play from Richie, right? That what can really be nasty if you think about it. With your KO immobilizing an entire site, you can do so much when it comes to a utility-based team like that of BBS. But yeah, it's unfortunate to see they're not connecting on the big shots, and BBS has been really mobile. Calpie has also been doing some really funny stuff, which has been interesting to see. And in this case, being that lurker towards middle, it's been doing a reasonable job of keeping BBS on their toes, right? Not allowing them to be too complacent in the grand scheme of things. Now, pop shots here and a flash away, rotating off towards Heaven, but spam shots coming through, and I love it. Despite any kind of roughness, mommy lovers are committing to this push on through. Richie now and Co. Gotta be careful. Nell swing could be demonic, and it is demonic indeed. Quick trade though from Dream is what you like to see, at least nullifying the push for the time being. 4v4. Spike in hand. Where are the credit cards to defuse? That's to be determined there. Prof, nice one on to Interlace. Shutting it down, and this time mommy lovers not leaving it down to the post plant. They solidify their picks well on into the beginning of the take. A quick 3v2 situation ahead of us now. Paradigm has a lot of work to do. Rest comes out as well. Mommy lovers looking to really secure this one, and Rolling Thunder, Dream caught at the last second. Nice pick up from Strobes. Wrapping around sight, they have to move quickly, and they actually do, but it's not fast enough. Prof, despite being in the tail end of the concussion there, has support from Richie at elbow, and they're able to clutch things out. Talk about withstanding the brunt of what BBS is all about. Rolling Thunder and all, they held their own.
Yeah, that was huge, man. Oh boy. Definitely what they need to keep doing if they want to claw their way back into the lead. I would be very surprised if we do not see this game go into overtime with how it's been going so far. But BBS on a lesser of a buy here. Just look at this, their guns. 2 Stingers, a Sheriff, a Bucky, and a Spectre. Only 3 with half shields. And I'm not too sure that will be enough to stop the side of mommy lovers unless we get some big picks on these corners by Paradigm with this Bucky just lying in wait. Uh-oh.
Stuck for the one. Spam comes out from Alpha Claw. Good trade. Kind of makes me upset to see Interlace fall without a trade at all. And is Nell playing games? Nell is playing games!
Don't worry. Last player standing.
Being a little sneaky Yoru, but well played there from Calpie, and the positioning of Prof is just one step ahead, or, well, in this case, 15 steps above in the sky, TP to the top of the lamppost or whatever else, or the ticket booth. Clean stuff. 9-9. Told you, man, don't dismiss out mommy lovers. You just gotta warm up a little bit and get going. Pleasure to see Calpie and Dream at the back, at the top again one more time, and I would love BBS to not do what they did the last round with Interlace. You need to have that Raze be a critical survivor, just considering how stellar the performance has been in the fragability. You can't leave that Raze in the middle of mid just to fend for herself.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. Especially against the actual devastation of a team like Mommy Lovers. So we are going to see a very slow push again. Waiting to see if anyone is pushing out or is going to make a mistake on the side of BBS. No movement quite yet.
Quiet.
As we do see 3 members pushing up here through this mid site. Oh boy. Okay, we do have some sight on each other.
Patience though here, Eric. Watch this aftershock and Strobe's positioning. They know that if they try and contest on male, things are gonna go sideways. There's so much utility that that breach can offer to halt that male push. They read it well now. Mommy Lovers migrating out, hitting ropes now. There's a tripwire there as well, so they have to be very, very careful of it. Off the clock, strides by with that ultimate here. Dream quickly pops it. Fragment goes out towards elbow, and here is off the clock going absolutely hard. The reconnaissance demon here, pop flashing. Are we gonna get the pick here onto the Cypher? Potentially, yes. Potentially, no. Faking it and dancing around sight. Nice play by Alpha Claw. So slippery, and Spikes here. 12 seconds to drop it, and they do with that heaven wall block it off the sight lines. BBS now on the 3v2 retake. Position well, Interlace has next to no HP whatsoever, which makes it just that much more painful. Does get Prof for the 1 now. It's down to these 2 demons of Mommy Lovers posted up in sight. Watching left and watching right. What's Paradigm doing here? Gonna make a move? Has to go quickly now. Is that Spike is gently taking on down. Interlace needs it.
Oh man. Dream getting him through the corner.
Tough. I mean, low HP in itself was very unfortunate to deal with, but Mommy Lovers had really good sight positioning as well. And the beauty of that heaven wall was just funneling everybody right down through Screens area. Yeah. Nice, clean, simplistic stuff at the end of the world. At the end of the day, sorry. And I will go ahead and really comment on Mommy Lovers' decision to not hit male. The moment they saw that breach, they knew that it was trouble, and they bailed ship and really went with a quick, fast-paced strat, leading off of that Alpha Claw ultimate. You know, the split Yoru special has really been the split Yoru special. The Yorus have been pivotal in all these rounds.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And ooh, Richie taking out Interlace, coming around that corner. That's a huge start for the side of Mommy Lovers to make sure that they solidify this lead and keep on extending it. Now, Alpha Claw waiting for this smoke to clear. Going to have that fake Yoru come through. They know exactly where Alpha Claw is now. He pulls away. All right. I don't know if we're going to see a rotate come out by the side of Mommy Lovers, but we do get the information for BBS that Richie is there. Uh-oh, Alpha Claw blinded, but Nell has to back off entirely as he is suppressed. Not really in his favor. Not going to take out that fake. Fractured still, though. Over here on this B site, as he should be, because here comes a big rotation from the side of Mommy Lovers as smokes come out. Blinds are going to come out, not going to hit Paradigm. Oh no, that's not good. That's huge for the side of BBS, taking out 1. Paradigm going to take out 3 with the Stinger. Going to look for more, and now Yoru coming through that smoke. Strobes clearing it out, and just like that, BBS tie up this round.
Monumental, and you look at how that round unfolded. There was a lot of utility that was absolutely thrown in the dumpsters. Like, I believe that was Richie who just Hail Mary tossed a flash in. Paradigm was so patient here, as the replay shows, with that paranoia. And of course, the Stinger just goes off big here, gets the 1, swings up for the 2. So confident holding on to that sight. Wasn't really characteristic of a Mommy Lover sight take, to be quite frank with you. They just didn't have that haste behind that pop flash coming out from that Yoru to not Yoru, sorry, the KO to back things up. So here it is again. Off the cloud to start us off. Yoru making the moves and being that catalyst, fractured, forced to fall back, and as is that raise towards heaven. Gives them that sight, and they're gonna go ahead and wait out this utility. Strobes, though, actually gets a great pick onto the lurking Kalpai, who's been the flank demon of all time. And with that, 4v4, Richie, quick little back and forth action. Spike's down here. Nella's getting intel, which is great enough. But where's the follow-up on the kills? It's not happening for BDS.
Yeah, no flash coming out. Oh, wait, what? Wait, what?
One enemy remaining.
Wait, did that? No, I'm not. I'm out of my mind thinking that the flash is what killed Dream, right? That's
No.
not a thing. Okay.
No, that wasn't a thing.
Okay, that's what I thought. I saw it right as the flash went out, and I was like, wait a minute, there's no way. I've never seen that before. Okay, anyways, imagine dying by flash.
That just doesn't make sense. That's the equivalent of defusing the spike with your Amex card. Like, it just doesn't work.
Don't at me. Don't at me. Okay. I regret speaking.
Defusing the spike with your Amex card. What a thought. But for a quick moment here, can we just glance at that scoreboard? We talked about a finals level worthy type game. Boy, is it ever. Like, we're right down to the wire. Kalpai, pop shots, that's a big amount of damage, and that's gonna really suck for Interlaced. 11 HP. Knows for himself that you must remain as alive to succeed. If that makes sense, what I'm trying to really get at is Interlaced dying is trouble for BBS. Like, you can't afford to lose that raise, not for the sake of the agent, but for the sake of the frags and just how strong Interlaced has been this game. There, I summarized my thoughts, but
You did good. I'm proud of you.
thanks so much, Eric. Appreciate that. Prof, doing good as well. Eric's gonna deliver compliments shortly. Alpha Claw backs it up with the one. Now Mommy Lover's looking to pull things away at the last moment. Hit that match
Spike
point.
planted.
Spike down, Kalpai. Heaven is under lock and key. Paradigm is here as well to have a dandy old dancing male. We make it up though. TBD.
Oh man.
There's trouble.
Oh man.
The shots they're hitting. They're just so
One
good
enemy
at
remaining.
connecting on domies from across the map.
Flawless.
Oh
Insane.
boy. And a flawless at that to take us into match point.
Match
Mommy
point.
Lovers being pushed the hardest we've seen them so far in this tournament. I mean, realistically,
Here.
this is amazing of a third round. I mean, again, I said it earlier, I'm glad this is the round that me and you are going out on. This is so awesome to be able to have this close of a Valorant game as a little bit of a Christmas present and get to cast it as well. These two teams have been absolutely going back and forth, knocking each other's heads off. And I mean, I couldn't ask for more. As we're going to see the lineup come towards this A site one more time by Mommy Lovers, slowly making their way though through this rotation, as they already have one member all the way in garage, looking to get any information they can. Ooh. I know that those two saw each other. I know that those two saw each other over there on B. Still Kalpai pushing out against Paradigm. Paradigm, I'm sure, knows that Kalpai is there. Richie pulling back through the sewers as most of the members of Mommy Lovers have pulled back entirely. Kalpai, though, looks like he could very much so go down if he doesn't play this correctly, having Paradigm there, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Paradigm is going to get that kill, and a bunch of chaos is going to ensue on this A site. Kills coming out
30
on
seconds left.
both sides.
Spike
Nell
planted.
getting lifted up and stuck now, is going to get seen by Richie, but Richie cannot get the kill onto Nell. They know exactly where he is. If Dream pops out and gets him, that would be a free kill, as Dream is going to instead grab one, is going to wait for the second. Alpha Claw is gonna grab Paradigm. Nell grabbing Dream. Nell grabbing Alpha Claw. One versus
enemy
two.
remaining.
Going to grab Richie. Can he keep the tournament life alive? Is going to get taken out by Pruff, and that
Attackers
is going to be
win.
Mommy Lovers moving on again. GG to the quarterfinals is Mommy Lovers, and sadly we have to send home BBS. But my God, what an absolute banger of a match for us to end on for myself and Stride before making Infernosis swap faces with us on the desk.
Yeah, I mean, huge game. Mommy Lovers pulled it together at what I feel was like the last minute. They really brought the pressure up, and they fragged out superbly hard. That's what Split's been about for me. I'm so excited we ended off on that note, because guess what? There's 3 more games of Split to come, and let's build upon this journey. Whether we do or don't follow Mommy Lovers through this adventure, it only makes sense that we do, but even if we don't, like, absorb all that the goodness that's happening. Like, we're seeing Split like I think I've never seen before, and the more I watch it now and having seen it so many times, I miss it. I truly do miss it, and I hope that one day it does make its way back into the map pool, because it was a great map to play. And Mommy Lovers have shown me a couple nice little tips, tricks, and strats that maybe I'll take forward one day. On that note, Eric, let's you and I say goodbye. Kind of sad actually when I say it that way, because it's Christmas, and yeah, read that shirt to yourself amongst yourselves.
For all of you.
For all of you, from Eric and I, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year as well. We're not going to catch you till January time. We're taking the 28th off, and rightfully so, to enjoy the holidays. Many of us are going home, spending time with family, ourselves, or whatever else that may be. For myself, I'll say that I think I may have hit my 2-year GLG anniversary or something like that a little bit ago. Eric, I think you've been with us for an eternity and a half as well.
Almost as long.
I think literally almost as long. Mick and Infernosis are coming up as well, have been with GLG for a hot minute. Anton as well, who's observing. You have Athena Rose on the back end, who's doing the production, who recently joined us and has been offering so much goodness. The whole family, Kit, the regulars, like I can go through a list of so many of the talent, but I wanted to summarize this on screen from me to our team and say thank you so much for a fantastic year. I wish everyone a great holidays, and looking forward to catching you guys on the flip side. And I'll pass it off to Eric to say his piece and send us out for the evening, and let Mick and Infernosis come back in.
Oh man, well, I mean, you basically hit the nail on the head, man. I'm glad to have been with this org for as long as I have. I'm glad to be spending a Christmas with you guys, as well as having spent all the other different holidays that we've done wacky things for. Hell, man, I even get to. I mean, sadly we don't get to stream through to New Year's because then I'd be able to celebrate my birthday with you guys. But it's all good, man. I get to come into the new year with all of you, and I'll be sure to drunk text you all when when New Year's hits and tell you all that I love you. But from myself, again, from Strive, we thank you so much, and Mick and Infernosis will be filling in for your quarter, semi, and grand finals. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back after this break.
Battling. Oh, what a flash! Oh!
Jingle them bells and frolic. Oh, by gosh, some stolly. Eggnog, gin and tonic make Yuletide gay and jolly. Same procedure every year. I just can't get enough. I drink till Rudolph reappears. A toast to him, that red-nosed dear. Jingle them bells and frolic, it's the best day of the year. Come fly with me now, Rudy. I'm loaded. I count the hours and minutes till the last week of December. For me, the Christmas spirits flow as early as September. It's the best of seasons. Come and raise your glass and sing. No need for other reasons. Glory to the newborn King. I drink to Santa and his helpers too. Here's to mistletoes and here's to you. Jingle them bells and frolic, come, let's sing and dance and cheer. It's the best time of the year, the best day of the year. Yes, it is the best day of the year. Hear, hear.
Merry Christmas, baby. Reindeer's coming out to play. Santa Claus is packing the presents, making sure you've been behaving okay. Merry Christmas, honey. The snowman's dusting off his hat, putting on the show for everybody, to give them a smile that lasts another year. There's something that happens when sleigh bells are ringing, when December ends, when the children are singing, yeah. Merry Christmas, baby. Ooh, yeah. There's room at the table for big and for small. The fire is popping, the chestnuts are cracking, yeah. Merry Christmas, baby. Merry Christmas, baby. The snow is laying 2 feet deep. Now wish upon a falling star, so all your secret dreams can come true. There's something that happens when sleigh bells are ringing, when December ends, when the children are singing, yeah. Merry Christmas, baby. Ooh, yeah. There's room at the table for big and for small. The fire is popping, the chestnuts are cracking, yeah. Merry Christmas, baby. There's something that happens when something that happens when December ends, when December ends, yeah. Oh, it's Merry Christmas, baby. Merry Christmas, baby. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. Christmas, baby.
I'm not wasting any dreams this Christmas. I've made my wish upon that star. The only dream of which my list consists is to always be wherever you are. This year there will be no praying for the snow to fall. It would not make a difference to me at all. No, I'm not wasting any dreams this Christmas. I've made my wish and it came true. No, there is no denying I'm as lucky as can be. This year the wishing star has shone its light on me. I'm as happy as a child on Christmas. I've made my wish and it came true. All I want for Christmas is you.
This is great.
Christmas is coming. Start sending your letters off to Santa. Christmas is coming, yeah. Better be nice if you want your present. Tell all your brothers, sisters, mama and papa too. Christmas is coming, yeah. Staying up late looking out the window, yeah. Christmas is coming, yeah. Spotting some sleigh rides and some jingle bells. Tell all your brothers, sisters, mama and papa too. Christmas is coming. Roasting some chestnuts on the fire. Yeah. Christmas is coming, yeah. buddy. It's just me again. Came into my mind last night, so I'm just checking in. It's been far too long now since I last saw you, my friend. So happy Christmas from me to you. Hey there, buddy. It's just me again. I wonder what you're doing now. And if you're listening, I just wish there was some way things could have been different. But happy Christmas from me to you. Sometimes it's too much to handle. It's like I'm losing control. I'm struggling in the crossroads of being too warm or too cold. Hey there, buddy. It's just me again. You walked out of my life that time, and I guess I'm still wondering, do you still think of me sometime? Or have you truly moved on? Anyway, happy Christmas from me to you. Oh, happy Christmas from me to you.
Come, all ye faithful, joyful and triumphant.
Jingle them bells and frolic. Oh, by gosh, some stolly. Eggnog, gin and tonic make Yuletide gay and jolly. Same procedure every year. I just can't get enough. I drink till Rudolph reappears. A toast to him, that red-nosed deer. Jingle them bells and frolic. It's the best day of the year. Come fly with me now, Rudy. I'm loaded.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up. Maybe not!
Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through for Ginny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the gaming lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to more Pit of Valor. It is POV 109. My name's Infernos, joined by my great friend Mick. We've got another selection of matches ready to go underway. These players have been ready for quite a while, but unfortunately the casters had to adjust their hats here, so to say, Dallas. So it took us a little bit of time to get Purdy up in the booth. It is Mommy Lovers, that name, versus the Realism Purple side.
Yeah, Mommy Lovers we've seen a little bit of already, and then the Realism. I haven't really gotten in touch with them so far, but I'm excited nonetheless to know that with the difference that we got going on this week, plenty of split to go around, plenty of Yoru. I'll be real. Looking at it so far, I used to absolutely hate this map. But I mean, I think with the fact that Chambers is dead now, I think that's really kind of gone ahead and lightened up the mood and said, you know what? It's not nearly as bad considering this guy can't literally be everywhere at once.
Say that, but you know for a fact it's just the Yoru right now, Dallas. That's what's in your mind. First the words come out, but the brain is thinking another thing. You are salivating, waiting for Yoru to be brought into play. We know how much we love seeing Yoru, and it's going to be a big question about how here in these stream broadcasts, where you are required to play Yoru on broadcast, how that's going to pan out for them. We'll have to see it up first and foremost. Every player locked into the Yoru. If only that was actually possible. Otherwise, you know, it'd be very entertaining to see. Entertainment at its finest, Dallas. It is showbiz first and foremost. But we see finally things getting switched on over for the defensive side. A Cypher is in play. A Breach to join, and Astra has also been selected by Toxic. A Sage has been selected by Dream on the opposing side of Mother Lovers, with Richie switching on over towards the KO. And I think they'll keep off a claw on that Yoru just to try to make sure they have that one in play, because they have to. A Cypher to counterpart, and an Omen for that smoke, as well as the other side switching on in to a Fade to join alongside that Yoru.
How nice a Dream. I mean, considering how long he's been around tonight, you know, just taking a break from Minecraft, deciding to hop into Valor, and he's pretty good at it too, I gotta say. So I gotta say I'm pretty impressed in that regard, but regardless, though, moving on along and see what we got. I mean, Mommy Lovers has obviously been the team that we've seen the most of. We followed them for every single game tonight, if I'm mistaken, or at least 2 out of the 4 that we're coming up on now, or else to make it 3. But I mean, all things said and done, I mean, I'm impressed. It's fun to watch, even then, considering the map. That's just alone in its own right fun to watch, knowing we're going to be getting a big rotation coming out soon, and also giving these teams a little bit of an opportunity to get warmed up in this map right before it comes back into the pool.
Always changing things up here for GLG. The holiday season to come through, and we're having our own festive spirit, so to say, here at Dallas. Fireplaces galore. Somewhat red clothing as well alongside the holiday season. I'm sure you and I had to scrounge along in our laundry baskets to find as red of a clothing as we could. Honestly, it's a miracle I bought this. I don't even think it was I bought it. I think somebody bought it for me, which is the reason why I own it.
Looks like you went to the Halloween store for like a lumberjack costume, and that's
I know,
like the best
right?
you
Like,
came out with.
I think the plan was I was going to go to a pumpkin patch with my significant other, right, and take pretty pumpkin patch pictures. We never did that, so we did not put it on Instagram like a basic person that we are. And so I just have this for no reason, unfortunate as it is. But it worked out for just this occasion, so big shout out to them. I hate this. It's really hot. It is exceptionally hot in this shirt. It is a flannel through and through. I am burning
Cut off
up
the sleeves and then sew them up on each other. Give a little more of that ripped look.
Look over the Zoolander.
I mean,
look.
Strive came on looking like he was out of the Christmas themed porn. So I mean, hell, why don't we stop there, right?
I thought about unbuttoning the top 2 buttons as well, but I was like, wait a minute, I have no chest hair and I'm pale as a ghost, so I'll have no reason to do so. Strive will just be better than me in every regard, which he already is. I just didn't want to pull out the competition, so to say here.
Plus he's Canadian. So like there's too much there. The guy is just a living cheat code.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
BS.
How do you beat that?
Well, he has a dog too, but you get a dog. But he's got like a cute like golden retriever. It's a golden retriever, I believe.
Mine's a Russell Terrier German Shepherd mix.
See, German Shepherd, you almost had it beat there. Problem is, you go the 50-50. It's not the same.
They were purebred on both sides, so that was the hardest part. Is like she's got like the muscles of a German Shepherd and a tiny Russell Terrier body, so she just beats me up when she like wants to play around and jump.
So it's like all the right things of like all the wrong.
I know. You wish they had a larger body and like be sweet like a Russell Terrier, or like want to play like that. No, just cries for attention like a German Shepherd does and has separation anxiety.
They're like me being a guy and then also being a gamer. It's like instead of, being super skilled and then, being all muscular, I'm more just incapable of talking to women and I just get super oily.
Leg muscles, yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of hair in places that don't need it.
How it comes down to? Oh my goodness. Sign me away from that book. Unfortunately, I've been pretty much stuck in that one for quite a while. The round goes underway. The players with their Santa hats on and ready. And the beards as well in the bottom left corner. Look at that. Look at Omen looking spicy.
Where are those on our caster desk?
That is true, actually. I'd like to file a formal complaint. But our producer has said that they're going to get onto it. So we're good here, Dallas. I mean, the first time I can grow facial hair, actually. I'm going to be very excited for that.
Yeah, it'll be fun to watch. Maybe then it's more fun to see some blood. I'm here for conversation. Love podcasts, but I usually listen to them more than I actually get started in them because I'm not that big a deal. I would love to go ahead and see if we can actually get some kills here on the board. See some blood being shed, and already you can see once again the on-site. It is going to be toxic, completely trapped out by the Astro, but able to go ahead and maintain 2. Good
down, B.
Yeah, 2 very big frags as well. Cowboy trapped up in Raptors, not able to go anywhere further. Off the clock, just find a little bit of success still in that foothold, takes down 2 more. In the exact same angle with the Mommy Lovers going through here in first round, leaving just Joshy to face off against them. It is a single shot to remove down the opposition's KO, but it's not always the easiest thing to connect it, especially when it comes to these pistol rounds. Maybe your Frenzy's still left in the floorboards where Toxic just was. It's not going to matter. Richie has that Frenzy, and they will come up clutch for the win, giving Mommy Lovers their round 1 they need.
Kind of be expected a little bit. Good picks already good to go ahead and consider the realism. Even then they had those first 2. You're expecting them to go ahead and say, look, we're turning it up. We're looking good here. We're getting things rolling along, but it's just the trades that can come through when you go for kind of a retake. Mommy Lovers, they just have those angles. Once again, that's where Split really starts to excel. That's why these teams need that practice because, man, if this map really doesn't punish you for checking every single corner because of how close every single one of them are, this is one of the maps where you can honestly just use a talk about Breeze and the Marshal and the Guardian and being viable there. Well, in this map, I feel like any single round, you could have the Spectre be viable, a Bucky be viable, a Judge be viable, and maybe because of the cheapest shotguns, that's why I hate it so much.
One of the big things about Split as well, Dallas, is just how important this mid control truly is. And you're seeing them trying to take control of it fairly quickly for that Mommy Lover side. Monkey was even lying in wait to try to pick up a frag off the back of it. There was a lot of contention in mid. 2 players initially, Dior go ahead and steps on out. Doesn't want to stay there for too much longer. It takes the majority of their life in the process, down to very little, if not no HP truly remaining. A sneeze in their direction will remove them. Maybe that Jack Frost nipping at their nose. Either way, they're going to have a hard time defending this objective because they're now an even further man disadvantage with Monkey finally being removed from their position, not allowed to reach me back towards alley.
Yeah, I mean, good looking so far. Able to go ahead and have a little bit of an exchange here. You know, and I mean, even then in a 2v4 scenario, Mommy Lovers are already expected to be winning this thing out. And they do go ahead and put that nail in the coffin there for the second round. So I have a couple of rifles, or at least one there to carry overs. I mean, look good looking. And even then, you didn't go ahead and buy out across the board for your whole squad. So you're thankful for that in that regard. I mean, you showed that you got a Phantom to work with. You got another one to follow it up as well. And even you can armor up in the back of those because of that round one that you have to play off of. You know, you can have yourself a pretty solid sight take because that's what it comes down to. This map, you just need that arsenal. You need that coverage. And that's why the Phantom really starts to excel. You're not going to see many Vandals unless they really go over towards that A site more times than not. But I mean, you never know. You may get a couple players here and there that like to play it aggressively. See if they go for this early pick, or you can see where Cow Pie is sitting at, and maybe go for an exchange there, knowing the Vandal would excel there. But past that, doesn't really find the prowess you need over towards that B area.
One of the advantages of the Vandal as well is just players having that comfortability. It doesn't really have a huge concern when pushing towards that B or straight through mid and through that, heaven side on B side. It's a lot shorter of angles, meaning that one shot potential is still truly there. Maybe not when you're pushing towards the back of B or trying to go in through garage, but either way, it seems like a Cypher on Cypher battle is doomed to come forward on the B side, as the Cypher for Mommy Lovers is sitting inside garage and very easily shuts down Joshy on site, with Alpha Claw alongside their KO working in through heaven and mailroom. That's now 2 players off the board for the defense. They've only got 3 actually remaining. Caster's doing math right there. What a wonder. And Alpha Claw still not done just yet before finally falling to Toxic after taking a second player off the board. When we think Alpha Claw's done, they never truly are. They still somehow come out of nowhere, find picks before falling, and make very positive trades from the Mommy Lover side, who are now up 3-0 on split of all things.
Yeah, big exchange, and even then, it just seems like we go back to that kind of tried and true when it comes around to split. Attacks are going to be favored here. I mean, again and again and again. Haven, where we saw, keeping the, bad because of our minds, where we did have the early days where we saw a lot of split. We saw more teams kind of going ahead and playing that more times than not. That it was very attack-sided. Plain and simple. A lot of teams thought they were always going to find themselves a little bit of advantage when it came around to that attack, and that's why Chamber was just so important for this map. But I mean, now finally we get a little bit more equilibrium here. We get a little more of an exchange. We get a little bit more diversity. And even then, as we saw Haven, even then with the Asher changes that were going out during the time, with the other controller changes, with Sentinels, with KJ not being as powerful anymore, all kinds of different stuff was just absolutely thrown out into the wind to see what really starts to come back at you. And finally, we do see a little bit kind of what goes around comes around. We see it coming back to it. I mean, and it's just the same old situation. Right back to the attackers. Don't have that chamber. Can't really lock that man down. And even then, I mean, he's not as viable as what he used to be, even if he is there, because he can only hold that one site and can't be literally everywhere. But speaking of being everywhere, you see Mungus trying to do exactly that. Can't really pull it out as you wander into sewers. A little bit of T1 right there, just without the text chat.
Keep in mind as well that Cypher judging me in that timeout, it's pretty concerning to think that having that Cypher be one of the possible first players to fall off the board for Realism Purple like it was just last round could be a major issue, considering how pivotal they are to holding an objective. Yeah. With this A site officially being taken by Mommy Lovers without really any contention so far, Realism Purple don't have the money, nor the eco, nor the hit total to really have themselves an influential position to work from. They're just trying to do best with the sheriff, trying to make the round pricey. Monkey is a pretty nice flick up to 1, but that will once again be the only kill that Realism Purple are able to net themselves in this round. And instead of it being Alpha Claw who falls as the last player left, or the only player to fall, I should say, for the attack, it is instead Richie. All in all, another decisive round off the back of an eco. This is the one where the rifles will start to fall back in that defense's hand, where they have a much better chance to truly contend.
Yeah, I mean, even then with the 4-0 start, I mean, you have to look at these rifles once again. What we can actually see Realism Purple starting to bring out in this kind of circumstance. I mean, things haven't really looked for him too hot so far. And even in the early aggression they're trying to go for in this defense, I understand that you're trying to find these avenues, trying to get these players, this number count to work into your favor right at the beginning of a round. That's going to be very difficult to do on a map like this. You have to do it with numbers. You have to overwhelm the middle, and you have to find that control. This is also where we saw Sages start being put on this map to say, well, I'll just wall the middle, because that's how important the choker is, that you almost have to have that as a necessity again and again and again to make sure that, okay, this is taking accordance of, and we know if somebody's going to try and go through it.
Quick use of the neural theft here. Cal Pie trying to make advantage or take advantage of that double ping that comes through. Noting 2 players inside mailroom, they are in fact still there. They'll throw down a Cypher cage to cut down that sight line and to feasibly bait that they are in fact moving over towards the A site through that underground instead. However, not the case. They went directly towards the objective. They get themselves a pick, and now they'll quickly expedite the rush to that spike in towards site. To get that spike placement down, force time constraint now into the laps of Realism Purple. But the problem lies, there's only 2 players left defending. They can just go for these fights if they wanted to, and they look like they might have, but they'll hold back, make sure that the objective goes into play, and they just hold these angles, and I think they're not even going to go for a retake here. Just hold on to the rivals, so you still have them.
Yeah, I mean, that's really just can't really blame them. knowing that you have so many players that fall, you only find one exchange, and even this for Sentinels and not for another role, you got to go ahead and just let them take that control of the map. You got to let them find that area. You got to let them find that space and just kind of give it up to a certain extent, knowing that, okay, what's the follow-up going to look like? What are we going to be playing with here? Well, for retake, we have a breach. We did have an Astra there for a second, but even then, that's the problem, that when you knock so many players down, the only one that wasn't alive was, well, a Sentinel. You still have all the aggression in the world. You still have initiators. You still have duelists. They're going to keep on pushing for that space. You're going to keep on trying to find those bloods, and they're inevitably going to find them as well, considering they have all the money in the world off a 5-round spree to buy things up once more. Because keep in mind, I mean, Cowpie right there, you saw it 9,000 for a second, meaning that they were capped out. There wasn't anything holding them back from.
And considering that we're only seeing maybe one, maybe two players from the Mommy Lovers side actually falling by the end of these rounds, they're not even having these rounds get costly, let alone losing them or having a chance to lose them. Realism Purple just aren't exiting these rounds in a positive way. They're heading into the next one. It'll be a thrifty round, not a total save. A stingers in hand, a little bit of armor, a sheriff for that top frag. Give them something they're comfortable with and give them at least a fighting chance around these corners. But you're going to expect some of that Mommy Lover side to possibly use these ultimates here. Maybe one just for a zoner tool so they can get out of the site, then step back and fight long range where Realism Purple will not have any sort of chance to take fights. No matter what it comes down to, they're going to swing as many players as they can in tandem so that they're team shotting down their contestants. You see that all through a lobby, 3 players aggressively. And once that call has been made, there's at least 2 that were spotted by that Cypher. They're going to say, go to B now. There's less defenders here by all possibilities. Engage as fast as you can and take control.
Let's go ahead and overwhelm them. I mean, that's what it comes down to again and again on this map. You see the wall come down, you see the players put the pressure out. You know that some are probably on their side of that wall, and if you think you get a player going around for a little bit of the flank. It's Cowpie because, well, what are they going to do? Sit up on site once the spike's been planted? In the meantime, they're going to make sure to get some kind of effect, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Already a little bit of a late rolling thunder, I'd say, with so many players already dead. In the meantime, the majority of your team more than gone, and even then, you're the last one to stay standing. So that's another round and result going to the side of Mommy Lovers with a 6-0 fashion to guaranteed half no matter what.
Oh my goodness. Realism Purple, they are struggling. Rifles will fall back into their hands, but knowing that an ultimate was faced off against them before and they had used one of their own, they didn't take the most positive of trades. But hey, there's some consolation to that last round. They got some kills. They got some chances. But they're way too past that point of return. There is no point of return at this point if they cannot find at least 3 rounds. You like to call it 3 is the minimum you need to work with. And for a map like Split, where it is pretty one-dimensional, where the attack is really dominant when it comes down to it, 3 is definitely feasible for you on the defense. It's just a matter of whether or not Mommy Lovers will use that as a momentum turner. Once the ball gets rolling, it's nigh impossible to stop. We see it way too many times, and it looks like it could be another scenario for that one, but at least Realism Purple do find first blood. Monkey swinging aggressive at the back of a quick stun, and they get themselves a really positive trade now for the second to join in.
Yeah, finally able to go ahead and lock down kill these players, get some very clean kills is all you really need to lock down a round so far. And better yet, close it out in a flawless fashion. Huge picks coming out from Realism Purple. 4 ultimates still on the board because they had no pressure to really use any of them whatsoever. And just going ahead and finally translating results into a round. That's what you have to look for. Sure, it came off the back of a 2K there from Toxic. A massive hold on that B side and making the adjustments to know that, okay, well, let's just go ahead and lock this thing down, and that's exactly what they did.
Locking down these objectives is an important factor for Realism Purple, but let's keep in mind, there'll at least be another bye for Mommy Lovers in this next round. And the round after that, more likely than not. And even possibly the round after that.
After that.
Considered. They were stacking at 9,000 credits at the end of almost every single round. They're needing to be punished, essentially speaking. Realism Purple just taken quite a while to get to the point of being capable of doing so. They feel the pressure coming in from Mailroom, though, and that mid control. Giving away that position allows for them to pivot in towards the A side, and you can already see where their Euro is lying in wait. And though you do see Cowpie fairly aggressive inside of Heaven, already having to swing deep because of that tether now locking them in play. Thankfully, that Cypher Cage denying sightlines. Here, Yoru is pretty close on A, but they fall. So now you have to engage onto that B side alongside your Cypher of Cowpie, and you can't keep Richie alive in the process.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a problem child right there. And even then, more to consider is the fact that you really don't have any left. It comes down to that 1v5 situation where even then, Mommy Lovers, they found themselves good rounds so far, but Realism Purple They're really starting to strike back. I mean, they got 4 players alive, and even if they do win this round, it could be another one very dominant fashion, but even then you gotta wait for something else to kind of come out in the meantime. And Dream! You should have died there, Cuzzo, but hey, more credit to you.
30 seconds
He never
left.
dies. That's not the phrase. That's not the saying. Manhunt moment right there, being chased down, thankfully coming out on top. Now coming into this latter stages of this round, the Mommy Lovers off the back of a resurrection that was being utilized puts them in a
Spike
spot where they'll
planted.
at least have sight control. Joshy, though, prowling as slow as they can. I don't think Pruff is going to realize that they're on that flank. They'll move in towards elbow on that base side. One player up inside of tower, another one pressuring them from the
Last
flank.
player standing.
Pruff will not be allowed to stay alive, and it will be an easy cleanup for the remaining players of Realism Purple. Now just a 1v2 as Dream is forced to try to zoom in, but there is just no chance to do so, and they will lose out this time around. Upload this one, Realism Purple will now climb themselves to 2-6.
And they're getting themselves closer. That's what they need. They're just utilizing, kind of allocating these ultimates out very sparingly, not really getting too crazy with it, and you got to give them credit for that exactly. Playing it slow, playing it steady, just saying, look, we're still in this thing. They only got themselves 6. Every round passes, sure, it kind of helps, or hurts a little bit more so, but I mean, honestly, it's not too bad right now. We're just waking up here. Sure, we've seen split over and over and over again, but I mean, I think just because of that tried and true, that little repetition right now, the pattern that we're realizing, it helps us make adjustments that much easier to see what exactly is unfolding here on the map and see what these teams are really starting to go for. And even then, better yet, knowing that, I mean, one of the players are also going to be guaranteed locking every single time with that Yoru. You got to make sure that, okay, maybe this isn't the strongest thing in the world. A lot of teams don't know Yoru that well. This could feel like a 4v4. It just comes into the extra gun and how good that really is. Problem is, though, the one that's actually foundational to Mommy Lovers as far as Dream, being the top frag of that squad as a Sentinel and just continuing that reckoning.
Going off a Claw is a poor player whatsoever. In fact, they've been playing exceptionally well. Pretty, I'm not sure what you're trying to go for here. Knowing that they're all Nightfall, you at least have an inclination of where they're going to be lying in wait. Swinging around the corner, though, Calpine will make sure that you do not stay there for much longer. And a neural theft to make matters even worse. You can play within your own Cypher cage, and then when that second ping goes through, just spray them down, but they choose not to do so. Instead, they'll wait things out and wait for Monkey to swing back around that corner for that instantaneous pickup. Cam around the corner, cleared away by Toxic, seeing it be put in play, and a slow orb sent as well. It's going to be Toxic trying to swing out, and they'll actually get the upper hand on Claw, who may just feel uncomfortable on that Yoru roll, like you were mentioning, and that leads to them losing what seemingly could have been an easy fight, as one of them was stepping out of a smoke, and one of them was watching the smoke, is the only angle they could come from.
Yeah, I mean, just got to find this retake to really go ahead and start to unfold here. Even then, when you're in a 2v4 situation, it makes it very, very difficult knowing how many corners are going to have to be covered in the meantime. But thankfully, one of those was already given up with the barrel of that gun, but still, somehow Richie ends up winning that fight. And Dream there to follow up as well, there to go ahead and close out that 7. So we talked about that line that was said already by Mommy Lovers right off the get-go. I mean, in 6-0 fashion, every single round after this, it's not just 1 round's difference anymore. It's 2 that it equates to at the end of the half. So they got to make sure to tighten things up right here, right now, and make sure that Realism, as we talked about it earlier, they have to find themselves 3, and they have to also kind of stop the splitting to a certain extent. Sure, they've done it there for 2 rounds, so they're capable of doing it. Problem is, we're going to get that follow-up and run it back.
Dallas, we've gotten a little bit of intel here that Claw has actually been the Yoru the whole stream so far in all 4 games, meaning that despite the problems that we're seeing them somewhat have, it's not the most egregious thing whatsoever. They are still have been playing that role for a while, and they have a little bit more experience on it, and we maybe don't see that from the side of Realism Purple as up to this point. Just their Yoru's off the board, and they have their Dimensional Drift ready, which means that Ultimate will be not allowed to be utilized. Claw on that lone com play inside a lobby like we've seen it many a time before. Just 3 rounds ago, they died first. This time around, it'll be second, but still the first loss for that Mommy Lover side. It's a hard spot to come back from, losing that duelist to try to engage into, but you've got Dream and Dream Luck right next to you, whether or not it's trading for 35 Ender Pearls or trading into a site and going positive for frags. No matter what it comes down to, Dream has been top dog, and they're finding another pick here on A. Sorry, B.
Yeah, and even looking at what's going on thus far, even you talk about the Yoru and you talk about more specifically where we were mentioning Claw there for a second, they're playing Yoru, sure, not as the most overwhelming, oppressive duelist in the world, and we talked about it because, I mean, Yoru doesn't really feel like a duelist too much, but still not being a nuisance and not being a huge problem for the team and not really setting them back and flashing teammates. We see a lot of Yorus end up inevitably doing. So, I mean, you're just staying out of the way, you're doing your thing, you're taking your shots, and you're just kind of using the utility there to grab some free information. just doing a great
Last
job of just
player
pacing
standing.
yourself, taking it slow and easy, and just saying this game will unfold right eventually, and we'll just take the course of nature. Problem is, Johnson may be, a problem in nature is you do at least one blank go out there, but Prop to close out the round with 3K to close out that 8th round here for him, and even then, kind of once again having an opportunity to lock this thing down into a 10-2, as we only have 2 rounds actually remaining in the half to go.
Running out of time now, Realism Purple, to try to get some of these rounds back under your belt. A round like this, where you are somewhat engaging with a somewhat disjointed and dismantled buy, could be the wrong idea, but you're nearing that max bonus anyways for the loser's bonus. The credits will still be rolling back into the pockets. It's just gonna be a matter of taking a look at that digit number that says your next round credit count will be this, and then trying to realize if that's going to be enough to make sure that you can full buy in that next round. Everyone, they've got a main Dallas. They know exactly how many credits they need to buy that full kit, as well as the weapons in hand to make sure they're sitting pretty. Right now, the Mommy Lover side has not had a single round truly where they're struggling to buy themselves up. Dream again, finding 2 picks, make it 3. Pretty's attempt to step out of the way falls short, and that is a huge pivotal
player
surfacing
standing.
for the side of Mommy Lovers, with Claw now finally even joining into the fray. Just Joshy left standing, much like last round, but if instead of it being a 1v3, it's like 1v5 as the Mommy Lovers look to finish this round flawlessly.
Yeah, I mean, that's all it comes down to. See what Mommy Lovers has accomplished so far, and seeing the way they're just kind of playing this
Spike
map
planted.
out. It's just outstanding. I mean, you can see that obviously after the prior wins for them, it's just a stint of momentum at this point. I mean, not only just in terms of rounds and rounds and rounds, but in terms of this map overall, because they are just nailing this thing to a T as another flawless round goes beyond to find themselves over to a
Last
9th
round
and just
in the
takes a
half.
round to that last exact line we got drawn in the sand here before that went in. Joshy and Pretty don't really have much armor to work with, but you got 4 wins on the board to compensate for that fact.
This is the last round for the halftime switch. You can hear the voice ringing it out by the very beginning of this buy phase. With 4 ults on the board, a Cosmic Divide is one of the more important ones here for the retake. Honestly, you can give up the majority of this side, Dallas. Dimensional Drift in for information. You've got the Neural Theft for late information at the back end of it. You've got a Rolling Thunder to stun and concuss, and then off the back, a Cosmic Divide to split the objective in half, so you have an easier time of actually going for the plant. Mommy Lovers, they've got a res, which if they die first, it's not even a concern. They've got a no command, which yes, can deny, but you can wait things out or just take them down as they'll attempt to entry in and use it right off the bat. You've got so many things here for a post plant that you should be plenty fine to go off of, and they do manage to DP, the player of Richie. And much like in R6, you can be picked back up, but that stabilization will be emphatically denied as Claw will fall in the process.
Yeah, I mean, just good pick so far from Realism. Make sure they kind of look at that third and they're trying to keep it going, but I mean, they are definitely doing exactly that. Once again, it comes down to the singular player out of Dream, the top frag of the side of Mommy Lovers. Problem is, when you're in a corner and you got so many ultimates and just so much other utility being funneled into you at one point in time, there's just nothing much you can really do there. So 9-3's a half, as it seemed kind of inevitable that we could be drawing that lightning going over that point there for the side of Mommy Lovers. We actually see Realism Purple hold things down, find that minimum that they need, and just lock things out to say, look, double digits right off the get-go doesn't seem all that tempting, and we don't really want you to have it that much, so we'll just lock it out.
Time out through and through with the round halftime score going 9-3. You've effectively locked this one in for that minimum you need, Dallas. Now you're heading into that second half on the attack, the one that we have been stating has been favored and should continue to do so. But let's also keep in mind, your duelist is a Yoru. And not a great Yoru right now either. Keep that also in mind. Your Yoru is bottom fragging. Your Yoru is struggling to get out through the gates and pushing forward. And while we've seen some interesting plays come out from them, they've not truly been able to survive past that point. Dream is hitting those headshots before it's even a concern for them to step away. And even when they do step away, like we saw in round 2, they're down to 1 HP, and it wouldn't even matter past that point. They're effectively dead. The little successes we've seen come out from that Yoru, yeah, we made you play it. I get it. You may be upset with us, but something's got to change. You need to not have this be a 4-on-4. You need to make this a 5-on-4 instead and start to, I don't know, build up that Yoru diff and have some sort of credit underneath your belt. But also be brought in hands for every player but one for the attacking side this time around of Realism Squad. They will try to make sure that Monkeys gets through the gate on that initiation, and they need to charge up that Cosmic Divide as well, because that will be one of their main catalysts of success here on the attack when it comes to getting into a side safely and making sure that they slow down that very aggressive Mommy Lover side.
Yeah, I mean, just good looks so far, but I mean, even then, I'm just looking more forward to see what they can do on a half like this. Because Realism Purple, they haven't gotten here just by a freebie. They've obviously earned their keep. They've earned their right to be here. So I want to see exactly what they can do on this attacking side to really warrant that. To say, look, this hasn't just been handed to us. We had to fight for it, and even then more so, we honestly deserve it. So, I mean, just go ahead and show that off. 3 rounds against the dominance that we saw coming out of Mommy Lovers on that first half. You've already gone ahead and proven a little bit of it, but I mean, you got to make this thing close. You got to keep it contested. You got to make sure Mommy Lovers really starts biting the dust here and starts regretting the fact that they just kind of gave you a reckoning on that first half. But I mean, already we see a good even exchange here on the board, but Mommy Lovers coming out on top in terms of the health pool, and they still got the Sage Hill there in the back end. Cowpie putting an end to that.
Cowpie saying, yeah, it may be a defensive round for us, but it is a defensive must as well. We want to make sure we reach that double-digit margin right off the bat. You gave us 9 in the first half. This is your problem now to get over with. And they're only 1 player away from continuing to do just that. Dream trying to assist Off a Claw as much as they can. And that Astra is fortunately going to still take down their teammate before Dream can have anything to say about it. Waiting for the right time for the double swing. Richie will be swung a pod, but it's a bait and a switch. Dream swings that corner, and they'll find themselves an emphatic kill to finish things off the frenzy to give Mommy Lovers that double digit I just spoke of. This is territory where you may just have to force if you're Realism Purple.
Yeah, I mean, just good luck so far. Once again, to kind of follow things up in Mommy Lovers, we talk about these kind of double-digit round checkpoints that could come around, or more importantly, roll around, if you have yourself the right things to set it up. If you got the right moment, the right circumstances, I mean, and even then when you go ahead and get that night, you line it up right afterwards, you're saying this is all a force, where the other team's probably going to have to force themselves out as well, and we should have more armor or better guns, as we can see the Guardian kind of being traded out for that lack of armor thereof. That could go ahead and really result in something, but it comes down to whether you can actually hit those shots. The problem is right now, Cowpie can't see anything to even look at to shoot.
Well, not much either. Their retinas quickly blasted straight out of their eye sockets. The Mommy Lovers will quickly move back a little bit further, giving up the snipe for Realism Purple, but they're totally fine with it for the time being. Play for that post plant. They know that they forced to a degree. They hear that Guardian shot ringing out in the distance. It's hard to deny that that shot is dangerous, but they're still managed to come out positive the trade. Cowpie gets one, Off a Claw with another, and yes, 1 frag was gained for Realism Purple, but it's just been even past that point, which still puts that attack on a man disadvantage. Healing goes out, but Off a Claw cannot survive long enough to make use of it. Monkey will make sure of that. Stinger in behind screen, and a player locking down elbow up close and personal. They'll get those Spectre shots to the head. They'll gut the shots in tandem, and Dream will catch Monkey off guard by swinging close side of screens instead of far side like they were expecting.
Yeah, just another round to go underway. Even then, some good weapons on the field to go ahead and be picking up in the meantime. I mean, with that Guardian, with the Phantom, those are going to be your 2 kind of MVPs, and make sure to carry over to the next thing. You're happy that you at least have 2 to roll over, because, well, those guns have to be in your hands. And even more so, it goes ahead and put the nail in the coffin, I'd say, for the side of Realism Purple, all things considered, when you look at their 3 rounds to work with. And even then, the, cheap guns they have to manifest here just to kind of make up for the lack thereof, knowing that last round didn't really go into their favor. And they still tried to go for whatever they could and make sure they could have a round to play with, and that's just not. So, one more round, obviously, before we get that match point here for Mommy Lovers. There's still time on the clock, but man, is it going to be a really long trek to get there.
It's a dangerous journey. You do not want to tread into this ground without much to work off of, and you're in territory Realism Purple where you have to force every single round past it. You gave Mommy Lovers not just the first of the half, but the second as well. This would have been a doable map for you, at least a lot easier if you had taken a pistol, because you would have just given them the double digits and then just had a continuous spree, much like Mommy Lovers did past that point. But considering you gave it up in the first half and you gave it up here in the second, you are in the worst possible scenario for yourselves. Dream will be forced away. Great utility usage here by the Realism Purple side, but that barrier orb, especially when you're working with very weak weapons, it is a constant thorn in your side, a huge nuisance. You'll have to rely on flashes from the initiator to get through the gates, and they do that so successfully now, only losing 1 player and gaining 2 picks in the process.
It's great execution there right off the get-go. I mean, a couple of those guns that you had in the players, these Realism Purple, they just got free upgrades to work with, and they have full middle control of the map, so they can either opt to go towards that A side and kind of overwhelm there from the side of obviously Heaven, or you could just find yourself to just out-push into B and wait for the retake to come through. But they want more blood, they want to find more kills, they want to guarantee this round as best they can. So they say, let's just spread out a little bit more in the middle of the map, let's overwhelm from there, and let's just not give them the opportunity to go ahead and come up with a game plan, kill them before they find one.
Last player standing.
Shots to ring true, and Monkey and Pretty easily taking down a couple more. Now just Prof left standing. They already take down one. They just need a little bit of an assistance now at that range. The Bulldog is in front of them, and they could go for that instead, but they don't necessarily see it at the current moment. They'll get a perfect spray down to Monkey. Toxic swings them wildly, though, and that Bulldog just comes up clutch. That huge range advantage that was there. I'm honestly shocked they made her take down Monkey at that point, Dallas. But with that round win, it still was made costly, but it will not stop that Realism Purple side from buying up rifles for everybody else, because they got plenty of money to do so, as well as armor and util to work with.
Yeah, I mean, just good lookings for them to go ahead and find a lace around eventually. I mean, now waking up and find themselves a stance on the field, everything completely reversing the likes of the economy on the field. Consider the Mommy Lovers doesn't have a buy of their own. This is not a round that they're going to be very used to in this matchup, specifically considering they keep in mind the entire attacking side that even then, once they did lose those rounds, they would always have a buy to back it up. They would have maybe 2-3 rounds of backup buy right after that, just because of how much money was stacked up. And even then, once they get around to these kind of eco rounds, they really can't get much done, except for Optiflot there in the back of the map. Go ahead and maintain one, so a nice little exchange and make up for the Cypher that was pushing it with Shorty. Problem is, this retake's gonna be very difficult because, man, this is when you gotta press that W key. You just can't.
It's all about the dangers at hand right now for Mommy Lovers. They know they have a disadvantage. They know they're in a rough spot. Make this round costly, make it still expensive for them. Something that Realism Purple failed to do on their, first half, but they'll manage to do so here with Prof. Nice flick up the head there. Pretty took him a couple shots to get the job done. That's 2 players off the board and 2 rifles that they will no longer have going into the next round. They'll have to buy up to match. It should still not be a major problem for them because Toxic can buy a weapon to their teammate. They were sitting at 5,200 credits, but everyone else not necessarily as lucky, and now they're facing the full rifle buy that's going to come out for Mommy Lovers, and that is a team they have struggled against in those confrontations at long range. But they have the advantage of attacking. They have that advantage of pushing, and they have a Nightfall, which will help them out a lot. But they do got to face a bit of ultimates getting thrown back in their face as Mommy Lovers have 2 available.
Yeah, I mean, that's all it has to be, though. I mean, those can be just enough. But when you lose at least one of those immediately to a Opping Yoru, it's a little unfortunate, to say the least. I'm not gonna rub it in too long, but man, well, it kind of stink.
Is that what it is?
It's kind of a stinker.
I feel like when we were told we could be a little bit more unhinged in this broadcast, we've just kind of like taken.
I'm just trying to draw that line. Quite honestly, I want to be a little bit more relaxed. But good God, if I really became myself, well, I would lose my job probably at every gig ever. If we're being real.
Yeah, I'm trying to make dream jokes as possible, but I'm also
Plus.
trying to hold back on the possibility of dream jokes as possible.
Like, I'm not like, I'm talking unhinged, homie. Fuck the door. I'd just be rocking a curtain. You feel me? It's like when your parents ground you.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Transparency is key here for GLG, and we're trying to figure out
30 seconds
as possible, I guess. Dimensional Shift is in pops here, and Mommy Lovers are trying to, well, keep them at bay, but as of right now, Realism Purple with a ton of information. Pretty knows exactly where lying in wait. They still can't find a shot. A little bit too rough to go with. Or she does find at least one more of that intriguing player over here. Josh, he was trying to move in towards side. Plant goes down, but hey, the last player left standing. Sprayed down one. Looking to spray down a second. You get gatted in return, but you still manage to find yourself victorious. Toxic has to isolate in a 4K to clean out. What a round recovery by Realism Purple. Top dog Toxic trying to come through.
Ult's ready.
I mean, just there you go. If you're looking for a comeback, that's what you need right there. Is at least somebody to go ahead and be a catalyst to that, be a kindle to the flame. And I mean, that's more than what you can really ask for, quite honestly. Toxic, especially control. I mean, that is what we see more times than not. Oddly enough, even then, kind of reversing, looking back in time a little bit through the looking glass. Astros were always going off in this map because of how small it is, the kind of potential that a single player can have. And sure, she did have literally so many stars that, I mean, honestly, she could have ran her own like rental agency to say, you know, how you own a star. Well, go ahead, own an entire spectrum of the galaxy because of how much she had to work with. Like, it was like 6, but obviously it being nerfed a little bit, she still has that potential, still has that crowd control, and even they can still have the impact needed for a round.
You know, there's more than just stars in the galaxy, right? That one. Mommy struggling here in this
Last player
round. It's none
standing.
too shocking. Dream's able to find one pick, but Toxic does get them killed back in return. And Off a Clock cannot find much past that point. Realism Purple, on their very forced buys at the very beginning of these rounds, has at least gotten to a spot where they have a little bit to work with. It's 7-11, at least a much closer scoreline than it was previously in that first half. They're closing that gap slightly but slightly, but it only takes literally 2 miracle rounds, 2 good economy rounds for the defense here, Mommy Lovers, to essentially throw that back in your face and have all of that attempt that you're going for with having Toxic and Monkey, to be frank, carrying the day in these rounds in terms of frags. All it takes is them to find a little bit of impact off those ultimates and just play for those rounds and to win the game because of those early losses.
Enemy down.
All right, just to go ahead and retort a little bit, the universe has infinite possibilities and has unlimited amount of space to it, so there could be an entire galaxy, nothing but stars, by the way. But back onto the game, we got Realism Purple obviously doing their thing and trying to go ahead and get themselves back into this matchup, considering they're trying to go and surmount a comeback to a certain extent. They've already done a good job at that. I mean, but even in a 3v3, they can keep this going. I mean, look at these even exchanges. Things are coming to life for them. They are saying you were picking on us no more. You've taken too much of my lunch money. I've now hit the gym a couple times. I'm here to get it back.
I packed on the pouch. Can't show me the locker no more. I won't fit. Gotta find some other way to go about it and beat her on the bush. Realism Purple managed to do just that. Say, hey, can't fit in a locker. Still dunk your head in the toilet. They'll do exactly that. But Mommy Lovers now, unfortunately, down on the back burner with no money to work with. They didn't just take their lunch money down. They seemingly took this next round's money as well, saying, I got your whole week's worth of allowance. No way you're going to buy that new Call of Duty game. You're going to have to deal with last year's edition. Realism Purple sitting at 8, rifles galore, looking much like Mommy Lovers did in that first half. And this is exactly what you want to see if you're a Realism Purple fan. The huge comeback, that mental turner, the kind of exchange of, I guess, mindsets here saying, we can still do this, we can still come back. Yeah, we're having to use a couple ultimates here and there, but we are thrashing them at the gate, stepping into these sites. There's not much Mommy Lovers have been capable of doing against it.
Yeah, I mean, even then, just good lookings, but even then, a good already initial picking up from Calpine and Neural Threat to follow it up. It's a good opportunity, but keep in mind, this is not, just because we're going back to split doesn't mean this is old Valor anymore. You can save the Neural Threat. You can break it out later. You can wait for the team to be there for the retake so they can actually execute off of it. But still, you got the right players on the field actually getting the job done. So there is no problem here. Sure, things have been a little bit difficult, but hey, finally managing to get a thrifty on the field. Mommy Lovers, they got 3 players allowed to pick up these guns, and we just talked about money. It's not much of a problem. Apparently, a butter knife can do just as much damage as a real one.
Yeah, that'd be Mommy Lovers. When they showed Realism Purple who's daddy, they said this is our round, even if we've only got really sheriffs to work with. If we just get one kill, then we're totally good to pick up your rifle as well. It's this age-old story on the CIA, Dallas, of a pistol that only could fire one shot that was dropped behind enemy lines. And I don't know, some country in World War II, it fired one bullet. That was it. But one bullet was all you needed, because then you could just pick up whatever weapon the enemy had and use that instead. That's the mindset that they were working with right there, taking a true military strategy, saying, we'll just use a sheriff, take a couple of shots, and play from there. Once we get rifles, you guys are screwed. You invested too much and then felt like there was no point of returning that investment. Your ROI is abysmal. It's like crypto crashing all over again. And now you're heading to this next round more scared, where you initially had that mental boon, where you were saying, hey, we can still do this. Once they get to 12, things seem a little bit closer on the line. They only need one more miracle round to pull against you, and then it's all over, and you're going to be out of this POV.
Yeah, I mean, even then, it's a match point, as you mentioned. 4 rounds are going to wait for Realism Purple, and that just thrifty cannot happen on a round 11 for Mommy Lovers. Because, I mean, once you get around to those thrifties, obviously, you're getting money from winning the round. You had 3 players alive at the rear end of it to carry these guns over. And you do have a purchase available. Problem is, you've got to overwhelm this opposition. We talk about the capability of attackers that comes around to this map. Well, you got to set that thing in stone right here, right now, and keep this train rolling.
Setting in stone may be the best way to go about it, considering that Realism Purple now are at a man down, and they are struggling to get in towards an objective. They have left their Cypher ready to push in through that A lobby. And while they haven't necessarily found a lot of information, that spy cam can at least give them some of it. And once the rest of the team starts to pivot inwards, they can have some of that initiating
30
power
seconds
to get
left.
in towards the objective a lot safer. They want to get a pick here. They want to pop that neural theft sooner rather than later and hope he gets charged back up by the end of this one. But stepping into that trap
Strike
wire
down
gives Cowplay
A.
all the information they could possibly need. And off the back of that one, and a no
One
command
enemy
popped by
remaining.
Mommy Lovers, they will effectively lock themselves in here for the game winner here right now.
10 seconds left.
Well, there it goes. Talking about
Defenders
ending it, and that most definitely was done. I mean, it only took them long enough. Consider Mommy Lovers after that start, it just took them a little bit of a while to find that kind of pacing to say, well, eventually we're going to get to the point where we can go ahead and win this game out, but it's going to go ahead and take us a little bit longer, considering after that good start that we saw the Realism Purple find themselves into, and even in the follow-up as well, to say, okay, well, now this game's starting to unfold. We got ourselves a couple rounds back to back. We're accumulating the same exact money that, well, they found in that first half. How are we going to double down on this? Well, problem is when you give so many sheriffs over to the side of Mommy Lovers, apparently that's just enough for them to say it doesn't matter.
It's great because now I don't have to like smile to agree with what you're saying. It's all hidden by the beard right now.
I'm trying so hard to keep my head still because
listen, I'm just happy now. My girlfriend can't make fun of me anymore for not being able to grow facial hair.
imagine having a girlfriend. Move along now.
Either way, a great game here by the obvious fan favorites, Mommy Lovers. They wanted to be able to conclude that one, and especially after a very dominant first half, they're happy to be able to say, we've done it. We're going to go ahead and send ourselves through. The question will be for their next matchup as we head on into the semifinals and then into the finals, will we be able to see them go all the way through, or will they be inevitably shut down at one point or another? They look pretty darn good on that attack on split, but they left things to be desired defensively. No matter what it comes down to, they'll need to play the best of their best because the better teams are now making their way forward. We'll see you guys after a quick break. Be ready. The next one here on Split's coming up.
Battling. Oh, what a flash! Oh! Battling. Oh, what a flash! Oh!
Jingle them bells and frolic. Oh, by gosh, some stolly. Eggnog, gin and tonic make Yuletide gay and jolly. Same procedure every year. I just can't get enough. I drink till Rudolph reappears. A toast to him, that red-nosed dear. Jingle them bells and frolic. It's the best day of the year. Come fly with me now, Rudy. I'm loaded. The hours and minutes till the last week of December. For me, the Christmas spirits flow as early as September. It's the best of seasons. Come and raise your glass and sing. No need for other reasons. Glory to the newborn King. I drink to Santa and his helpers too. Here's to mistletoes and here's to you. Jingle them bells and frolic, come, let's sing and dance and cheer. It's the best time of the year, the best day of the year. Yes, it is the best day of the year. Hear, hear.
But the damage has still been.
Merry Christmas, baby. Reindeer's coming out to play. Santa Claus is packing the presents, making sure you've been behaving okay. Merry Christmas, honey. Yeah. The snowman's dusting off his hat, on the shore for everybody, to give them a smile that lasts another year. There's something that happens when sleigh bells are ringing, when December ends, when the children are singing, yeah. Merry Christmas, baby. Merry Christmas, baby. The snow is laying 2 feet deep. Now wish upon a falling star, so all your secret dreams can come true. There's something that happens when sleigh bells are ringing, when December is, when the children are singing, yeah. Merry Christmas, baby. Ooh, yeah. There's room at the table for big and for small. All the fire is popping, the chestnuts are cracking, yeah. Merry Christmas, baby. There's something that happens when something that happens when December ends, when December ends, yeah. Oh, it's Merry Christmas, baby. Merry Christmas, baby. It's Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. It's Merry Christmas, baby. Yeah. Merry Christmas, baby.
I'm not wasting any dreams this Christmas. I've made my wish upon that star. The only dream of which my list consists This year there will be no praying for the snow to fall. It would not make a difference to me at all. No, I'm not wasting any dreams. This Christmas I've made my wish and it came true. No, there is no denying I'm as lucky as can be. This year the wishing star has shone its light on me. I'm as happy as a child on Christmas. I've made my wish and it came true. All I want for Christmas is you.
Christmas is coming. Start sending your letters off to Santa. Christmas is coming. Yeah. Better be nice if you want your present. Tell all your brothers, sisters, mama and papa too. Christmas is coming. Yeah. Staying up late looking out the window. Yeah. Christmas is coming. Yeah. Spotting some sleigh rides and some jingle bells. Tell all your brothers, sisters, mama and papa too. Christmas is coming. Roasting some chestnuts on the fire. Yeah. Christmas is coming. Yeah. Celebration and surprises. Tell all your brothers, sisters, mama and papa too. Ooh, yeah. Tell all your brothers, sisters, and mama and papa too.
It's all over.
Hold up. Maybe not!
Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Ho, 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 Dallas. We're coming back here with more here from the Pit of Valor. We're super excited to get the semifinal matchup underway. We are continuing to follow the Mommy Lover side, and it's not just because we agree with the message they are trying to give us. It's more than just that. We're now going to be following them because they've been winning games and dominating. So we're trying to make sure that we get all the best action that we can. Guess what map we're going back to? Split, baby. Yours on the board.
Yeah, I mean, that's all it really comes down to. You got to have one for both sides. You got to go to Split. That's just the way it works. You're getting our production a little bit of a break here to say, look, it gives you one less thing to forget about. So all you have to do is just keep the map on Split. There's no problem there whatsoever. But even then, more so, I'm excited to see Shift Academy again and what they can do on this map. Because, I mean, I remember casting way back in the day for here for GLG before the map pool did change around. And Shift Academy, they've been here essentially forever. So I want to see that kind of tried and true testament to the olden days. I'm getting a big wave of nostalgia here tonight. As much as I don't really find myself a fan of the map, I just don't like playing it that much. But casting it, looking at what teams can do with it, and seeing the kind of incentivized aggression that comes out here, and it's just outstanding to watch.
We saw just how the team of Mother Lovers were playing previously on that attack. They were pretty ruthless when it came to sending 3 players up through mid. They did like to leave Offaclaw by themselves over on A when they were trying to gather information, and they would send Cowpie typically towards that B side through Garage. Whenever one player would die, the other one typically would find kills, and it's one of the reasons why we saw them have such a dominant attacking showcase. However, if you can't see, right in the top left of the screen, it says defense, which means they're starting off on their less preferred side, I would say. After the showcase, we saw them bring just previously, allowing, what was it, 5-6 rounds nearly in a row come back with a nigh recovery to be made. Thankfully not happening, and the Mommy Levels will make sure that they move on forward. But they do have to start on that, I guess, not so preferred side with Bread, Merch, Zavi, Tomzu, and Flower for the Shift Academy side going the other way. Yoru, Breach, Astra, KJ, and Fade on the board for Shift Academy. And it doesn't seem like anything's truly changed here for Mommy Lovers.
Yeah, I mean, just already just curious to see what exactly they can do. Mommy Lovers, we've seen what they can amount to a little bit to a certain extent on this defensive side, because we saw them obviously the majority of the game on the attacking last end. But I mean, now to see what they can do starting on defense when they're actually the ones going ahead and getting their heads bashed in for the first couple of rounds, and how they can retaliate with that. It is if that's how this thing unfolds. I mean, because sure, we talk about the attack side, how it's very favorable when it comes onto this map, and how you have to find a way to just let that pace slow down or just play for the retake. And even then, how difficult it is to look for that control of map on the defensive side. You usually end up giving up the middle of the map, as you can already see. that barrier orber being employed immediately in the middle of the map just to say, well, they're not pushing there, they're going for direct hit somewhere else, and it looks like with the majority of gunshots that are over towards A, we can probably make a safe rotate.
Sitting inside the astral smoke, just doing, the dark cover, just doing everything they can to engage as effectively as they can once they get through the gates and into sight. One player, though, has pivoted out behind screen for the defense. It's off a clock. Sorry, not a Dread. They'll be able to find a player drop who was there initially. Frags go evenly across the board, while Mommy Lovers still managed to come out victorious. A pissed around is none too shocking to see them do so on the defense, Dallas. But they've got to do a little bit better than that when it comes to the rounds afterwards, where we know that the opposing team typically has a better job of securing rounds. Thankfully, Mommy Lovers don't have to deal with Shift Academy forcing in round 2, which means they don't have to fear stingers against. It will more likely be pistols, but as soon as I start saying that, Shift Academy have forced stingers in round 2. They want to go full out here off the gates. That's entertaining.
Yeah, if they would have whipped things out, they would have a little bit of a switch up here and even then show that, I mean, Mommy Lovers, when you get around these kind of states of the game, when you do get those force buys out in the second round, I mean, just keep in mind, they don't have the benefit of seeing those guns. They say, look, they probably didn't see this one coming. You have to find the overwhelming factor right off the get-go. You got to rob away the opportunity from Shift Academy, or even better yet, from Mommy Lovers. And there it is, already a very clean opening pick coming out from the side of Mommy Lovers, once again holding things down with those sheriffs. And even then, where you see them force a little bit from Shift Academy, it's not working out the best for them because they're not able to find these close angles to start manipulating. You see them going ahead, locking things down, kind of pressing that W key, but man, it's not enough to really warrant to get themselves around underway and have that dominance just yet. Shift Academy, they're playing around it. They're playing and listening for these footsteps. And when they say, well, somebody's probably close enough now, I can just find my kill. I'm not worried about picking up a gun. I have one of my own. I run away and I say, hee hee, you're down a man.
Even if Mommy Lovers manage to take this round, it looks like by the end of this, they only have 1, maybe 2 players surviving at the end. And yeah, that would put Shift Academy in a spot where they can't necessarily buy, but it also put Mommy Lovers in a spot where they can't necessarily buy like they would want to. All things considered, this should have been a freebie for them anyways. It'll just be essentially a prayer moment for them. It's very interesting to see Shift Academy play like this. What a slow style here for this map. Cowpie pulling out the Guardian, essentially like a headhunter, but more expensive and not a chamber, thank God. Merge, though, does eventually shut them down, and it is a trade that goes positive and still Shift Academy with that positive man count because they had that double kill just previously. Dropping the slow plow in through screens. Great connection by Dream with a Phantom. They'll use that heal selfishly, but I do not blame them at this point. Being the only rifle working in from tower, they're going to have to move alongside towards screen with their teammate to try to work that security edge and move in through elbow where those players are currently sitting on site because that post-play timer is trickling away from me. You got to engage quick.
You most definitely do have the right angles to work off of as well. I mean, you got to make sure you get those right picks. You got to find these players to go ahead and isolate themselves in these 1v1 areas, and that's exactly what you did. So thankfully, Drain going up there with a little bit of a clutch to play off of for a 3K in the round, and that 1v1, considering that breach is already shut down. It's a good one here for Mommy Lovers to know that they held on to that Phantom, but anything past that, you're a little bit concerned with knowing that there were so many guns beforehand, and that's all you really come out at the end of the day with. But knowing that Shift Academy still forced it up to a certain extent, you feel the security of saying, you know what, we can buy up in our own regards once more, knowing that those are the guns they were trying to throw at us.
You ever live down south, Dallas, and you just have like stink bug beetles everywhere?
I've never left the south, so I don't know what you're talking about. I can't say I do. No.
What? Oh my goodness. You don't live down south when you know the stink bugs. But one is flying around my studio right now, and it's really bothering me because I just see like something whirring off in the distance, like next to my eye, and it just distracts me. I did not watch the end of that round because of that one, so unfortunately I did not get to see Mommy Lovers celebrate past that defusal one stream stacked to it. A stink bug was distracting. In fact, it's on my light right now. I made it try to smack it down. It's gone. Never mind. Take it back. It's out of the way. It's flown off somewhere else. It's flown the coop here, Dallas. Either way, Mommy Lovers now with a 2-round lead. That one a lot more dangerous than it necessarily could have been, but with that victory, it looks like they'll engage here in a very decisive manner. Picking up a little bit more rifles will just make it so that they're better prepped for round 4 when it comes forward. Because Shift Academy with that force in round 2 don't got the eco to worry about around 3. They're gonna have sheriffs, and that's truly it.
Yeah, I mean, that's all you really need, quite honestly. If we go ahead and take an example of Mommy Lovers on a 30 round they pulled in the last map. But I mean, still, you got to make sure that then again, you're holding these close angles. So you have these players funneling into you because, man, will this map force you to do that? That's why it's so struggle and so troublesome for certain teams to actually have something on this defensive side. Because, I mean, once you find these angles, once you see these teams kind of flooding it out, knowing exactly where to pop the utility, you have to make the most of it where you can. And there it is. Already getting on the side with that gate crash. The Yoru that we have to be required to pick at every single map. Going ahead and having its impact here in this round alone so far.
I killed a think bug down. Hope you're proud of me. Speaking of pride, though, I guess the mommy lovers not making their mom so proud just yet. They're down at 2. Flower with a nice decisive shot to Dream's head. And Shift Academy in what could have been and should have been a round that would have been dominantly won by mommy lovers is seemingly going the other way. It's going to be entirely relying now on Onslaught to try and fight for it, and there's just little chance in hell to do so. And they'll be quickly cleaned up off the back of it, trying to swing to clear that util that was stacked up on Spike to deny the defusal there for their KJ. And in the process, 2 players will very easily spray them down, giving the mommy lovers their first loss here in this map. And unfortunately for them, putting them in a very rough spot where they'll be forced to save. What could have been a really solid start, a big string of rounds, 3 at the bat for them, has turned into a bit more of the standard mold that everything but stand is what it truly came down to.
Yeah, I mean, that's all you really need there. We expected a round to go underway eventually here for the side of Shift Academy, and sure, it took them a little bit while, and it took them not really the best of buys to actually make sure that gets done, but it comes around to even in the exchange, that they can actually find these results and allow this space to go ahead and play to their favor. And you can see right there, that just does not happen. Side of off the claw cannot get the job done, even then when you got some players falling on the site, even taking A, which is the more open of these sites. Sure, you don't find yourself as long as lineup, besides that one particular window, but everything except for that, keep in mind, I mean, going all the way from screens into A main, that's huge there. You're not going to find that single shot threshold off anything except for a Guardian or a Vandal or an Operator. So you got to make sure if you can play closer towards this main side, and they're going to watch specifically that, know that that's where the retake's going to try to come in from, and it's just not going to be successful. Flawless rounded away there for the side of Shift Academy. They're starting to wake up, and even then they got a nice little compliment of money to back it up as well.
2-2 solid start, and Shift will now be moving into round 5, looking quite preened to continue to move forward. One single pip away from that dimensional drift, already having the Nightfall and the Rolling Thunder charged. And mother lovers, they're not looking so pretty when it comes to that end. Yes, they're close to the no command. Yes, they are somewhat close to that dimensional drift, but their only active ultimate they have to really force time and kind of force that aggressive Shift side off guard once they buy that time and kind of push in those last 30 seconds like we've seen them doing is going to come down to a barrier orb and maybe a neural theft to retake. They don't have that active usage. And with 2 ultimates quickly, the only ultimate charge for Shift Academy dumped out onto site, that Nightfall doesn't find much of an impact, and the Rolling Thunder doesn't either. They didn't have the information parallel across those 2 to guarantee that it was a safe spot to work from. Merge extends into Alley Falls, but is at least able to give themselves a little bit of leeway off the back of that teammate they just got cut down.
Yeah, big pit's already coming out here. I mean, back and forth. We were making sure to hold this thing down. I mean, showing that you at least have one there still to work with. But I mean, once you see these games getting that close, once you see that these kills are that easy to go ahead and knock down, considering what side of the map you're on, you have to make sure that you have the right opportunity and have that man count to play off of the mommy lovers. You can saw Dream and play that resurrection to take up off the clock, and it just did not get the job done because it wasn't enough. Flower is just that much more of a menace, can get that 3, can end off the round. And sure, it's still 1v1, but man, was a lot invested to just make sure you can reach that equilibrium.
Now the rifles of Shift Academy will still be in hand. Zavi will go ahead and trade theirs over to Tom Zhu. And if you know anything about Zavi, they're one of the best Spanish players in all of, well, football to this day. And they're seemingly sitting middle of the pack for that Shift Academy side, but off the back of that last round, as well as Bread, they have charged up their ult. So those 2 ultimates popped by Shift Academy at the very beginning that didn't have a lot of information behind them, didn't really find a high level of impact, just flushed away mommy lovers as best as it could, and really was just a time sink to get them safely onto the objective. They win the round. They now have 2 more to work with, and mommy lovers just didn't find that same level of impact they wanted, even when that resurrection's brought into the foray. The no command is charged though, and Cowbot is nearing closer and closer to theirs after having used it just previously. Dream taking it and charging a bit of their own, as it looks like mommy lovers with only sheriffs have somehow made a resurgency in the round until Zabi can pull off that World Club form I was talking about previously and quickly spray transfer down both of them.
Yeah, big pick's already going ahead and unfolding here. I mean, considering that the round, it just feels like mere seconds have passed by, and you've still already seen 5 players drop an entire team's worth of players. But it's just not all for one side, because, well, obviously in the spirit of competition, you're not going to let that happen just all willy-nilly. You're going to look for these exchanges, make sure to find this round as close as possible. And even then, consider that mommy lovers doesn't really have the best buy in the world. They're still making it this close, and that's the impressive thing. Just making sure that, I mean, with how small this map can really be sometimes, and what kind of angles you can really force inside of these fights, you can get yourself the upper hand whenever you really need it. Problem is, you need a gun to back yourself up eventually once you do get around to these kind of spray and pray situations.
Player
And
standing.
knowing that right there, it doesn't even take but one shot for Prof to close that thing out. The last one was a little lit, but it's just not going to happen there. Zombie to close things out with that Phantom in hand, a 4K for the round. Not an ace, but good God. You can go ahead and just say that round was on the back of them alone.
Zombie was apparently not liking me saying they were sitting middle of the pack. They're up in that world-class form. When you need them most, they'll step up. A hat trick with a brace to follow. Shift Academy on a 4-round surge. And Mommy Lovers seemingly thinking that the strategy has to change. Alpha Clock will transition away from a normal rifle build and will pick up the big boy boomstick instead, hoping that they'll have some sort of fear factor against Shift Academy. However, that may be too little too late. Shift Academy now engaging as fast as they can to look hopefully circumvent that big boy sniper. Alpha Clock will miss that first prime shot. And a dimensional drift as well as Cosmic Divide will be popped by Shift Academy. They are not stingy with these ults, Dallas. They are actually pretty high to go ahead and press them, which is entertaining because a lot of teams won't put it out whatsoever. And Brad gets a shorty kill just for the laws and memes. What a play.
Yeah, I mean, just once again, we're seeing these teams. I just like the fact that the aggression, once a single kill on Vulture one's out there saying, no, we have to trade this out. And you just see W keys being pressed by the next nearest person to make sure something does happen. Whether or not they lose their life in the process, it becomes an absolute utter funnel to make sure that you have relativity in that fight, that you have some blood to spill, you have a gauntlet to pitch in, but it comes down to whether you can actually come out on top and have that survivability, and who's going to find that second back-to-back on top of these single fights going on. And already you see Mommy Lovers are not doing exactly that. Dream has done it again and again and again. Problem is, though, right here, right now, all it's trying to happen, you're just being flashed over and over and over again where you just can't find the results. And inevitably, Shift Academy found themselves another one to work with, but it does not without its own price.
The price is quite costly, but you're looking at Shift Academy, who was already on a 4-round spree, hunts to their 5, and if we haven't learned a lesson from what we saw Mommy Lovers do just last game, when you're at this point, players are pretty much nearing max credits anyways. They are top dogs. They are your dad. They own you. And Shift Academy have had no problems making that point known to the Mommy Lovers. They're saying, hey, you guys might like moms, but we like being the OG in the house. Split is our map, and we will not allow you to move on to the finals, but it is still their attacking half where, like we've said, they are typically favored to go forward. And speaking of favorited, Brett's favorited patented move of first blood, get kill, move somewhere else may just come to the true tail. A Shift Academy get an easy pick on B and now look to move that spike elsewhere.
You know, any good pick already here off the kicker from Shift Academy. We're just seeing this level of consistency, and I talked about it. This team, they have themselves a history when it comes around just being as a unit, being together, making sure they can play throughout these maps as a squad. And this is a map to really incentivize that. You can find a little bit of the split. You can try to make something go ahead and unfold in terms of how you go for these approaches, whether it be 3-2, 4-1, whatnot. But even then, you have to make sure you play as a full unit of 5, or at least just 4 when you're trying to take the initial control in the middle of the map. They've done exactly that. And even when they decide not to, they make sure to lap around to it eventually because they know how much of a necessity it's going to be. So when you look to the push in the middle of the map, you look up there towards B, having you see another kill already unfold. You know the Shift Academy, they're eventually going to go ahead and start mowing through these players, as there's only 2 remaining once more, being Dream and Mr. Owen over there to the side, and just
one enemy
it's
remaining.
these two every single time I
30
feel. And
seconds
Prof, we've seen them do some crazy things. We saw Dream do some crazy
Spike
things, but
planted.
Dream's already been picked off, and Prof can't do much with nothing but a sheriff in hand.
Heck, can Professor teach them a lesson? We'll have to see. Will not be a case. Unfortunately, does not work out for them. I can't help but say, Dallas, that I'm fairly distracted. Have you noticed that in the bottom right corner where it says, you know, voices of and then our names, that actually moves in accordance to us talking?
Spectralizer, yeah.
Oh man, that I literally have been staring at that for the last 2 matches, and it has had me heavily distracted.
I was honestly, because I put these on my overlay for my own stream, I was actually thinking about like ways that we could like do it to where it's like, I don't know, kind of like a crescent, but it's mirrored under our names, so like it actually goes in accordance to each side, so it's not just under, so you kind of know, okay, who's talking, Mick or Infernosis? Because if I get mixed up with you, I may have to probably end it all.
He means a streaming career, guys. He means a streaming career.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Don't misconstrue that one. You don't want to have that be a problem. Hodson over the top.
Spike down.
And
B.
now you're in a bit of a problem if you're trapped on site. Dream's done a wonderful job of cutting down too, and all of that work that Shift Academy have made to try to continue maybe to send themselves forward is seemingly falling apart. A step back for the Yoru, and unfortunately they do not have Spike. They'll just escape this round by grabbing that ult orb. And now you're just gonna quickly be killed off just the same. Dream is quickly becoming a nightmare. They're finally back in that manhunt form, and this one's much less scripted. Mommy Lovers look like they'll find their third round here fairly early, much earlier than that last game where they're counterparts.
Yeah, I mean, already huge picks come up from Mommy Lovers. I mean, knowing that they had themselves a big stash just in terms of kills so far, but it's nice they've finally woken up to find that relativity in these fights, to make sure they're getting these, not just exchanges, but find some streaks, have these setups, have players looking around these corners and saying, okay, again and again and again and again and again. They're just funneling in, they're running in. I can just spray this down with my Phantom, hold this close quarter and get these kills. And that's where you find these rounds. You have to find this aggressive angle. And you have to kind of win those 50-50s every time, because you know people are going to be checking things, but they can't check it all at one point. It just knows even then, where is it going to be? That's why you have the 5 players. You got one holding down the mid, looking to win that fight outright, either playing the 50 towards the back over on that rope towards A side, or looking over more towards male on that B side. They're going to be somewhere, but where are they going to cut you off from? Same thing with A, same thing with B. You're going to go ahead, kind of spread it out, say, sit where you want to sit. You need to find results regardless. And that's what it comes down to, whether or not you can win that, and even in the Shift Academy, have the utility to be funneling it in there. They've done a great job of that so far. They've checked everything. They've had the aftershocks. They have the breach going ahead and do whatever they can. But sometimes you just got to beat players to the cut and make sure you have a little bit of a freebie. And with Chamber now being out of the game, and Alpha Clock being that Yoru now throwing a gate crash backwards, already found an initial engage, got a kill off it, and says, honestly, I can just stick this thing around to where if I get into a fight that I don't really want to be in any longer, I can get out with no repercussion.
Dallas, I know you and I are not the only people here that sell our personal information to foreign countries, aka use TikTok. What if we had an event one time here for the Pit of Valor where it is, it's just called a TikTok POV, where the gameplay's up on top. We use that filter that makes it sound like the AI voice, the auto-generated voice, and then have some sort of subway surfers going on beneath it so that everyone is overstimulated and they actually can pay attention to the content at hand. I think that would be a very entertaining one, because essentially the subway surfers for me right now is still that thing in the bottom right. It is heavily distracting to me. I'm about to put a notepad up the top of it so I don't have to see it. But the push has come through for Shift Academy, and like you said, losing that first blood doesn't put them in the best spot to work in, especially since they don't have the dimensional drift. But Tom's is doing everything they can, and when they fall, they at least get a positive trade in the process, allowing for Merge to quickly clean up after the fact. So they break things now down to an even margin, but Dream ruins all chances of that, much like they ruined most of the Minecraft YouTuber channel and playlists that you find online. They now have the man advantage going into this post-plant scenario, and Shift Academy, though they do get spiked down, have their work cut out for them.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, good pick so far, just mowing things down. Dream just going for the uncontested spike, because what's going to happen? Well, Fade's in the back of the map, trying to go for a little bit of a lap round and find the pins, but it's just not going to happen. When you give up even apparently a second to the likes of Mommy Lovers, they're going to take every single second to the advantage, and they're going to run themselves into that site and go ahead and close out an entire round. So, I mean, obviously, that shows the essence of time now, the importance of it, that even if you are trying to set something up, it needs to be almost executed perfectly from anywhere else on the map if you're going to have that there, because, well, when they know they possibly have an advantage, or even if they just know they have a fight they can win to some extent, they're going to say eventually, in the end, we may come out on top, considering the 1-to-1s to ones go out in our favor with Sage and Dream just being disgusting.
Yeah, Dream has been an absolute menace, and I would maybe crack a joke normally that they're in this tech pause so that Dream can re-enable the luck, but they haven't necessarily had it. And despite them being on the defense, well, we knew that they were coming into this one being not as successful as they can be on the attack. They have had a very good surge, a very good showcase because of Dream. When you're talking about a Sentinel and the role in general, you're talking about their ability to play up close, and they have the quick step back, and they play for gunfights. Dream doesn't have to worry about that one. Dream can engage with the team. Dream can engage forward. Even if Dream isn't the first person that's met in that fight where the team is pushing in, where they can slow him down with a barrier over a slow field, anything like that, they know how to retake a site. They know how to pick picks. They know how to play long range. And they know how to connect against the opposition. That's a very important thing that a team needs to have. It doesn't always have to be the Sentinel doing so. Dream just happens to be, carrying up that rear, because the Yoru, which hasn't necessarily either, any Yoru I think we've seen today, hasn't necessarily had the best of games. It is a very unpicked agent, so the speciality of the players most definitely is not that. you got to have somebody that can pick up that slack and pop off. And seemingly it's been found here for the Mommy Lovers, with Dream going above and beyond. Huge reses to save days, huge angles to take down sites. This is the player you need, especially when they transition now to the attack when the first half does end here in the next 2 rounds, and once this tech pause closes.
Yeah, and even, I mean, looking at the stance in terms of the rounds, you can obviously see it's staying close. I mean, just for the likes of already Mommy Lovers, have 4 rounds here on the defensive side against Shift Academy of all people. That's impressive. That's a very impressive statistic in its own right. Knowing that, I mean, they've accomplished that. Knowing that even in some of those rounds, they haven't been the most flawless in the world, but even then, on a lot of these rounds, Shift Academy, they're still winning it just by playing off that bomb. Waiting for that spike to unfold, waiting for this game just kind of unravel itself, and knowing that time in essence is going to go ahead and be that 6th man on the field here for squad. So already looking to go ahead and see that time, maybe if you can go ahead and knock it off there in the front end, it'll compensate in the rear end and just speed things up even more. So if you can hit this A site just as fast as you can kind of hit that main area, you'll find yourself a free round, I'd say, considering that Cypher is the only one there and it's only a singular tripwire really holding you back.
Eventually, though, the floodgates will open. And for Shift Academy, they're hoping that it'll be slower rather than sooner. They have liked to play a very slow and methodical playstyle, pushing into these sites. We've seen them pushing in and getting plants in the last 6 seconds, what it was just 2 rounds before. They play the last minute. They do not give up till the end, which is one of the reasons why we see them, or did see them, I should say, pick up that huge spray of rounds back to back. They've just not been as lucky as the defense of Mommy Lovers have seemingly caught them and figured out how to deal with this. No grenade has been popped by Richie, though, and it will be cleared away, though they can be stabilized. It's in a good spot to do so. I just don't know if anyone will make it there in time, but the Professor seemingly has. He's looking to maybe teach them a lesson about covering fire as the Yoru moves in, but all of them get sprayed down. You've got 2 extra players there, and none of them can catch Brett off guard. What is going on?
Round before the switch.
Yeah, eventually comes around, and once you hear that res, it's just kind of a free round to a certain extent. You gotta bait that thing out, and you know that even then when a spike is nearby, it's not like players aren't going to be there. They're not going to give that to you for free. You have to expect it. You gotta spam that 4 button, even then have your crosshair up more times than not, compared to actually having that 4 or whatever it is that KO has that keeps things rolling for him.
This is a nice spot.
But besides that, though, even then, I mean, look at another round to go underway here for Shift Academy, considering the buys for their side. But I'm finally seeing a little bit of a switch up here for Mommy Lovers. They got an operator. They're playing defense. They're looking to go ahead and pitch this in. And that's kind of the biggest thing that you find in these shutdown rounds when it comes onto the defense on this side for Split, is that the operator is just outstanding. I talked about the influence of Chamber. Talked about how powerful he is on this map. I talked about what he's capable of doing. More importantly, though, what can he do when you give him an operator? When he can have it for free, when he doesn't have to wait every single round. Well, we're not quite sure yet, but we can see that, I mean, Off the Claw is not really on site to be getting that job, and that's what's right here, right now. They're up instead in heaven and can't really get that off when you have some flashes thrown in your direction. And even then, you need to watch them build the map because a little bit of a lap round is going to be going through the Shift Academy. They're taking over everything.
Player standing.
Great flank put in by Cowpie, but it still may not be enough. Now left into a 1v3. They'll be forced to go for a 4K here. They net for the 2 at the very least. 1 player in alley. They'll throw down the Cypher cage. And it is easily sprayable through Sorry. It is no cove for Harbor. No matter how much me and Dallas would love to see that be the case. Shift Academy will find themselves with a very positive halftime performance. 6 in a row right in the middle point. 2 to finish things off. And that nets them a very performing heavy 8-4 scoreline, doubling the stat line of the favorite team coming out of this, Mommy Lovers. But now the Mommy Lovers will get to pivot on over to their favorite half on the map here of Split, from what we've seen at least. Attack first and foremost for Dream. Can have a little bit better of a performance, just being constantly in the face of that Shift Academy side, just outgunning them at every turn.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, now looking that they can switch things around, that they're on the defensive side. Once again, it kind of goes around, as I mentioned earlier, to these clothesline situations, I would say, where you're running through these areas of the map, these small chokeholds, and are they going to go ahead and swing out their forearm into your uvula, or are they going to go ahead and just play it a little bit slower? Are they going to give you that space? Are they going to play for that retake? Well, that's a question that you never really know whether or not it's going to be answered aggressively or whether or not you just kind of have to go ahead and just stay on your toes to understand if it's going this way. So let's go ahead and see what's going to be happening, at least for the Mommy Lovers, because we know how they like to play this attacking side. They press the W key, They just straight up push it down, look for kills, and get results more times than not. And they say, well, Sage can compensate for that later on. Shift Academy does not have that luxury. They want to win them outright, and they want to make sure they had the advantage going into it.
Advantage is important. Once the ball gets rolling, that momentum is much less of a fickle mistress like we like to talk about previously, and a little bit more of just a total pain in the ass. Through and through, Mommy Lovers is a team that if they can get that momentum rolling, they will typically stay ahead. But we've seen Shift Academy take that round 2 of that first half and kind of change things on its head. Mommy Lovers still winning, but struggling past that point. It is still Mommy Lovers, though, getting the positive trade right off the bat. They now losing a second player here in the round, but there's only 2 players total to work with now on the defense here for this retake. A Barrier Orb really cutting down most of the points to work with. They know Cowboy is now over towards Rogue, leading up towards Heaven. And they aren't getting tagged there by that breach, and Merge even makes sure they take down Richie at the same exact stead. Great turn by Flower to take down one more of Cowpie that was down to 40 HP. Professor now needs to showcase why they are the teacher and y'all are the students. They managed to greatly remove Merge, and they'll take down Flower as well, giving Mommy Lovers a rough time about their first round, but they'll still manage to get it.
I think any mommy lover out there is having themselves a rough time because of how no, we're just gonna regardless though, mommy lovers, a good one. I mean, to go ahead and get themselves a first round. I'm not gonna get too on him. I already made a mistake earlier. Forgive me for my sins and of my trespasses. But I mean, of all things considered, and see what mommy lovers has done, as I mentioned, they play for the rear end. They play, they wait for the latter half, they wait for the end of a fight, and meanwhile, should get the advantage in front of it. You talked about the pacing of advantages and how that can really turn the tide of things, and even then, how important it is just generally to have one at some point in time. Well, honestly, Shift Academy, if they push up, they're on this defense. That's one, they won the attacking side. It's because, well, they said, now we can set the pace here. We can decide when these engages occur. We can go ahead and dictate the pace of this entire match. And we decide and dictate the way this game unfolds. They can't really do that on defense, and I feel that's really going to be a problem because they're waiting for something like KJ to go off. They're waiting for maybe an Astra Star to have that open window, a dimensional drift to come in and say, all right, now I can ping these players and you can just swing them essentially free because you have me as your kind of, I would say, impromptu wall hacks. You can't have that anymore. You need to fight for the middle of the map, and you have to win those fights too. Otherwise, you're not going to have any better of a shot. They're going on a retake.
Slow crawl in for the Mommy Lovers side. Quickly engaging now once the floodgates have been open into the A side. Once the pot begins to boil, it's impossible to keep it from going over the edge. There's so many tricks you see online. None of them work, and I get a mess all over my stovetop. But Shift Academy have a mess all over that A site that they now need to take over again. Spectre shot from Aqua quickly merged in as Merge will find themselves one pick, but who else but Dream to suffocate that onslaught coming in from the defensive Shift Academy to secure themselves victory as it will fall the first 2 rounds of the second half. This one a lot cleaner than the first one, but they did have proper weapons to work with, and it looks like they want to go in. They're going to force. They're going to full send the rest of it. They're going to leave weapons in spawn. I think they've actually tossed them over the edge to make it even more impossible to work with. They want to make sure they are going through because they know Shift Academy forced. Why not just take this and continue to use these for the next few rounds?
Yeah, I mean, when you know, once again, as I mentioned earlier, when you see these rounds and you know that they've won out and they've even kind of forced themselves a little bit, you gotta punish them for that. You gotta make sure this third round really starts to sting, really starts to hurt. On top of the aggression on the defensive side, you can see Shift Academy be doing exactly that. Mommy Lovers, regardless of the weapons that they've fought. Still, they've already had 2 rods away from them. That's good looking, considering what Shift Academy has done. And think of how much of a result they had just off that alone. Imagine they had real rifles, and if they did that in the coming rounds, what they could accomplish. It's just, sure, it's theoretical. But I think, honestly, opportunities like that, blindsiding these players, getting kills, and even getting control of the map could be a solution they find. Tomzu finds a solution to their own, at least for the moment's notice. He can go ahead and create a little bit of the stall, find more kill there in a 1v2 situation. This round is more than doable.
Finding a player like that who's still just lagging behind in Fridge is an interesting spot for Mommy Lovers to give away a pick like that, and Tomzu will have to kind of make the decision whether or not they'll attempt to fully retake this side, or they'll hold on to the weapon that they have quite literally been gifted. There were 2 of them lying on the floor. They forced a third to join it, and they're just going to say, this is a round where I've won. That's it, at its finest. There's nothing else you can do about it. I have a rifle. I removed another one from your hands. It's a pretty cool skin. I'm even inspecting it at this point, right? Somebody spent money on this and I still get it for free. Lol, in your face. Mommy lovers, though, they'll go up to 7, which brings them at just a 1-round disparity, a 1-round buffer between the two sides. But Shift Academy still feel like it was a pretty positive round in the end because they forced them to drop 3 rifles.
Yeah, I mean, and even then, as I mentioned, I mean, knowing that they can go on ahead and probably noticing that, okay, that's a nice little curveball we can throw into there every now and then. Even then, it's something we could almost rely on to a certain extent. Sure, if we don't find the kills initially or if nobody's in the middle of the map, there's no harm, no foul. We just wait for a retake. And even then, we have full control to come back to the attacking side and force out that same amount of pressure that was just presented to us. I mean, as we can see, this game's starting to go ahead and reach a little bit more of a tie scenario as Mommy Lovers have found themselves 3 in a row. And Shift Academy, they don't have the most flawless buys in the world. There is a half armor there at the bottom of the leaderboard, and you do see somewhat of a diversity when it comes down to the purchases concerning the Vandals and the Phantoms. But Bread able to go ahead and maintain that first pick to be good lookings because, again, I talk about Mommy Lovers. If these players stay alive, they're going to go ahead, get healed up by a Sage, and then just decide, you know what? If it didn't work the first time, they don't have heals. Just do it again. Keep on punching the problem until it eventually breaks because there's no way they can really recover and fix it up.
Run the rock, right? It doesn't matter how many people are in your way. Just push straight through them to the old Bo Jackson trick and just go from there. That's exactly what they're trying to work with. And right now, Shift Academy, who are taking the fight to them, have seemingly come out with that upper hand. 2 players dead and dusted. That's 2 less problem childs they'll have to deal with. And one of them is the biggest problem child of them all. And I'm not just talking about on Twitter. It's Dream, the one here on the Mommy Lovers side, who has been top OG for quite a while, has been the main facilitator of their frags. And with them off the board, Shift Academy may just be breathing a sigh of relief, considering they're more likely not going to have their resurrection available, which in fact they do. And you just don't want to have to be concerned about having that extra man be brought back onto the pitch. Off Cloud, though, does swing into their doppelganger and find him. That is the first pick we'll see in favor of Mommy Lovers, but as soon as one is gained, another one will be doomed to fall as Flower, hiding an elbow, catches off Claw. Offhanded, so to say, unaware.
Yeah, I mean, even then, considering, I mean, these trades have to start going the way eventually. Mommy Lovers just does not have the time in the world to go ahead and make a push like this. It wouldn't really hurt them to do it, knowing the split across the map and knowing that even then the players can be kind of playing on separate sides. So, I mean, you could have taken that window maybe, but still, you really can't blame them for saying that. I mean, the game has not been working out for them all that well. They found themselves a little bit of a comeback there for a second, but knowing that you have these weapons and they are doing absolute wonders for you, and you don't really have all the money in the world because, as you see, Alpha Claw and Prof don't really have the money to purchase once again entirety in terms of utility after the armors come through, that they have a pretty appropriate read of what that round was and what it could have amounted to and how they can really just fold and say, you know what, I'm going to come out with as much as I can and rebound once more. Because as I talk about, if it doesn't work the first time, it comes down to how well do we rebound? How well do we do it the second? How well do we do it the third time? And how well can we set ourselves up to where we're not losing too much on each one of those hits?
Let's keep in mind as well for the remainder of these rounds, Shift Academy being now up and above, they just need to get a couple more here and there. That's what it comes down to. And then playing defensively, finding these first bloods right off the bat, set themselves up quite nicely. But they're a team that struggles past that. When they want to go to a site, they are hard pressed to get away from it. And it's the same thing defending. They don't want to move from these footholds, which does put them in rough spots. It puts them in an area where, hey, I'm being pressed, I'm going to play for an even trade. And a lot of times they don't always get it, but they have been too good about peaking those one-on-ones and too good about fighting it. Though they give up first bloods, every once another quick pick right back in their face. Flower gets taken down by Cowpie, who very aggressively stints all the way into the A site and all the way in through security as well, and is able to find them on that defender spawn location, giving the defense now their work cut out for them. And how did Cowpie know? Just send right behind the doppelganger and still manage to take down the Yoru. What a play.
Yeah, great little awareness there to go ahead and be making those kills, but even more so what it comes down to right here is, well, the resurrection comes out. You're seeing a huge investment on Mommy Lovers, not only just for a round like this in terms of, you know, obviously the players that we saw go off right in the get-go, but even then saying that, honestly, an eco-res isn't a really bad idea here. Dream has gotten so many kills over the course of the game, and they keep it going and going and going. That, I mean, there's really no harm, no foul in a situation like this to go ahead and just save these rifles, knowing that even then the buys weren't the best. They're going to find this flip now. We're not going to have a lose streak anymore to kind of compensate for what we've lost. And even then, I mean, they're not going to either. But if so long as we can make this round expensive, and even then, as we can see that, I mean, for one of the players that definitely is going to, is Tomzu isn't going to die probably in these environments, and you're going to just see a big setup in the middle of the map rather than actually on the spike or towards B. It's no real problem for, well, Mommy Lovers to get themselves an 8th. Make sure this game gets that much closer. They are running this, and that's a problem here for Shift Academy, because I talked about the aggression. They haven't brought it at all, and they haven't found nearly a single round that looks just as good as that first one they maintained with that little bit of a force.
Things keep going back and forth between these two teams. The last time we saw a back and forth game like this was the one right before we got on here, Dallas, for the broadcast, where things were neck and neck for quite a while. I think it actually ended 6-6.5. Yes, at one point it was 8-8, then it was 9-9, then one team got to 10, then the other one just continued to spring forward, and the game ended, I believe, 13-10 by the end of it. No matter what it comes down to, it's interesting to see Split go so even on this second half. Though Mommy Lovers were at a huge disadvantage, a 4-round buffer was available between them, considering it ended 8-4 in favor of Shift Academy. It's still been Shift Academy in these rounds. It's still been pretty darn close, and this round even above that, as Tomzu and Zabi find the first 2 bloods. This one could be another chance to reach that double-digit margin, but Offball has something else they want to say about it. They cut down Tomzu and the lockdown that was put in play, just saying, hey, you may be trying to force us offside, but I'll force that ult to be completely useless and try to play from there. But the man disadvantage is already there. Brett finds another kill, and they got information for days. They're body blocking. They're doing everything they can right now. And Mommy Lovers are trapped in the back of side.
It's one of those points where you're saying, well, what exactly is going on here? I mean, you see that eventually Shift Academy, sure, it took them a little bit of a while, but 2 players remaining towards the rear end, said they finally got themselves a pitch in the fight. Finally got around to work with. I mean, we obviously believed in this team, but I mean, man, it took them a little bit to wake up and say, look, this just is not working for us. And sure, they had the dimensional drifts. They had that benefit of starting the fight off a little bit better. I talked about it. You got to have a catalyst. And they finally did that dimensional drift, having those free little corner peaks, able to go ahead and get a couple of those shots off, get some good damage as well. But even then, now you got another one. You get a rolling thunder. You have a nightfall. All these resources available to where Shift Academy, then you got to buy to back it up. And you're seeing these win streaks start to go ahead and actually deteriorate the resources of Mommy Lovers, knowing that you're going back and forth, back and forth. There's not a better time to use it than right now.
Powerless.
Nookman goes out here for the attack of Mommy Lovers. They also have that from the shadows should they choose to quickly move over to the B side if things get a little bit too dicey on A. But it looks like they're going to go ahead and put down the spike as soon as they can. Once Richie clears away the objective, they'll place it up for tower. A rolling thunder, though, topped by Shift Academy, will keep them at bay. And Dream accidentally shoots the doppelganger of Brett, leaving them blind and quickly able to be cut down after the fact. Richie denies one. Prof able to take down yet another one. Richie, that's you still out in hand. You need the gun up instead. But thankfully, Prof has moved on in towards tower, where he has a little bit of assistance here from Cowboy, who just can very quickly deny that chance. The Cosmic Divide goes down. An easy denial usage here. And Zabi has a perfect angle to keep them at bay. It is a really wonderful post-play situation for Shift Academy. Zabi looking like prime Messi. A gorgeous display of proper util and kills and pressure to keep Mommy Lovers away from their own spike placement.
And even then, I mean, forcing out, or actually not, going for a defensive timeout by Shift Academy after 2 rounds back-to-back, a player's probably going to... I bet you that's what it may be.
Well, they don't have money to buy out in this round, right? The 2 players are short, so they may just be trying to decide what exactly they need to do. All things.
I mean, that's not too big of a problem, though. I mean, look at the buys for the side of...
But they don't know
if you can't buy here? No.
They don't know what we know, though, Dallas, right? Like...
No, but you look at that money, if you've been playing in the scene for long enough, like Shift Academy has, I guarantee you they can just look at those numbers and tell there's no way they're going to be buying up off. They're looking for the best way to see, okay, what is kind of the trade-off here? Do we go for these 2 buys? And even then, do we want to go for maybe a Bulldog with a full armor? Do we want to go for, somewhat of a trade-off here? Because even then, I mean, keep in mind, those ultimates all have been invested. Look at that top. They over invested around like that. Where I was talking about it earlier, where I'm saying, okay, well, you get all the things in the world, so unless you just kind of spread it out, to not do that. Well, I'm thinking they're also kind of talking to themselves about, like, look, can't do that. If we lose these next couple of rounds, that's the one thing we can go ahead and say that's probably why.
Dallas, when you're looking at the way Mommy Lovers have been playing, something tells me they're a lot like Shark Tank and Magano Hideout. They are looking a little canceled. They're looking like they're not up to their full prime, especially in that last round where everything was looking so good for them, and then all of a sudden everything turned back around the other way. Xavi is eyeing that decoy as best they can, has a judge in their hand. This is another situation where Shift Academy is saying, hey, we don't necessarily have enough money for absolutely everybody, but we are going to make sure that we at least have something. The Dimensional Drift being out, it looks like Aqua will try to move back in towards Alley and has been spotted and cut down by Merge. What a perfect decision-making piece there by Shift Academy. And Prof will even use their From the Shadows, not liking the idea of where they initially were, but it just seems like you use it to lose it. There's nothing going on here left in this round. It's 2 of you against 5, and you don't really have much to work with.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, this still was an eco round here for Mommy Lovers. So, I mean, it was kind of something they signed up for, saying hopefully it'll go ahead and have a result of some kind of rebound. But, man, is that a lot to ask for? I mean, considering, I mean, Shift Academy, they just ran through your entire team. This could be a flawless to work with. 12th round underway for Shift Academy, where they got full guns. Even if they do lose left because of kind of the win streak starting to surmount here, they'll have another bye, 2 probably, of rounds back to back. That you got to win this thing. Sure, maybe not right now, but hell, you got to make it expensive.
Making it expensive is kind of the end all be all. We talked this about this as being kind of a tactical timeout, but the 2 players that are still alive are typically the 1 player that's still alive. It's not necessarily the best timeout for them. They're kind of fearing for their life, but sitting so far back on a map like Split, where in your own spawn, there's only 2 angles to come from, and both players can watch both of them simultaneously, truly, it's a little bit better for you to kind of use it as a true timeout. They'll hold on though. Rifle up for Shift. They have 2 players, not with the best of things, Xavi and Merge, a Spectre and a Judge, and I think they'll continue to hold on to these at this point because they know even if they lose this one, they got more after that. They get a 4-round buffer. They still have that same 4-round buffer they had at halftime. That's because of this huge 3-round turn that they had back in return to make up for the 3 rounds that were taken at the very beginning of the pistol rounds from Mother Lovers.
Yeah, I mean, just good stand so far. Knowing that even in this match point underway, Mommy Lovers, even then you had a player that kind of carried over a Spectre into this round. So that's not going to be all the guns in the world that you want. That's going to be a lackluster of one. But honestly, you're saying, okay, hopefully these 4 can kind of compensate for that. That we can do enough with 4 rifles. That mean this one I can just pick off of somebody, knowing that Shift Academy, they probably got a full arsenal under their hand. But even then more so, what can we get off of that? Can this Spectre go ahead and maybe find and force a little bit of a fight somewhere on the map? And even then, it'll kind of play that CQB, be that kind of angle clear to a certain extent, maybe with Yoru running it. No, that's not the case. Instead, it's an Omen kind of using it more as a protective tool, as you can kind of stay back in the middle of the map, set up that checkpoint, and hope that your teammates will find enough results to say that honestly that's enough pressure that will cause these rotates for up in my own gun to play with.
Valor being sent out. Xavi doing a really good job of at least taking down 1 player and forcing Off a Claw to move away quickly. Deeper in towards the back of B's site though. Bond with a great flash out, and Brett will be able to take down 2 in the Prof. Come 007 Bond instead. My mistake now coming true. In fact, Prof is maybe just trying to play as best they can, but Bread has all the time the world, has spotted both players, can come out of this one and cut them down. Just needs to play this one well and can't turn it in time. Unfortunate as it may be, it doesn't seem to matter. Shift Academy still have Tomzu alive and well, and it will be an easy clearance for them to take down the last 2 players from up inside heaven. As a 13-8 scoreline on way thrown back in Mommy Lovers' faces, they will unfortunately not be making it into the finals, and we will no longer be forced to say their oh-so-funny lol name.
Yeah, it's just a little unfortunate there, but even then we kind of saw it. When they got a good amount of rounds on the defense there, you were kind of expecting to wake up here on the attacking side. You're expecting them to go crazy. Once again, Shift Academy, their util usage and the way they flush out players and the way they keep things kind of together. I talked about the cohesion. I talked about that of the units. When it comes onto a retake and split, that's a necessity. Again and again and again. That's something you have to make sure you have nailed down to a T, because I mean, we talk about the attacking side and how overwhelming it can be. Well, you have to make sure that your defensive side in terms of retakes look that much better, because that's all you really have. You can't hold down these sites too much. Once you lose that first player, it's like a domino effect. It will flow through the map, and there's nothing too much you can really do about it except for wait for that to dry out and see what you can do whenever you go and find your own wave of reckoning. And I mean, Shift Academy, they're prepared for it. They had the right players for it. They didn't really make the most use of the world for Sage. And even then, Dream, when we did see that Sage kind of come underway, even then as that top fragger for so long that we witnessed, when you're playing a Sage, there's only so much you can do to actually have that pick in a fight in terms of setting things up or being that catalyst, getting things done. You can't play that pocket role anymore. You can't play that self-sufficient duelist anymore because, well, of the nerfs that came through for.
Yeah, and keep in mind, when you were able to shut down Dream and deny them those first picks, and they were one of the players that were getting first picked fairly consistently, that allowed for secondary players and shifts teams kind of step up big. Zavi, who had a rough start, came back in array, highlighted them multiple times. They were amazing for that shift side, and I can only expect them to continue as they move on into the finals, vying for that $250 prize pool. Their big cut of that 200 of it specifically for first place. They want to make sure they come out of this one with that prize pool guaranteed by Community Gaming. Big shout out to them for sponsoring us. And they can always continue to do so, Dallas, with more and more events in the future. So I think this is the last one we're going to have for a while because of the holiday season coming up. They can always sign up for more here with that country club membership to make sure that only one player needs it and the whole team can gain access to each and every single one of these. There's almost no loss in it whatsoever because you're always getting to face really great teams like this. Not always on the best maps, like Split, but still, you get to see Ascent quite a lot, which can be fun if you like that map.
And even then, once the right rotation comes around, the new map as well, because I mean that's going to be coming around here soon, and that's going to be kind of tossed out with Breeze and Bind, as we mentioned, being replaced with Split, whatever that new thing may be. So if you're looking for a place, and even then kind of need a new gauntlet to kind of test out your strats, see whether that works, it's kind of no things really lost here. No real problems, no big trade-offs, considering that even you can do it in the early rounds. It doesn't exactly have to be broadcast, but if it is, get yourself some clips in the meantime. But regardless, so we got to get some more of those once they come around to the grand finals, because we got to get that set up for you right here at the end of this break. We'll catch you in a second.
Battling, oh, what a flash! Oh!
Jingle them bells and frolic. Oh, by gosh, some stolly. Eggnog, gin and tonic make Yuletide gay and jolly. Same procedure every year. I just can't get enough. I drink till Rudolph reappears. A toast to him, that red-nosed dear. Jingle them bells and frolic, it's the best day of the year. Come fly with me now, Rudy. I'm loaded. The hours and minutes till the last week of December. For me, the Christmas spirits flow as early as September. It's the best of seasons. Come and raise your glass and sing. No need for other reasons. Glory to the newborn King. I drink to Santa and his helpers too. Here's to mistletoes and here's to you. Jingle them bells and frolic, come, let's sing and dance and cheer. It's the best time of the year, the best day of the year. Yes, it is the best day of the year.
Merry Christmas, baby. Reindeer's coming out to play. Santa Claus is packing the presents, making sure you've been behaving okay. Merry Christmas, honey. The snowman's dusting off his hat, putting on the show for everybody, to give them a smile that lasts another year. There's something that happens when sleigh bells are ringing, when December ends, when the children are singing, yeah. Merry Christmas, baby. Ooh, yeah. There's room at the table for big and for small. All the fire is popping, the chestnuts are cracking, yeah. Merry Christmas, baby. Merry Christmas, baby. The snow is laying 2 feet deep. Now wish upon a falling star, so all your secret dreams can come true. There's something that happens when sleigh bells are ringing, when December ends, when the children are singing, yeah. Merry Christmas, baby. Ooh, yeah. There's room at the table for big and for small. All the fire is popping, the chestnuts are cracking, yeah. Merry Christmas, baby. There's something that happens when something that happens when December ends, when December ends, yeah. Oh, it's Merry Christmas, baby. Merry Christmas, baby. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. It's Merry Christmas, baby. Yeah. It's Merry Christmas, baby.
I'm not wasting any dreams this Christmas. I've made my wish upon that star. The only dream of which my list consists is to always be wherever you are. This year there will be no praying for the snow to fall. It would not make a difference to me at all. No, I'm not wasting any dreams this Christmas. I've made my wish and it came true.
Christmas is coming. Start sending your letters off to Santa. Christmas is coming. Yeah. Better be nice if you want your present. Tell all your brothers, sisters, mama and papa too. Christmas is coming. Yeah. Staying up late looking out the window. Yeah. Christmas is coming. Yeah. Spotting some sleigh rides and some jingle bells. Tell all your brothers, sisters, mama and papa too. Christmas is coming. Roasting some chestnuts on the fire. Yeah. Christmas is coming. Yeah. Celebration and surprises. Tell all your brothers, sisters, mama and papa too. Ooh, yeah. Tell all your brothers, sisters, and mama and papa too. Oh yeah, yeah. Hey there, buddy. It's just me again. Came into my mind last night, so I'm just checking in. It's been far too long now since I last saw you, my friend. So happy Christmas from me to you. Hey there, buddy. It's just me again. I wonder what you're doing now.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up.
Maybe not! Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through for Ginny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Welcome back, everybody. We're back with the Happy Holiday POV number 108, and the finals are here to conclude everything for the evening. We're done with the cast of musical chairs, like we call it, Dallas, and now we've got our own jingle bells slaying in the background as it's 2 teams pitting against each other to see who can slay the best here on the map of Split.
Yeah, we're not talking about sleigh bells. We're talking about killing people here, because that's a different sport going on right now. We're going to make sure that obviously these teams are doing exactly what they can to make sure to close this game out. So, I mean, last Resistance Shift Academy, 2 teams that we've seen again and again and again and again. We've seen these 2 teams, honestly, go ahead and make a reckoning within the past year. I'd say during my time of seeing them in Pit of Valor, when they feel the most notable, and they've gotten quarters, semis, finals over and over. They have a level of consistency once it gets around to this competition. But the variable of the Yoru being thrown in there, of it having to be on Split, that's a little something different. But I mean, we haven't really seen it affect too much of the game thus far, considering Shift Academy and their performance in the last one.
We'll have to see whether or not it's going to be an Shift Academy, obviously upsetting the fan favorite mommy lovers. And a lot of people may be upset about that one and maybe hoping that they get their just desserts. But unfortunately, you got to get through the main course meal first and foremost before you're allowed to even touch that dessert. And Splits, it's a 3-course meal. It takes a lot to get the job done. One of these halves is obviously more favored than the others. We've seen the attack be the go-to side, but we've also seen Shift do a very wonderful job of concluding things on the defense when that side had switched, and they strayed away from that attacking side. So the question will be, can Last Resistance keep them at bay? Because you're only required to play Split when you're on broadcast. And I don't think Last Resistance have been on broadcast today so far. I don't know if that's 100%, but I'm pretty sure, considering that they're here in the finals. And we saw mommy lovers the whole time, so there's no way it would have gone the other way.
No.
This could be a big question for them because they may not have experienced it up to this point. It could be kind of a new awakening for them.
Yeah, most definitely could be. I mean, Last Resistance, another team that we've seen, I mean, just have themselves an absolute utter just roll through with a lot of teams. I mean, when it comes down to the early rounds, they like to have their fun. They like to mess around a little bit because, well, you know, the games are going to fly by once they actually start taking it a little bit seriously. But I mean, once they get to these later stages, they make sure that, I mean, sometimes they don't meet the cut. Sometimes there are teams that just absolutely come in better. Their momentum is that much stronger. And I mean, their willpower and their confidence has just been enough of a contributing factor in the entirety of the series where they just don't have to even worry themselves anymore. But when you look at the kind of the latter end, where sometimes they can actually find themselves the right cards to be drawn. They can find themselves the right games to be matched up. And even then, they have themselves almost no contested players and maybe a little bit here and there that kind of give them at least 1 or 2 individuals that provide a challenge. They can get that aim warmed up, but it's still never going to be enough to actually worry too much and know that this utility usage has to be the thing that's really on spot for a map like
Split, we're back at it, Dallas. I know you hate that little point of it, but I know one thing you love about it. It's Yoru on the board, all 5. There's so many of them. If only we could actually do that. If only that could.
The killer replication.
What are we seeing now? Oh my goodness. At least I'm still cozy now. We're back in. We're no longer in the void here, Dallas. Get things hopefully quickly back underway. I also, no joke here, when you're a little bit of behind the scenes for everybody watching, when you're in a production video like this and you're sitting here and staring at the camera most of the time, seeing the sleigh come over my head actually makes me feel half the time like they have to duck, and it actually bothers me a little bit. It wouldn't be so bad if the hat wasn't there. I feel like it's gonna rip my hat straight off my head, but Yeah, agent selection is going to be an important factor. We saw a shift brought into the board there, Dallas. How do you think Last Resistance is going to change things up? Or if they do decide to change things up in general?
I mean, honestly, I think they're going to run that kind of same situation, quite honestly. I mean, we haven't seen the Sage employed too much out of a lot of other teams in terms of the kind of same manner we saw from Dream specifically. So I think, honestly, KJ is going to be that better option because that's what we saw before Chamber came around. I mean, Sage, sure, don't get me wrong, is a really good pick, but I mean, you're going to be going for possibly a double Sentinel. We've seen the Cypher being brought up as well from the side of Shift Academy. And I think that honestly, Sage provides a little bit more in terms of that with that barrier orb in the middle. But I mean, the tripwires worked out from them and let them cover the map. And it let them overtake an entire site if they really felt like it. Considering, I mean, we've seen a lot of Cypher setups on that B side of the map, but we saw some spreads out here and there where you could say, I can flex over to A if need be.
One of the things we noted from that kind of shift side when it came to pushing forward, they had a lot of reliance on Zavi to open things up on the defense, as well as Merge to kind of be those opening picks, which is interesting considering what their role typically is. Yeah, it can make sense for Breach to hold up in tower and kind of get that first pick as they engage forward. They like to leave Tomzu over on the A side, and when they would pivot them over towards B, it would be mostly in through mail, and they'd have a little bit more of a direct approach instead of swinging them in through defender spawn. For Last Resistance, though, we can see what their agent selection is looking like. The Yoru has been locked in for Alu. Feng Shui is going to be locking in that Fade. The Astra for Crone. Sage for Rilla, hopefully pulling off their best Dream impersonation here. Maybe they don't have as much luck, but to be fair, their luck was cheated in the first place. And then Riken will be locking in that Cypher to close things out for Last Resistance. And it doesn't seem like anything has truly changed for that shift side.
Yeah, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? They probably went ahead and they've been doing this the entire night, so there's no reason to really make those adjustments, even in the Last Resistance, as we see, obviously breaking out that Cypher, as I mentioned, which is obviously going to be something that's going to be taking place and having a big factor, considering that that player on the Cypher is Riken, who is somebody that I can definitely go ahead and tell you is a big problem. Crone, Alu, and Riken is alone are their own kind of squadron in their own right. So once you go ahead and add 2 more players to the equation, that's going to be something you got to look out for here soon. And I think Shift Academy, if anybody's going to do it, it could be them. Problem is we got to see how things start off because the attacking side, as you know, has the favor early on. You better go ahead and lock it down.
Well, the team that typically has the favor to begin things doesn't always end that way. And Shift Academy had a hard time taking the pistol rounds just the game previously. When you're talking about absolute gunners, Last Resistance is pretty stockpiled with them. But we've seen the Shift Academy do the exact same thing. It's just a matter of precedent, though, Dow, that we're used to seeing the oh-so-favorable side of Last Resistance here up to this point here in the POV. We've seen them quite a bit, and Shift Academy are looking to submit their name here as well with a crown in our stat sheet and that $200 of that $250 prize pool in their bank pockets. Hamzu watching in for the flank, though, with Last Resistance starting off on the defense. You can already see that split precedent of stacking heavily inside mid, where, objectively speaking, is the most important area on the map of split. 2 people already engaging inside mail, 1 player to defend inside of tower, and it's quickly cut down by Bread as they'll engage to the B side directly. Now with 2 players moving in garage as well.
It'd be expected there's not very much places to really go ahead and back up and kind of give up that space once you go ahead and see that barrier orb drop. So the problem is you gotta look at this situation and say, well, where can I fall to? Why not honestly just go back to the site? Because there's nothing much you can do considering the Shift Academy. They opened up a very dominant manner. I talked about how well they're going to start things off, talking about how much they can get their momentum rolling. Well, good God. A flawless round on the pistol is definitely something to go ahead and open up.
That's the way to set the tone for Shift Academy when you're knowing you're facing a team that has as heavy of a precedent as Last Resistance does. You got to make sure you set that tone early and get the ball rolling like you've said. Once the ball's in motion, it's pretty hard to stop. That's kind of the rules of inertia, unless there's an outside force in play. Most of the time, gravity is not a big point of contention here, especially in a map like this where there's very few areas to be able to take fall damage. Gravity is a non-factor. Just falling straight to the floorboards. It's hard to be that outside force. Last Resistance, though, defensively, pretty much all stacked in on that A side, Dallas. 1 player elsewhere, well on the opposing end, doing everything they can, playing up inside that rafter side. The Cypher sitting inside mailroom. 3 players actively defending the A side, with 1 pushing all the way over towards that A lobby side on ramp. If that information gets called out or somehow figured out by Shift Academy, you can almost guarantee they're going to quickly and easily get control of B. But the spike was there, and they're moving away from it. They just haven't found anything they like.
And what do you do as a backup? Well, we saw it in the last round. Go to the middle of the map. See what's going to be given up there. And if they don't give up anything at all, well, just fight for it. Overwhelm it. take it for your own, and then just kind of lap through the site through those means. But already you can see him kind of being a little bit more hesitant, playing towards the A site, seeing if they can result somewhat of a rotation to bait that Cypher out of the middle of the map. But Riken is not going to fight that bait whatsoever. He's not that hungry. He's already has fair share of action over the course of the night because, well, you never know what else could happen. They could go ahead and change up the round once more, as you can already see it unfolding right here as we get a little bit of a lap around back towards the B side.
Zavi opening things up on their doppelganger of Crone. Looks like they still have a little bit more than just that. But Feng Shui has something else they want to say about it. The Spectre now collected. They'll swing up the ropes, but unfortunately that accuracy just not there because of it. And Merge will quickly cut them down. 2 players left for last resistance. The seemingly last bits of their resistance total. Alu will be swung upon with a frenzy in hand by the player of Tomzu. And though you typically be concerned about the ammo economy, you should be more concerned about your teammate, because you find the last kill and Merge says, ha! I'm team killing. Good fun. Round 2 is over and done with Shift Academy. Only survived with 3 off the back of a TK.
Well, no real problems here. Kind of tried and true. 2 rounds in a row. This is where we once again kind of tread that area thing. What's going to happen here? You only had 2 players draw to the meantime. Last resistance, they got to be that different team. And sure, they haven't found very much contention when it came around to the last 2 rounds. 1 kill collectively. And the other kill on the side, or other death, excuse me, Shift Academy, as you mentioned, was a TK. Last resistance, they gotta find some, they gotta warm up these barrels, more importantly. Because, I mean, we cannot have a 3rd round in a row, once again, by Shift Academy to make sure they just kind of lock in these games. Mommy Lover said earlier, Shift Academy was really getting close to it now, but, I mean, Riken saying, look, I'm so, going ahead being sick of this. So, you're gonna go ahead and have a clean little sight hold, 3K on his hands, 4 players dead. It's only coming down to Brett.
Yeah, there's not much Brett can truly do right here. Yeah, you're carby, you fill players up pretty nicely, but you gotta fill them full of lead, not carbs. And last resistance, just don't get filled enough with that lead, and Feng Shui will be able to easily clean up for the kill. It's an expected 2-1 start. That is the mode of Valorant. And Shift Academy will now be able to fully buy up for their rivals coming into this one, considering that they opted not to kind of overexpend off of the losses they had previously. Now everyone's in a good spot. Last resistance sitting about the same, but Riken not exactly in the same case. Soft armor, a phantom in hand, and they have 0 credits to the name, either making me wonder if they've gotten all of their util or absolutely none of it, considering the fact that they've now died 3 times, once in every single one of these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, so looking at the results from these rounds, I mean, it's looking good for both sides in terms of what they're capable of, but better yet, Shift Academy has just been that much faster to actually execute. So, I mean, considering how small this map is, speed is definitely a big consideration here. Not really in the means to where I can say a Neon could be necessarily brought in here. I mean, that's still totally up to the squads and whether or not you're willing to run that double duelist, considering that Yoru is required, but that's not the case right here, right now. You need to make sure that the pacing that you're setting, and even in the teams that you're going ahead and facing up against, that you start to control things a little bit more so. And that's why Riken is on that Cypher, because you can't go ahead and have a full force coming through, because maybe you have a player back towards screens, maybe you got a player on site. So I'm playing close quarter like this for Alu, but they don't have a gate crash available. You need to make sure that you're kind of controlling yourself to a certain extent, playing it slow, or even then making sure that you find somewhat of a sacrifice that really warrants what you're doing.
Al is gonna fall first. Merge, making sure that they get 3 total here on this push. They'll fall after the fact, but it requires Crone to get a long shot, and they're not able to do much past that point. The plant will effectively go down, to Shift Academy have a man advantage, but with Bread down to little to no HP, and Flower then themselves on a rough spot. They'll have to rely on Tomzu to clean up for the majority of those kills, and they'll do exactly that. The last 2 players dying to their hands and their hands only to give Shift Academy their 3rd round win, and that one is seemingly a lot more tumultuous than it could have been, as Last Resistance will head into this round still deciding to buy up, though a pretty dismantled one at that. But the same thing can be said for Shift Academy despite the round win. 2 players cannot afford armor and rifles, and will unfortunately have to kind of bite the bullet, so to say, and go in with as thrifty of a chance they can get, or force the ego thin, because they'll have to be bought a rifle instead by Tomzu.
Keep in mind that, I mean, that Merge still only has a Spectre, but got an entire Rolling Thunder to play with as well. And that's not going to be a problem. Just go ahead, push on that side, press the W key, run on the back of it, and see if you can go ahead and find yourself maybe a kill or 2 resulted there to go ahead and be picking up another weapon and kind of say, well, that's a nice little freebie to play off of. Brad does get the gate crash. Go ahead and push through that Rolling Thunder, and in the meantime, you find and result yourself 2 more kills in a 3v3 situation. Last one of the best guns in the world, but they do have a sure ton of information to work off of with Riken. Trying to make a play there, but can't just get it executed.
Rilla sitting up inside heaven, has a sight line towards one, but
Spike
being
planted.
effectively forced away off the back of this lockdown popped by Shift Academy. It's another stance where they have the man advantage on site. Tomzu is still alive, and that's the player you're kind of looking out for, respective to the play they had just previously. But it will be Bread to find that first pick here in this last stand, this last resistance for the last resistance side. Rilla, despite being flashed, has no problem dealing with Brett. Majority of it is seemingly not concerning them. Merge sitting on the objective inside default. Rilla's looking for the best spot possible to drop. Will bait it with a jump, but nobody is committing to this one just yet. Wonderful flick to Tomzu and Ali, and Merge will have to go for the final kill, and they'll do so effectively, saving graces for Shift Academy, but still putting them up 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, just keeping this train rolling along, right? I mean, we've seen Shift Academy, the results they've had thus far, and they're looking pretty darn good with it, but it just comes down to whether or not can they actually find themselves this level of consistency, and even then, can it carry on? They've now got themselves 2 rounds back to back. They're having a win streak starting to surmount for themselves here, and it's looking good in terms of having the money to buy over and over and over again. You look at Merge, player that didn't really have a gun in the last round, carries things over, has now 3,700. Still, the rest of the team has to kind of force themselves out, but after a round like this, win or loss, they'll still have enough to make sure to purchase next. It's good for them, even on the attacking side where you get that spike. That's an extra 300 that the defenders cannot get for themselves no matter what, because it's an impossibility. They can't plant the spike. It's just literally impossible per code. But another thing that's impossible is to pick up that gun right there towards spawn. You dropped a player, but what's the trade-off there? Where's the positive come out besides main count? Because you're still just working with the plain old sheriff.
Tom's is doing everything they can. They're going to try to break down this barrier orb. Still knowing that Sage could be nearby, and now you're knowing Alu's nearby as well with the faked footsteps moving their way. It's just a matter of time, though, for Shift Academy to find where they want to move that spike towards, and it looks like they'll send Merge. No, maybe not. Okay, yes. Back through attacker spawn and on over towards B, where they've left their fade at waiting over towards the B site, where there's only 2 players actively defending. But with that noise cue being made, look at how Last Resistance has started to move back. They're giving away that A site. Alu's going to take a step away. They're sending 4 players directly and actively on B to defend, and they're going to leave Ali more towards security or more towards elbow, should they need to still be there in case there seems to be some poking and running made by Shift. But knowing they have the man advantage, they're going to fight these very confrontationally, very upfront and forward. And though they have the gun disadvantage, it's working out. 2 kills already done. They've lost 1, and they are looking amazing on this round.
Yeah, looking outstanding, at least in terms of what they can accomplish in the terms of, you know, obviously holding things out. And even then, better yet, they're making sure to lock down this spike. It has been handed to them on a silver platter, and they are looking outstanding and just holding these angles and making sure to push on when only necessary. Pick up whatever rifles you can in the meantime. Sure, things could be a little bit of a nook and cranny situation, but hey, now you notice another rifle drop that so many players are in the back that honestly don't even try to go for that spike. Pick up these guns, make sure to come out on terms of positive econ, and carry it over into the next, because that player in the top, no matter what gun they have, they're not going to get nearly as much because they didn't die in the meantime. And even then, that's also a rob of a little bit of a tick there for the ultimate, but it's no real concern considering that Last Resistance, they're not worried about ultimates because they got a plethora of them to work off of, or at least against, better yet, considering their 2-to-4 ratio.
Ratio?
Who's next?
You want to find it?
Popped by Shift Academy and a cosmic divide to go after the fact. Fred once again being the main facility of information off the back of that one will step away from that shadow, and I'll even give that a little bit of extra assistance over towards the player of Javi to close out Reich, and unfortunately Javi does fall, and so does the rest of the team. Feng Shui nets themselves a hasty 3K. The Nightfall will be sent, merged down to little to no HP off the back of that mark and decay, and Shift Academy have no problems whatsoever when it comes to dying. Easy cleanup for Last Resistance as they'll secure themselves a really nice post-plant scenario, though it was hardly much of a plant. There was still 28 seconds remaining for it.
Yeah, I mean, starting to wake up a little bit. I mean, considering the Shift Academy, sure, they had themselves a good start. They had those 2 kind of sprays of 2 rounds underway that Last Resistance. I mean, every single time we get around to it, you can see 1, now 2, maybe we extend that off into a 3rd back-to-back here. They're having a win streak to play with. They're getting more money. They're compensating for the fact that, okay, well, we don't have a plant money that we can work off. And sure, it's only 300 credits per member, but that's more than a shorty that's coming up on what could be a frenzy. And especially after every single round, if you at least get that plan down, it's going to give you more than enough of a bonus, especially with the lose streak possibly, if you can at least get that same level of consistency off that variable for some extra money to work with. So they're making sure that it doesn't concern them that much. Sure, they invested in Ultimate in the meantime, but you had 4 Now you only have 3, another one's being coming up here soon. Shift Academy, they're the ones who are robbed right now. They're the ones who are drowning, and you kind of have to keep their head underwater here for a little longer.
Cam going around the corner right now for Last Resistance. They just got to get information. Information is tantamount to their successes here. And when they've been leaving their Cypher all by itself, majority of these rounds, it hasn't worked out for themselves. And when they play in tandem next to them, do a much better job. Facilitate that information to teammates. Relay that over. You gotta work alongside everybody. And Shift Academy, they've got one player and one player only primed in towards A lobby. And yeah, I get it. That's normal. Why are they holding Spike and aggressing? They will find a kill here on Dorilla. They only have a single. So the fact they do that is honestly shocking in and that of itself. Alu forced to pop a dimensional drift. Somehow, some way, Shift Academy has still managed to find picks. And they're making a mountain out of a molehill right now. I'm amazed that they've done it here with such limited weaponry.
Fake teleport.
Yeah, quite frankly, I gotta admit, it kind of, we see these rounds go their way for ecos, for EC teams, especially when they're relatively successful and have themselves a pretty good ratio in terms of getting those on the field and getting themselves a couple kills, or at least making it even to a certain extent in terms of the blood shed in that round back and forth, where you see these ecos, nothing but sheriffs or whatnot, and it only comes down to maybe a 1v1, 1v2 when everything's said and done. It's like, why are you just not buying guns? Why can't you reach the same kind of potential once you have them in hand? Well, Shift Academy, they have. I mean, the majority of these rounds, they have had guns, but they're just a little bit annoyed that they don't have them permanently, that they're not in their hands all the time, that they have to make sure to fight for it. And in the 5-3 already here to start things off, knowing that, sure, we see Last Resistance closing things in, kind of making sure that they're already at the bare minimum. Everything past this point is nice for them, but nobody's reached 6 yet. I think it's still going to be up in the air to see who really reaches that threshold first.
We've seen very even half so far on splits in some regards, but other times we've seen 9-3s, we've seen 8-4s. The fact of the matter is, attacking you are favorite, and Shift Academy, even with limited weapons, are capable of pulling off really great rounds off the back of it. But they've got a lot to bring onto their hands as an operator is in hand for Riken. That Cypher I've been alluding to so many times needs to be more than just effective here, as they have been completely isolated away from that site off the back of that actual smoke. Red is a
fake teleport.
Monster! I'm trying not to be as unhinged as you are, Dallas, but the fact that you can pull that off and alone gives you a huge status in my mind. Riken, one of the last players remaining for Last Resistance, able to take down Tomzu on the flank, working from Male. Res is available for Rilla, working at Alley, and Riken even takes a second off the board. Though they lose their Sage, they had a Res, but it doesn't even matter. They're down to the 2v2. A man advantage was in play. Feng Shui taking down one. Flyer, they're all that's left.
Oh,
in the 1-on-1. Riken misses the initial shot. They're running out of time. Then they can play for the aggress. They see the elbow peeking around the corner, playing a game of do-si-do. Have an attack with the classic. They'll do just that, but the time has run out, and Riken will be forced to run away with a loss on the books, but keeping the operator. No! Can't keep the operator at hand.
Ultimately, this map is super small. I mean, it's almost like you're in spawn and you'll still kind of reach out to there, and as you can already see, it's created a little bit of a problem. That's a lot of money robbed away from Last Resistance, especially for a team that's kind of was hoping that Riken with that operator in hand could really get something done. But now it's just handed over to Shift Academy. They bought an operator of their own. They're saying, all right, we got plenty of money. Why don't invest it just to kind of rub it in their face, which really could bite you there in the end if you do end up kind of giving over too many of these guns for free, literally. But I mean, already with a timeout coming out for the side of, well, what seems like Shift Academy for these attackers, they're making sure to get things done. They're looking good. They're looking clean, and they're following things up. They're getting these streaks underway. In Last Resistance, they are keeping things kind of tight, but they don't really have control of the game, which is a problem, and something that honestly they're probably pretty thankful for this timeout to go ahead and see what they can do to find out what.
They reached even. We've seen this before. It almost sometimes comes down to like a mind game, right? Of saying, hey, we beat you. Soak in it. Revel in it. You're going to have to fester alongside it. We're now at 6-3. We're in a really good spot against ourselves. Now it's just a matter of us trying to go above and beyond that. But they did kind of lose out a little bit when it comes to that round. Them winning it, but no one surviving, quite literally on both sides, puts them in a spot where they may not have perfect eco for everybody, and they're maybe trying to think about how much money the opposing side would have. Just keep in mind that an operator, they're not going to have much to work with. They are not going to have true weapons to go against you, but they're still a team that is worthwhile for forcing at least somewhat. If you can pull off a stinger round like that, they can pull off a stinger round like that, and that's what they're going for here.
I'd just be interested to see what exactly they're looking for. We talked to the operator. It's in the game, but what angles are they trying to find with? Well, trying to hold the middle, or not middle, B main, excuse me. But I mean, it's a little interesting to see that while that's going on, you get a full lap around going to A. This is what we typically see with the chambers more times than not. Kind of playing it back towards spawn, playing that lurking role, playing the checkpoint, and saying, all right, I'm in a little bit of a speed bump. If anybody wants to rotate, if anybody wants to go to that side of the map, they're going to have to go through me first. Problem is, every single one of you has already beat you to the cut, and instead it's just a 5v4 on site. Now make it a 5v3, one of the ship players already shut down.
We talked about ratios earlier, but there's only one ratio we need to know about: first bloods right now. Shift Academy consistently have been fairly good about that one, but Last Resistance has had kind of a turnaround in some of these rounds. Great shots by Riken, now finding an opening pick here in this round against Shift Academy. You gotta worry about these constant thorns on their side. And when you've got players that are still somewhat forced up, somewhat still engaged more than others have been, like Aloe here with a Phantom, you've got to check these corners as well, and you don't really have information gathering potential. Aloe will get a lot of intel off notes that ones go through. They hear that the fact that Dimensional Drift is going forward, and they also can see the weapon that's in hand. Brett's gonna send out this flash, tries to record with a shorty, and there it is. Bread and butter, so to say. That is their go-to. Trying to get a shot for Tomzu. They'll connect to two, hunting for a third. It is easy pickings, and Shift Academy are all but guaranteed for this round, just leaving Alu by themselves, but Bread doesn't need a shorty for them, just the Phantom in hand.
Yeah, big. I mean, the fact they actually ended up winning that round, considering the kind of struggle that we saw after that first one, purely flawless after that first pick going through. I mean, after that first kill going underway, I mean, you can't help but let stress settle in a little bit, saying, oh no, they don't really have buys, but they're still getting something done. I mean, man, the retaliation, the punches back, the slapbacks are looking outstanding as Shift Academy not only got themselves at 6 in the last one, but they are looking to capitalize as they now once again reach that level of luxury to where every single round passes points amounts to 2. So you lock them out at 3 to 5. And even then, one more, 8 to 4. Last Resistance, it just comes down to making sure these guys can't do anything.
You gotta be as cryptic as possible, Dash. You can't relay everything for them, right? Can't give them all the options. Gotta let the players determine what they're capable of at us up to this point. But defensively, Last Resistance are a team that can very much so reach at least 5 by halftime. They can do it. But the problem lies, they've gotta survive these awful chances that they've been creating against themselves. You push through through market. Why? Zavi is there. Zavi, like I said, a lot like Prime Messi. You think you got it, and then the change of pace hits, and you're down on the floor wondering what just happened and how you've got a goal in the back of your net. Right now, you're wondering how you got a spike in the middle of your sights. Last Resistance left with 2 players. Not a single kill to their name. Shift Academy have taken no prisoners, and they are absolutely tearing apart this defense. And this is a round where you came into this one still buying. Still trying to contend, and the fact of the matter is your performance is almost even worse than it was when you had nothing. You gotta change it up. Why are the thrifty rounds almost turning out better than the full buys? This one's been flawless. Shift Academy quite literally just saying this side is ours, get over it.
Last round in the half.
Good pickings here. Once again, I mean, for another one to go underway here for Shift Academy, we talk about, once again, locking out Last Resistance. And another round to go underway, you lock them out of 4 now. Even if they do end up finding a result in this round, you're making sure that, okay, go ahead, win the round. That's all you get. There's nothing past that. Even then, there's not another round to even work with on that side of the field. Now, Last Resistance, they're going to have to, no matter what, really set things up on the attacking side. And I mean, that's really difficult to look at, considering that, well, your Fade is looking pretty strong in terms of the KD. But I mean, Riken is obviously, as I mentioned, one of those players you have to keep your eyes on and really hope can hold things down. And as I mentioned, the players, they're going to be the only one on that B side to be holding things down, and really with their utility, the only thing to really be there for it.
The question is, will its utility be enough? Shift Academy has popped down the Cosmic Divide, but a trapwire there for Brad to keep them at bay for the time being. Look at how defensively stagnated Last Resistance has been recently. They're going to be as aggressive as they possibly can, and that in-your-face attitude, and hope that it works out for themselves. Unfortunately, the Nightfall being a little bit too much, and Last Resistance pull up a very strong defensive front. They not only deny spike placement, but they also just deny in total that round from falling underneath their fingertips. We will see an 8-4 half, and now that we're at halftime, maybe this is a great time to go ahead and mention to everybody out there that we have a Twitter. I know we've joked about ratios here and there, but feel free to ratio the GLG Twitter online on the twitter.coms. Also, probably follow. We are, I think, like 11 followers away from 5,000 or something, and our owner is quite literally, or our boss is quite literally holding us hostage until we reach those 11 followers. So make sure you do exactly that, because I would like to go home and actually get fed.
I don't know. It's not too bad up here.
I'm so
They
tired
playing
of
it
vending
simple.
machines.
It's just the altitude for me.
That's true.
It's just like being used to the South. Apparently not South enough to see stink bugs, but you know, in the South, everything's kind of low to the ground and whatnot. Being 22 stories up is kind of gets to your ears a little bit. You start feeling some blood drain out of your head. You get tired really easily. So it may be kind of while we're off a little bit, but them beggars can't be choosers. Regardless, though, you can't choose the side if you're the attacking side, and Last Resistance are looking to jump into this A side. So looking to try and just go ahead and lap things around, eventually getting enough right clicks off to find these kills on the respective side. But still, not without retaliation, because keep in mind, sure, a lot of blood has been shed, but man, with the full health and half health of at least a player and a half, or the 2 players on each side, well, Last Resistance says, we got a Sage, thankfully, and we can compensate for that, so no matter what.
Yeah, you got some sort of bonuses towards your side, and right now for Shift Academy, they've really got to retake this objective. They don't want Last Resistance to be given a free 6-8 at essentially the start of when they're finally able to fight back. And unfortunately, this doesn't work out for them. Hobby gets taken down. What a spray by Merge. Finds Will in the back of sight. Turns and gets the first bullet off to take down Feng Shui to give Shift Academy a much-needed defensive round win, the first one of that half, which can all but guarantee them a 10-4 stat line to finish. The problem now comes in, like we've seen the last 2 games, Dallas. Last Resistance are at this point where they say, do we force? Do we go stingers? Do we feel comfortable enough on the attack to say that we can for sure beat Shift Academy, who's already played Split before? We've seen them just last game. They know this map. They know how to play this defensively. They've been here sooner and more recently. Do we force, or we do like we normally would? And it seems they're going to stick to the standard.
I'm sorry. I just love watching the right clicks and whatnot, and pistol rounds are always so enjoyable. But still, regardless though, Shift Academy to get themselves another round and be playing off. I mean, that's kind of to be expected, knowing that they give themselves a 9. I mean, yeah, it's going to take us to know that they got around that after what they were kind of already lacking in terms of the health pool, and know they don't have the benefit of healing. But what they do have the benefit of is, well, just kind of
spike down mid.
Taking this fight in the middle of the map. But every single player of Shift Academy just pressed the W key, and it's, well, working out for them.
We're now in a state where Shift Academy have a major man advantage in a 4-on-1, and they're just going to try to do everything they can to make sure they don't drop another weapon. Flower, they'll do exceptionally well at just that, the Spectre in hand, and they'll secure themselves their 3rd total kill here in this round, with Shift Academy having reached that 10-4 scoreline. Yes, it is expected with Last Resistance on the attack to have a really good half, which is another reason why Shift Academy needed those first 2 pistol round wins to then kind of go from that point forward and just find 3 rounds here or there, sprinkled here and there, off the back of ult charges, off the back of hero plays, whatever it comes down to, they're in a major advantage. But we've seen a comeback. We've seen things close up in a 4-round gap, almost all back-to-back just last game. But still, we saw Shift Academy deny the mommy lovers from going much further than that.
Well, one thing we can really see so far is just kind of they're to a standstill, considering the Shift Academy still, obviously, after that last round, we expected them to go ahead and be winning that thing out with the force to back it up. But in a round like this, where you kind of obviously, to a certain extent, you're expecting Last Resistance to be buying up, you're saying, all right, well, what are they going to do in terms of game plan? They're hoping someone on Shift Academy oversteps their boundaries. Keep in mind, Alpha Force, you got Stingers, Spectres, Judges. Why the hell would they step up?
Expected in round 1, round 2 maybe, round 3. No, we wouldn't do it here in a finals match. Shift Academy know what they got to do. Javi, with a judge in hand, playing inside ropes, takes down 1, will fall into the actual rope section and just play for that information. They're smarter than some may think to seem. And Last Resistance now in a bad spot. Left. Huge flash played by Merge. They're extending for the kill, can't control the recoil. And Feng Shui will get the better end of it, but it still is at least 1 rifle dropped. And that's in a spot that is actually collectible, but Javi's gonna have to extend for this one in a very dangerous way, as they will be right in covering that. They knew that they wanted that gun.
Yeah,
10
finally
seconds
going ahead and
left.
joining down these players a little bit more so. If you're the side of Shift Academy, you're hoping that time was going to be the one thing on your side there to go ahead and create a result for that round. Kind of obviously wanted, but even then you can make things still expensive in the meantime. Wow, we're able to do that at least so far. I mean, resulting in at least one kill, and UC Finn, they're in top. With less than 55 health, keep in mind, that is a single shot to a sheriff in the body. That is a free kill necessarily, and especially now with the Vandal in hand, that can definitely be done. You just gotta tap this thing out. You gotta hope the players really swing around, and you eventually gonna find those. And knowing that you don't find that kill initially right off the get-go and waiting for a lap around, that becomes more and more problematic. You have to wait for the timer to go down. You gotta get those shots! And you did exactly that. You made it a hell of an expensive round, but man, you just couldn't get it.
Yeah, and you took a pretty long route. Probably should have just run to the back corner of garage instead. That alley is too many twists and turns for you to survive with the rifle. But my God, you're talking about finding some sort of, I guess, boon from a round where despite you lose, it's the fact that you dropped every single rifle out of their hand, every single bit of their armor, all of the money they spent in what should have been an absolute guarantee. Flower says, I don't think so, pal. I'm top dog. We just took down the mommy lovers. We'll take down you just the same. And Shift Academy can head into this round fully prepped and preened to continue forward, as seemingly we have a bit of a tactical pause going forward, and we are in a first-person POV of this asteroid without any of the HUD behind it, looking like a Destiny trailer right now, Dallas. But either way, probably a much-needed tech, even if it's not a timeout. Something's got to be talked about, knowing that the attacking side here is in a pretty bad burn.
Yeah, I mean, in these situations where you get a little bit of a tech pause, you can also take that time to figure out, once again, not only what's going on this map, but even then for the audience, go ahead and hit up our Twitter. Make sure that we hit that, that goal. That's what we need.
Yeah. Apparently, Ben is trying to sell that if we reach 5,000 before New Year's, not only will he burn down the lounge, supposedly, but he'll also make me wear a maid outfit.
Wasn't he also supposed to? You and I casted Hall of Heroes on Monday, and we're casting Pit of Valor here today. Excuse me, Ben, but weren't you supposed to be on both of these broadcasts with the maid outfit yourself?
I don't trust Ben. I'm going to unfollow the GLG Twitter real fast.
He's waiting to cash it in. He's trying to use every single one of us as leverage to wear a maid outfit for something that's of his personal gain.
That way he's not alone.
Exactly.
Well, he's just going to say, how about none of us wear it and we'll call it even? No, Ben, I'm down with humiliating myself as long as others also get humiliated. You don't realize, if my mom always used to say, if your friend jumped over a bridge, would you do it? I said, no, but if they wore a maid outfit, I'd do it. So joke's on you. I'm alongside that boat.
I'd jump off a bridge if you just asked me.
He means his streaming career. He means his streaming career. By the way, match back underway. The pause is done and dusted, and these players seem to have all those tech issues resolved fairly cleanly. Tomzu's util that alarm bot placed in front has been cleared away by last resistance. Only with a judge in hand, it's still good at that range. Wow, taking down the player of Crone, and that allows for the side here, Shift Academy, to at least break even in a spot where they weren't really expecting to.
Yeah, good exchanges already. I mean, we're expecting first bloods to come out eventually and kind of go uncontested is the ideal situation. I mean, still making sure to go 1 for 1. Rapid, just like that. No problems whatsoever. Just kind of all fine and dandy. But even then, I'm more confused and more kind of curious, better yet, to see what Shift Academy is going to be doing in terms of these retakes and going down these sites. They're giving up the entire map. Look at that. Nobody's touching site. The closest player to A is right there at screen. They are playing this completely for a retake, and I want to see how this exactly is going to unfold, because you don't have a rolling thunder. The best thing you got is a nightfall, and everything you're funneling out from spot to even get that being done.
Brad sitting inside security, managing to take down Rilla, who extends upon them. And last resistance, who have the man-even advantage, now have lost that in its totality. Flashed on the corner by Brad. Does not actually extend that direction, allow for their teammates to do so instead. Sees one, able to cut down one, but can't find much more past that point. Flower, who else, able to find Alu, and with that cosmic smoke be putting in play, you either stick this or you extend, and with Feng Shui down to no ammo, they've got to get the law-free gun click, and they get it, but it's still not enough to secure the final pick, as Flower will make sure they get that defuse, and they find themselves in with a round closer. Shift Academy edging bit by bit, Dallas, to match point, series point here for the grand finals.
Yeah, that's all it takes, honestly. I mean, just seeing these things kind of go around after round after round after round, you just need it to eventually go ahead and start to well up here. And as you can see right now, Shift Academy only having the dimensional drift does not mean enough to really tip them over the scales, but Last Resistance is going to be at least probably enough for a lifeline, and that's what they need right here, considering that they don't really have the best of guns to work off of. I mean, all things considered, you're going to have enough in that last round by. Sure, that's what they're setting up for. That's the concerning thing about it. What are you going to be doing right here, right now to get that job done, even on the attacking side where you were expected to be favored?
Here.
Ally using their dimensional drift here for Last Resistance, trying to say anything Brett can do, I can probably do somewhat as good, maybe not better. They'll go ahead and step back over towards Ally. The dimensional drift will tear away. Thankfully enough, Javi had quickly retreated away all the way over towards Stairwell, leading up towards that Heaven side. Merso still finds first blood. Alu alleviates that concern, but they still lose Crone on site, force them to get a double kill. Great flick in. Alu coming alive!
Already with it.
And the last resistance we've seen from them has been Alu almost by themselves. It has been a battle of the Yoru, and most of the Yorus have been pretty bad so far here, Talus.
Well, Alu definitely, I mean, I've seen Alu on Race, on Jet, on Neon. We've seen Alu in all kinds of stuff.
Alu and Neon's so good.
Yeah, I'm honestly one of probably, if not the first Overdrive ace we witnessed out of that player alone right there.
Yeah.
I mean, plenty of credit to Alu and what they can get done. Problem is, Yoru is just, we mentioned it before, that Yoru just doesn't really feel like a duelist. So you're kind of asked to kind of step out of his bounds, kind of do something different, because Yoru almost feels like a little bit of an impromptu duelist labeled as or an impromptu initiator labeled as a duelist. And it just doesn't really feel like it fits right, especially for the play style of this player alone, because they can't get crazy with their movement and kind of pull things off and have themselves a little bit of self-sufficiency. But what they can do is fully overtake an A site, considering that they were able to go ahead and clutch that last one out, and they have 4 ultimates now to get this thing done. But better yet, they also got to have that read on the lingering threat above their heads, saying that, okay, well, there's a red border up top, and gonna be right there on breach. When is that thing gonna come out? When are they gonna shut us down? I don't know if they're going to in a round like this where they don't have the most money in the world, but consider that they have the leeway of 5 separate rounds after this, it could come out at any point.
You're always ready for, well, the action to get underway. You can just hear it in the background. Action is coming, and right now it's primed in from A lobby. There goes the hit. Merge tries to swing after the fact. Unfortunately, it does not work out for themselves, but there is still pressure coming forward. All of Shift Academy will opt to die to Spike, except for Flower, who chooses to die by a player's hands, not wanting to take the coward's way out, I guess. It doesn't matter. It'd still be Shift Academy taking that loss on the chin. They knew they weren't bringing much to the table. They knew they weren't able to do too much. And not killing anybody on the side of Last Resistance forces them to say, hey, do we hold on to the Guardian? Do we hold on to the Spectre? Do we buy out for everybody else? What do we do? And it forces those weapons to be a loss total. And if they keep them, it's much easier for Shift Academy to win when they've got proper weapons in their hands. So it's not a huge loss for them whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, I mean, looking at what's going on there, you hold on to a little bit of it, carry some of it over. It just comes down to how much is going to be spread out. How much are you going to have for this long game? Because Last Resistance, this is a game of stamina and aggression. I mean, how good is every single bit of that? You know how you always believe that when your phone is at 100%, that like for some reason, that part of the battery is just strongest. And you're like, my phone's going to perform really good at 100%. It doesn't make it different. It's just battery across the board. Doesn't matter if it's 15% or 100. If it's non-performance or battery saving, it's going to act like that. Last Resistance needs that level of consistency right now, and they're doing exactly that. Sure, Shift Academy, they're not having the best players in the world, even then they're kind of going and playing a little more reserve because of the, you know, the stakes at hand. But they're still making sure things are expensive enough to go ahead and have a hold in this fight and show that Last Resistance shouldn't be overstepping their boundaries. They can't get that.
I was going to get the hell out of Dodge alongside Flower. They say, well, can't have that on the B site. We got 1 kill. Let's just call it even Stevens at that point. Just play for the next round. See if we can get maybe an exit frag if they try to peek and push us, which honestly Last Resistance may be opting to do so. But considering the eco that's been at hand, Dallas, for I guess the last round going in with nothing. This round where they finally get to buy up again, they're probably not sitting in the best of positions, economically speaking. These may be some of the only proper weapons they can bring into that next round. And the only players that survived had ultimates. They were really sitting in the worst possible scenario. The only two left had nothing proper to send back their way in a decisive manner. And I don't know about this, Dallas, but you look at this eco right now. Tomzu's going to buy a sheriff. Brad and Merge don't have much either to their name. Definitely not full armor and a rifle. They may just go stingers up and hope that they're a little bit better than a B and it can at least sting twice.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the game, see the way things are going down in the last resistance, they're keeping it interesting. And that's all you really have to ask for. Point. But Shift Academy, better yet, they're trying to make their buy just as interesting, considering they're going for a little bit of a half and half. A couple of the guns to carry over, a couple of little bit small buys right here, right now. They're hoping that, okay, is that enough to find a couple kills maybe? Can I get aggressive at some point? Brad is obviously trying to do just that and may go ahead and lose their life in the meantime before they decide, okay, that's probably enough joking around. I need to start to back up a little bit more so, and we need to see what angle they take first. Where are they going to push out? Where are they going to fall into sight? Because once again, you don't have the best buys in the world for it, but it's going to be enough to at least possibly get one or two, and that's all you really need.
Yeah, nobody wants to die this early in the round, right? That would be the worst case scenario for last resistance. Knowing that they've already had a huge spree and more likely than not, Shift Academy are not going to have that much to work with. It's going to be a battle of these up close fights, though, when you know that something special is going down when two players save the rifle and the rest don't necessarily have that luxury. They'll extend out of garage, though. Flour and Bread find a pick a piece, and though Alu does get a constellation frag back, they still got to do much more than that. Thankfully, a second will join. Dimensional Drift has been popped, and Last Resistance got a ton of intel off the back of it, but it's not enough to save Crone's life, as Bread still gets them with the stinger, and now has to do much more than that. Do they know they're behind? Bread's in their own dimensional drift. Airs on out, steps 2 feet away, back over towards garage, knows they're over there. The concussive blast is down. It is a battle of giants right now, Dallas, on site.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate thing where you see that the line and the way the wave works there for the Rolling Thunder. You're hoping that it lines up perfectly.
Spike
You get
planted.
yourself those funnels
One
in.
enemy
The thing
remaining.
is, Brett, you got a full Vandal in your hand right now. I know it's a Phantom, but they're lit enough to where any headshot will be a one tap. So we call it a Vandal. Yeah, I mean, you could toenail shot. You could give a free vasectomy out, and that thing would go ahead and give a kill as well.
I don't even want to know how your brain connected those.
Match point.
By the way, match point set up now for Shift Academy. Unfortunately enough for them, Last Resistance, who were on a 3-round turn and weren't really struggling to keep all their players, if not majority of them, alive, still have plenty of money to buy up for this round and probably the next one after that. So this one truly is going to come down to just like a gun diffing scenario. But there's 3 ultimates available for Shift, and those are really important ultimates for a post plant.
Yeah. I mean, what it comes down to right now is even you still have plenty more for post plant. I mean, keep in mind the one resurrection versus, well, a cause of divide, a nightfall, a shutdown. Tom's. Come on now.
Here.
Don't do it immediately. You got no backup on site. You get a Yori to your right, and that's it. Just kidding.
Blue load too early there. That's not the right idea here. Shift Academy, though, still doing a great job of cutting down these players. That's 3 initially off the board. Roll with a flank, though! And the lockdown as well will be destroyed, giving Last Resistance now the best chance possible to continue forward. Valor will be sent Rilla's way, and they can't get the res online, leaving Just Feng Shui all by themselves. They turn to take down Flower. Their position now given away in its total, though, as Merge starts to extend towards that side. They'll send down a hot around the corner. They spot the player Merge. Can't spray down! Gotta aim your shots! And Last Resistance will fall to Shift Academy in the finals.
Well, there goes Shift Academy after seeing them take over the crowd favorites that we mentioned as the likes of Mommy Lovers for the longest time. It only makes sense that we see them ride things out in Shift Academy, the natural hierarchy take place here over the course of the night. But still, Shift Academy, once again, that was a 13-8, I believe. So after the last game being 13-8, was the game before that 13-8 too? I could be wrong here, but I know that at least the semis and the grands were both 13-8.
Last two were 13-8. The other one was 13-10, if I remember correctly.
I mean, still, I mean, all pretty darn close to each other, all things considered.
Yeah, it was a close matchup. By the way, are you compensating for something here with your hat? Why is yours so much bigger than mine now? What's going on here?
That's the production, man. That's production. That ain't a me thing.
What's going on here? I feel like something's going on here. I don't like this whatsoever. Either way, I'm sure if you're a Shift fan out there, you're very happy with the gameplay that went on, right? Your team takes the victory. You had a bit of a tough time in the second half. We expected that though, and you just needed to take a couple. Dallas, when you take those pistol rounds, you set your team up so well that you can go, hey, it's an 8-4 half. Now it's 9-4. Now it's 10-4. And unlike we saw in game 2 of the night here for us in the semifinals, they didn't force on that pistol run. They didn't force past that point, meaning that they essentially gave up that second round for free. They did make it somewhat costly, but ultimately you're expecting to lose the third anyway, so it's not too big of a concern.
Yeah, and even look at the way the Shift Academy played these things. They had over the course of the night, they got more and more comfortable what was going on. You could see it already. Mommy Lovers, once they went ahead and got through that fight, they said, okay, things are starting to balance out here. That was probably our most difficult opponent. And now that we get around to it, and they were even then, but we've seen them on stream over and over and over again, considering that they seemed like the top dog for a while and we stepped in. And sure, it was pretty darn close, I'd say, but knowing that we eventually stepped things up and got it to the right point, and then holding down Last Resistance to that 13-8 once again, it would have been interesting to see Mommy Lovers and obviously Last Resistance, considering the kind of scoreline was the same. But obviously the way that Shift Academy played the game out, it was impressive in its own right to know that they could keep that level of consistency. Knowing that even in the amount of thrifty rounds they had gotten was also impressive in its own right. Making sure these rounds where they don't have the full buys, it's looking good to where they make it expensive and they're not using ultimates just for the heck of it to compensate for that. They're using them sparingly, and even then, there's a lot of them that I felt like we never even saw too much in the game in its entirety.
Yeah, it feels like, what was it we saw the other day, this past weekend? We saw a team that used their ultimates like immediately once they got them, right? It was kind of like, sometimes it was a bit of a waste, but like, at least we saw them come out and they were charging them fairly quickly, even though they were close games. That wasn't exactly what we saw here today. There was a lot that was a little underutilized, a little not so used, right? But still in the end, it's very nice to see those ultimates come out. We've now changed it so that the guy with the big head has the small hat and the guy who can actually go facial hair has the small beard. I don't know what the selection choices is going on here, but it is what it is. We'll make big shout outs to our sponsors. Of course, big shout out to Community Gaming for, of course, helping us with that prize pool at $200, of which is going over towards Shift Academy with that victory here today. The $50 dropping on over towards Last Resistance. So they still get something for, the effort they put into this one. And if you want to be a part of more events like this, and go ahead and get that country club membership on top. A little bit of icing on the cake. You get for access into all the events that we take place here. It's just $10 a month. Only one player in your team needs it. That applies for Hall of Heroes on Mondays, for Overwatch, which we talked a little bit about earlier that you and I did just this past weekend, or this past Monday, as well as the Pit of Valor that we host on Wednesdays. So it's a great deal. It's hard to pass up on. And who knows? Ask your family. If you can't do the $10 a month, ask it for a Christmas present, because that's coming up too, right? Anything for the holidays.
Yeah, even then, also just regardless across the board, I just want to thank you all once again just for tuning in for another entire year of Pit of Valors. Obviously it's the last one of the year. Taking a break until New Year is to be expected because, well, to all 37 of you watching right now, love every bit of y'all for showing up. We know it's the holiday season. We know you're enjoying time with either your family, your friends, or whatnot, whatever you have going on. And even then, whatever you do celebrate, hope you had the best of time for it. New Year's, I know, applies to all of us because 2020 through 2022, been a little questionable so far, 2019 included as well, but once again, hopefully some great things for 2023 as well. But with all that being said and done, I want to go ahead once again, thank you all for tuning in. Congratulations, obviously, to Shift Academy for not the entirety of it. And I want to wish you all a good night as we go to bed, including myself, and hope I never wake up.
He's talking about his streaming career. We'll see you guys later.
Battling. Oh, what a flash! Oh!
Jingle them bells and frolic all by by gosh, some stolly. Eggnog, gin and tonic make Yuletide gay and jolly. Same procedure every year, I just can't get enough. I drink till Rudolph reappears, a toast to him, that red-nosed deer. Jingle them bells and frolic, it's the best day of the year.
Come fly with me now, Rudy. I'm loaded.
The hours and minutes till the last week of December. For me, the Christmas spirits flow as early as September. It's the best of seasons. Come and raise your glass and sing. No need for other reasons. Glory to the newborn King. I drink to Santa and his helpers too. Here's to mistletoes and here's to you. Jingle them bells and frolic, come, let's sing and dance and cheer. It's the best time of the year, the best day of the year. Yes, it is the best day of the year. Hear, hear.
Merry Christmas, baby. Reindeer's coming out to play. Santa Claus is packing the presents, making sure you've been behaving okay. Merry Christmas, honey. Yeah. The snowman's dusting off his hat, putting on the show